34 for the win for the Broncos. And the kick is good. And the fourth quarter magic remains for Denver. 18-15, Denver with the winner.
You are without doubt the worst
7-2 football team
I've ever heard of.
But you have heard of me.
Are they? I mean, it very well could be true. I don't know how to even... You watch a game like that once again was mostly bad. Mostly. And you still find a way to win. Could we say that if C.J. Stroud doesn't take a concussion in the middle of that game game ends differently? Maybe, maybe not. Because it looked like the exact same thing. Like Davis Mills was doing what C.J. Stroud was doing. Moving the football. And then when you got in the red zone, when you got near the goal line, you were stuffed. I want to ask a question to start out today on when you leave this game, are you more upset than you are happy? You're 7-2. You are tied for the best record in the AFC, which I don't know how many people would have had that on their bingo cards by the time we got to the start of November. You are 7-2. Your leaders, the best records in the AFC this season, are the Colts, the Patriots, and the Broncos at 7-2. And they've all gotten there in wildly different ways. Are you more upset with how that game went, or are you more happy that you just got the dub? Again, I know that everybody can just sit here and tell me, well, you got the win, and the win's all that matters. I get it. But there has to be some sort of like evaluative tool that you need to use with each one of these games that you can say, is this going to translate into the postseason, or is this going to be another one of those games like we saw against Buffalo last year? Because we know what's frustrating here. There's two things for sure. I know that Sean Payton's boys with Darren Rizzi's been awful this year. I can't count the number of special teams mistakes that they have made. And it's a killer, or at least it should have been. It should have. How many times did the Texans come away with points which should have been like touchdowns because your special teams put them in miserable position? I mean, at the end of the half, you get the 3 and out. You're going to get the ball back with like 40 seconds left with a chance to score before halftime. And Michael Bandy muffs a punt. That gets the Texans an extra 3 points. By the way, some of the things that went down in this game, the highlights, the guy who I thought played the best and there wasn't anybody particularly close was Zach Allen. And on that final drive, when Zach Allen went down with an injury, thankfully it was nothing. But all I could think to myself is, if you lose Zach Allen for an extended period of time because you muffed a punt at the end of a half, and that's already compounded upon like 3 other special teams mistakes that were made in the middle of that game, I have no idea how, if they were so quick to fire the special teams coach last year that I can't even remember his name, it was Ben
Kotwika.
Kotwika. Fired him last year because of the debacle at the end of that Kansas City game where you just had linemen falling over and pretending that was going to be, blocking special teams wise. You get the field goal blocked, you lose to KC. How many different mistakes are you going to stomach now? Because this is bad. But more than that, here's what's like really frustrating to me about a Broncos win. I have to keep this perspective, but I'm sure most of you are feeling the same way I am. What's the offensive plan? What are you trying to accomplish? And this is why I took last week's game with Dallas with like a salt licks level of salt. Because I didn't think, I don't want to take this all away from the Broncos offense. They were great last week, but Dallas's defense made it way more easy. And when you're playing against what is like the number one defense in the league, what's your game plan moving into it? And here's what I noticed. I noticed Sean Payton returning to a lot of old habits that are bad. I noticed beginning of the game, J.K. Dobbins running the football, pretty effective. And then literally for like 2 straight quarters, had no idea if he touched the ball again. And it all just disappears. You keep looking at this, and I know that Jeff Legwold mentions this all the time, but it's the truth. There is a league-wide problem, but especially with Sean Payton, of if a running play doesn't work once, he doesn't go back to it. And yet, I looked at Bo Nix's stat line where he was 6 of 17 at the end of that first half. I'm like, you're willing to continue to throw the ball when bad things are happening. Texter says, you act like the Texans' defense isn't good and has done that to almost every offense they played this year. I just mentioned they're the number one defense in the league. There's a difference, though. The Broncos and what they did on offense against the Texans is not a unique outlier to the season. That is what mostly this season has been. I would be able to excuse that if they had a bad game. They've had bad games, which then probably more easily translates to they just aren't very good on offense. And then what do you do with that? That's all I'm saying. And again, to their credit, something happens in the fourth. Fourth quarter starts. Let's make an 8-play 61-yard drive for a touchdown and get the 2-point conversion and tie things up. Now, after that was 3 and out, 3 and out. But all I'm saying is there's a lot of things that I think look like they work within that offense, why they don't want to run it. Once again, at the end of the game, Bo Nix running the football works. But why is it always at the end? Save it for the middle. I don't know why there's this hesitancy to not go with things that seem like they work, and I think it's because they're boring. Or maybe you think you're running a risk by having Bo Nix take off. But I'll tell you this, and tell me if you've noticed it too. There's a lot of times on like third downs where it feels like Bo Nix has a lot of space in front of him to run, and he's about to take off, but then he'll let a pass go. And I don't know if that is him trying to prove a point that he doesn't need his legs to be effective. I mean, I don't know why there's some sort of pejorative or negative aura around guys who can run. It's a weapon. Now, again, guys, like beating the Houston Texans, it's a good win. Like the Houston Texans, are they great? No. They're 3-5 now, but they're a really tough defense. No, they limit most teams that they play against to nothing offensively. It's just kind of what they do. It's how they're built. They're a really well-coached team with DeMeco Ryans. And again, I think I'd be willing to have this ease my worries a little bit more if this were the outlier to the season as opposed to what the constant is. And I apologize if some people don't like my tone this morning. As the text says, my God, it's always so negative with you. Did you see all the upsets yesterday like your Lions? Take a win in this league regardless. Of course you take it.
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's the wrong tone.
The feeling that you're hearing from me is an honest one. I'm not going to fake it and say you got the greatest team ever if I don't feel that way. And I've always said this from the beginning. Whatever you think about what I'm saying, know one thing for sure. It's coming from a true and honest place. And what I want to know from the Broncos is if they're different from last year. That's all I'm trying to figure out. There's no doubt about this. I was saying this all of last season. You have a really good football team. I don't know if they're great. And that's what I'm trying to suss out here. Are they finding ways to win, which is a change from last year? Absolutely. But this feels a lot like, I'll go back to the beginning of the season when I was talking about a different team that we know is a good football team, a great football team. And I said, if the Kansas City Chiefs think they can play this one-score game we always win thing, it's not sustainable. Their record in one-score games last year was 11-0. And I'm like, that ain't possible to continue that year over year. You know what the record is this year in one-score games? Do you know it off the top of your head, Nelly? It's 0-4. They've lost all of them because it's not a sustainable way to live. I'm watching the Broncos do this, and all I'm thinking to myself is, this isn't sustainable. That's all. And I would like opportunities in which if you're playing a team like the Houston Texans whose quarterback, C.J. Stroud, leaves the game in the middle of it with a concussion, God, that was a big hit. I would have liked to see you take that game by the balls a little bit more. That's all I'm saying. So it's an evaluation tool I'm trying to use. Because I want to know if these Broncos can do this in the postseason. They're going to be a playoff team. There's no doubt about that now. But I think there's a lack of offensive discipline that is not going to translate well. I think there is an absolute absence of special teams play that will kill you in a postseason game. I wanted to see the Broncos from last year to this year graduate to that category. And it hasn't happened yet. So again, there's plenty of good from the game, and we'll talk about it. But I think you're lying to yourself if you said for 3 hours yesterday you were having fun watching the Broncos play. You're happy at the end, and they deserve credit for, again, closing out a game in which they're down in the fourth quarter. And I give them full credit for it. But you can't tell me. Nelly, let me ask you. Midway through the third quarter, how'd you feel?
Oh, I thought it was deja vu all over again. I thought the Broncos were just going to keep shooting themselves in the foot over and over and over and over again. I mean, I saw somebody, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Troy Rank, one of these people who cover the Broncos in town. I saw them making a list of every single special teams blunder from the game up to that point, and it was longer than my arm. I genuinely couldn't believe it.
All I'm saying is, again, take whatever you want from this. I'm going to shoot you straight and tell you how I feel. And there's plenty more to talk about. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. It is a Rally House Victory Monday. Back after this.
Yeah, we'll look at that on film. All of that without watching on tape. My concern was just the late subs. It was a little bit sloppy in the kicking game. We'll get that cleaned up, or we'll find someone else that can do it.
Sean Payton after the game. Broncos win against the Houston Texans in Houston. That makes 6 straight for the Denver Broncos. 6 straight. Tied for the AFC for best record in the league. There's a heavy mix here. Heavy mix that I'm seeing on the text line of stop complaining about a win. Also, people saying, I think the complaints that you're airing out are valid. Can I just give you the crux of where this is stemming from? And I'll make a comparison back to like where the Nuggets were last year heading into this year. If the Nuggets are tied after, I guess it's halfway through the season, if they're tied in mid-January, early February, for best record in the Western Conference. But the bench looked just as bad as it did last year. And they're overtaxing Nikola Jokic again. And Jamal Murray does not look great. And you're suffering some of the same issues that you did from the previous season. What would you do with that information? Would you say, nothing to see here, team keeps winning, don't care? Or would you wonder, why aren't things a little bit better? Because I would be the guy who would be wondering, why does it still kind of look the same from last year? And does that mean we're getting a similar result? If the Nuggets this year had their starting 5 and one guy off the bench that you trusted, and that was kind of it again. And that's just kind of how I feel about the Broncos right now. It's not that I'm like pissed. They keep winning. Like, winning is good. Tied for best in the AFC halfway through the year. Good. Ability to close out games. Good. But during this win streak that they're on, the last 6, let me just point something out to you. In the Eagles game, the Broncos, hang on one second. In the Eagles game, which was 5 games ago, the Broncos had 3 points through the first 3 quarters. Ended up winning. In the Jets game, the Broncos had 3 points in the final 3 quarters. Still ended up winning that game. In the Giants game, the Broncos had 0 points through the first 3 quarters. Ended up winning that game. And in the Texans game, they had 7 points through the first 3 quarters and ended up winning that game. I think that says a lot about their ability to close. I am also wondering what's happening. Why is it that long of extended stretches of play with little to no offense? And that, going against some better teams in the league, is not going to be sustainable, which is why my concerns are where they are. That's all I'm talking about. If you do that against Kansas City and you get matched up in a wild card round in the playoffs, can you win that way? My guess is probably not. And beyond that, I think they're better than that. That's most of the reason why I'm frustrated. They're capable of being better. And if they do get better on offense, you're talking about potentially the best team in the NFL, because there isn't a team that can make that claim right now. You get better, more consistent offense, this team could win a Super Bowl this year. So the question is, why is it like this? Why are we here? You continue to win football games. It's a very, very good thing. But I'm pointing out things in the offense that I just don't quite understand. I think they block really well in the run game. For whatever reason, they got away from it yesterday. I think that Sean Payton has been mostly better in that category over the course of this season, but got away from him yesterday. Because Dobbins was running the ball really effectively early in the game, and then it was just kind of like that disappeared. I don't know why they don't run Bo Nix more. I mean, I don't know how many times I've said this year. I think there's only like 3, maybe 4 guys in the league that run the ball better than him from that position.
Just are it, man.
It's Lamar, Josh Allen. Would have said Jaden Daniels, but now he's done for the year, looks like. I don't know how many guys run the ball better than him. And it's a super effective weapon. They do it at the end of the game, and he picks up, what was that, Nelly, a 35-yard run to put them into field goal position to win the game, and you're like, what? We'll do that more. It works. And inconsistencies in the pass game are just, I know that you guys felt the same way I did on the touchdown to Sutton. The play previously was what? Wide open Evan Ingram for a touchdown. That the ball sailed on him. And all I can think to myself is, you can't miss plays like that against a defense like this because you don't know how many opportunities you're going to get with somebody that wide open. And the very next play is that dime to Cortland Sutton. And I go, well, now what? How do you miss the wide open guy, but then Cortland Sutton's got a dude that's basically on his hip, on the backside of his hip, and you drop it perfectly in the bucket? That's what's frustrating. Why? It's in there. That's why. We know it. I know it. And if it's in there more, then you could be winning a Super Bowl. Trust me, this isn't complaining to complain. This is recognizing how good this team can be. That's where this is coming from. 303-504-0925. It's almost like it's the opposite of, I don't know, whatever tone you think is coming out here. It's the opposite of that. It's not even anger. It's like, this could be so much easier. You have to take the hard path. But again, 6 straight dubs. Best record in the AFC. You're making the playoffs. That's happening. So 303-504-0925. I would be more than welcome if somebody wants to call and tell me why I'm incorrect on this. But maybe my perspective is off. Maybe it's wrong. But the phone lines are open as well, 303-504-0925. There's plenty more that we're going to get into from over the weekend. Got to talk about another loss in Boulder that looked kind of the same as the week prior, along with the Avs and Nuggets and what they did over the weekend. But I don't know what other perspective. I could sit here, I guess, and talk about how good they are closing out games in the fourth quarter. Because that is totally true. I mean, they are very, very effective at end of games now, which is a giant improvement from the year previous. And I think, like, one of the sole reasons why you are where you are this year is that when it matters most, you seem to play your best football, offensively and defensively. And Texter says it feels like the 2015 Broncos all over again. I did this last week. I laid out the numbers side by side. The 2015 defense to the 2025 defense, the 2015 offense to the 2025 offense. They're virtually identical. Like exact same teams. And again, I wasn't here in 2015. I didn't live through that every single week. I didn't know what the feelings were every week when the Broncos had that team. And maybe it's really similar. I have no idea, but I said, if somebody's got a reason to tell me that I'm wrong or I'm looking to change my mind, I don't want to be the guy who's off on an island by himself. The crazy person yelling at walls and windows. Let's go to Adrian, who's on with us. Hi, Adrian.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
You bet.
Brett, I love you, man, but you're just, I don't know what's going on with you today.
Okay.
No,
tell me.
This looks a lot like that 2015 team, as you mentioned, kind of in this lead-up, and it does make sense that you weren't around for it. You also weren't around for 2013 when Peyton Manning broke the single-season touchdown passing record, and the Broncos got absolutely fleeced in the Super Bowl by the Seahawks. So there's different ways to skin this cat, Brett. And this defense right now does look a lot like that 2015 team. You said it yourself. Broncos offense is making plays when they need to. And what if they're holding some of the stuff close to the vest? Because guess what? They're winning without showing any of their cards, according to you.
Well,
so
yeah.
Let's see what happens.
All right, Adrian. Thanks for the call. I mean, look, I don't want this team to be the 2013 defense or the 2013 team, because if that was them, I think we'd be talking a lot about why can't you stop anybody? And that could be a problem. Now, winning the way that you're winning now and winning the way that the 2015 team won, I think is very, very difficult to sustain. What are you giggling about back there?
Man, I love the passion that Adrian had. His voice, there was almost a little shaking in his voice, like he was about ready to cry. Brett, you don't understand this Broncos team, Brett.
I don't know. Look, I could just be, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But it's how I feel. And how I feel is that style of offense does not seem sustainable to me. And you can point back to 2015 as an example of, yes, that worked. I could point to plenty of teams with great defenses and bad offenses that didn't win Super Bowls. And I don't want to make it seem like I was the first one to tell you I thought the Broncos were good last year. Like they're a good football team. I didn't know if they were great last season. And basically, what I saw from the Buffalo game was my fear, is that they're a good team, but they aren't quite good enough to compete with the big dogs yet. They're better than that now. They are able to compete. I think if they face the Bills in the first round of the playoffs again this year, it's not 31-7. But is that a possibility? Yeah, maybe. All right, couple more here. Jesse, go ahead. Jesse wants to yell at Brett. Go ahead, Jesse.
Well, Brett, I hate to say it, but for once I actually kind of agree with you.
Oh.
Two things. Sean Payton, when he talks to the media, he always talks down to the media. He acts like he's so much smarter than everybody else. But he has the most undisciplined team in the NFL right now. And he needs to clean up his own house before he talks to everybody else like they're stupid. Also, when you run the ball that well, why are we doing these stupid bubble screens over and over? You know what the difference between the first three quarters and the fourth quarter is? They stop running stupid bubble screens and actually do something else.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
All right, Jesse, thanks. I'll say this. I've just gone to accept the bubble screen thing because I can't yell about that every single week. I'm just like, okay, so it's part of his offense. It's what he wants to do. I don't mind if he runs that, as long as he does the things that you do well. And he got away from the running game. And you know what's really weird, Nelly, is that he'll get away from the running game in games where I feel like running the ball mattered most, which is low-scoring games. Did you see one of the most remarkable things about that game? And remarkably frustrating. Did you see the time of possession at the end of the first half? In a half of football, the Broncos in the first half possessed it for 7 minutes and 21 seconds. Because beyond like the first drive, they refused to run it. And that's how you get that skewed number. There's only one way that really happens. Let's go to William next. Hello, William.
Hey, Brett. Long time no talk. Hey, so I'm going to stick up for you. I do not understand people, and basically what I'm going to say is you're being a homer if you're watching this team and you're saying to yourself, everything is perfect. I can see absolutely nothing wrong, because in 2015, the Broncos went on this epic run that nobody expected was going to finish that way. That it was an anomaly. It is not something that happens all the time. If this team does that, fantastic. I'm sorry. It's okay to sit there at the end of the day and go, this wasn't great, that wasn't great. I mean, what are we going to do on a Monday? Just sit around and go, everything's perfect, everything's fantastic. I mean, is this a Lego video? We're going to sing that song? I don't know. But it wasn't great. It's okay to break it down, and I appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, William. All I'm saying is this. Like, I don't – there's an in-between here. The Broncos are good. They do a lot of things really well. Obviously, their defense is incredibly effective and good. No doubt. They're really good at closing games out. I mean, and part of me, at the end of the game when the Broncos had the football, game tied, last possession of the fourth quarter, 50 seconds left, they're at the 36-yard line. I almost felt like it was a foregone conclusion that they would find themselves in field goal range with a chance to win. And that says something about them. I do also think they got a lot of things that if they don't get better at is going to bite them in the ass. That's all. And I've been more focused. This is a fair criticism. I've been more focused on the bad stuff as opposed to the good stuff, because the bad stuff is the stuff we wanted to see corrected year over year, that we're halfway through the year and it looks the same, if not maybe a little bit worse. Now, one thing's absolutely correct. They're pretty undisciplined. In a lot of the categories that you need to be disciplined on, which is special teams, which is penalties. Denver averages 8 penalties a game. That's 29th in the league. 29th. Special teams problems, combined with penalty issues, will be killers. So again, whole bunch more we can talk about here. Help us with Vitalant and the Colorado Avalanche as they help fight cancer here. And November is Hockey Fights Cancer Month, and the Avs and Vitalant are encouraging people to donate blood. Sign up through Vitalant in November, and everyone who donates is automatically entered to win a signed Avs jersey. You go to Vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. Obviously, donating blood is good on its own, but you get a little perk, a chance to win a signed jersey. So get signed up. Vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. Back after this.
Well, we knew it was going to be a patient game. They don't lead the league in yards and points for no reason. They're a good team. It's not by, a fluke. So we knew it was going to be tough sledding, but I thought we did a good job managing, the situations, and we played a little bit of a field position battle there at the very end. And we knew it was a matter of time until there was just a drive that, we went down and scored and had a big one in the first half, big one in the second half, and then led to the field goal there at the end. So we knew it wasn't going to be easy, but we also knew our defense was going to play really well like they did. And so they changed the game for us, and they pretty much led the entire game and made stop after stop so that we could go down and finish the game.
It's Bo Nix after the game. Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, shop every team in town. So, a lot more to discuss throughout the course of the show today surrounding the Broncos, football in general, Nuggets and Avs. Let's get one more call, though, from Tyson, who's on with us. Hi, Tyson.
Hey, man. How you doing? Good morning. Happy Monday.
Same to you.
Hey, I think you're dead on about special teams being a concern. There's a lack of discipline there. But the reason I'm calling is there were so many opportunities for Bo to take off and run with daylight ahead of him. There was a couple instances where he's basically straddling the line of scrimmage, throwing the ball downfield. There was at least once it was almost picked off. But there were several times it looked like he would have picked up the first down with no problem at all. So my question, I've wondered to myself, is this a Bo Nix thing where he's trying to prove that he is a vertical passer? Is it something he's working on in his own skill set? Is it being coached to him, by Sean Payton? Is that something that they're telling him, don't do, you need to work? I don't know. I just want to see what your take is and wonder what it is you think that's keeping him from running when the opportunity is
Tyson,
there.
I think it's a great call. I've had the same questions because there was multiple times on third down where he had open space in front of him, could have ran for the first down and tried to fit, a throw into a tight window. There was one to Sutton. I do recall the one you're talking about that was almost picked off, where I was watching with a couple of buddies. We all said the same thing. It's why aren't you taking off and just getting the first down and moving the chains? And I suppose, the real answer is I don't know. But there is, to me, a look about Bo Nix when he's in the pocket right now that I think he is so fiercely loyal to Bo Nix and wants to to Sean Payton and wants to master his offense so much that I've thought that Bo has been really overthinking as opposed to reacting because he wants to run the offense in such a perfect way. Because Sean Payton is very much somebody who is, we've mentioned this before. He's the scientist, and he says, I got a formula that works, and if you execute the formula properly, then the offense is going to go. And so I think he's trying to do that to such perfection that sometimes he either forgets or doesn't want to run some off-script stuff because he wants to be so perfect within the offense. When Sean Payton last year had that quote about he's got some Ferris Bueller in him, I don't know if that was a compliment to him. And I think he was like, when you start to do stuff that are off-script and create your own plays, that's what I hated about Russell Wilson. And it's like, but if he's got that ability to take off in open space and move the chains, then who cares how you get there? Let him do that. So I think this is a lot about, and I could be wrong, but my read on it is he just wants to be a really good soldier for his general. And his general said, hey, we're going to go do this. Sends you out on a mission. And you're like, maybe it would be better if we went this other route, but this is how the boss said to do things. So I think if I had to guess, it's out of fierce loyalty to the Sean Payton offense that he's trying to execute as opposed to doing his own thing. But I would tell him there has to be an in-between. You have a God-given ability to take off with speed in open space. It's a very rare trait for quarterbacks, and not a lot have that. If I got Justin Fields as my quarterback, granted, Bo Nix is better, but if I had Justin Fields, I wouldn't tell him don't run. I would actually say, if you find space, you take off every time. Because it's going to net something positive. So that's my best guess at it. Out of anything other than that, I really don't know. Now, again, you're a 7-2 football team. You lead the division over halfway through the year. This is what we all begged for when the season started. Do the Broncos have an ability to win this division? And I think as you continue to watch, are there good teams? Are there great teams in your own division? Yes. Kansas City is one of those, but that slow start to the year mixed into this loss. If they beat Buffalo, then you were really in for some nervous times. But you've now got a little bit of a cushion to work with between you and Kansas City, a 2-game cushion. You beat them in a couple of weeks. I mean, you're so far ahead of the game that you're probably just looking towards what the Chargers are doing after that. And the Chargers, who, to their credit, dealing with a lot of injuries, have won 3 of their last 4, just had Joe Alt carted off yesterday. So they're dealing with the 2 missing tackle thing again, and the last time they dealt with that earlier in the year is when the losses came. You're in a really, really good spot 9 weeks into the season. You should take care of the Raiders this Thursday, which would put you at 8, and if you can steal a win the week after that, Kansas City, I mean, you're talking about not just winning the division, perhaps contending for the number 1 spot in the AFC. Now, one thing I think that was really impressive yesterday, really impressive. The defense was put in some terrible positions. I mean, awful. But at the beginning of the game, so it's a missed field goal for the Texans that you combine with your kick getting blocked, and it was returned to the 41-yard line. Give up a couple of first downs. They get to the goal line at the 1, and the fact that you had absolutely created a brick wall in front of that goal line. Then penalty on 4th down by the Texans nets a field goal. Beautiful. Once again, you go out a few drives later. Bo Nix throws the interception. The ball that he just floated a little bit too much allowed the safety to run underneath it. You get another stop right at the goal line at the 2-yard line, force a hold. They have to settle for a field goal again. Those are winning football plays. That's a winning sequence. How did you win the football game? There. Special teams and offense put your defense in terrible position, and they step up, stonewall the opposing team at the goal line twice, and hold them to 3 points as opposed to 6. Because we all kind of saw touchdowns are going to be really tough to come by. But that's what's huge. And I thought Zach Allen was the star of the football game. He absolutely decimated everything that we kind of heard about that offensive line in Houston, that they were vulnerable. He exploited every vulnerability. Pressure up the middle, constant harassment, tipping balls at the line of scrimmage, all of it. I thought he was fantastic. A lot more to talk about with this and much over the weekend. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Altitude Sports Radio, including that Altitude Daily. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Here's what Sean Payton said to Will Lutz. He says, hey, right through. 34 for the win for the Broncos. And the kick is good. And the fourth quarter magic remains for Denver. 18-15. Denver, and Will Lutz wins it. 11 straight fourth quarter points for the best fourth quarter team in the National Football League.
You are without doubt the worst
7-2 football team
I've ever heard of.
But you have heard of me.
Rally House Victory Monday. I'm going to be honest. I want to hear from you guys first. I've been yelled at all morning. So I don't want to say anything. I want to see what you two have to say. The initial thoughts after the game. You had to sleep on it. Moj, what is your overarching feeling after your sixth straight victory that has led you to tied for the best record in the AFC?
Man, oh man. I've got so many different thoughts on this.
Oh, well, you have a radio show, so you can expand those thoughts.
Hush. We are done with this segment. They are not lucky. Okay? The Broncos are not, quote, lucky. But they're fortunate. And there's a difference in
I like that, actually.
If you go to Webster's, and I know that they're synonyms, right? Fortunate and lucky you can use them as synonyms. They don't mean the same thing.
You make your own fortune. Here, we're going to have one of these shows.
You make your own fortune, huh?
They're 7-2.
I
They're
understand
tied
that.
for the best record in the National Football League after 9 games.
Agreed.
You guys need to shut up.
You know what, Vic? You're probably right about that.
I don't care how you get there. I don't care what it takes.
Well, do they win the game if C.J. Stroud doesn't get his head taken off?
Maybe so. Do they win the game?
Maybe.
Oh,
but
well, what about Patrick Surtain? I mean, come on, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Accept a win, dude. A road win against the best defense in the NFL. You never apologize. Do they have room for improvement? Of course. Is the offense inconsistent? Of course. They're 7-2. They lead the conference with their overall record. They're tied for 3 or 2 other teams. This is great. I don't want to hear any crap today.
Okay, see, I thought I was talking, and I thought I was going to lay out I thought I was going to lay out my thoughts because you asked me first, did you not?
No, this was me, and Vic was the text line against me all morning.
Okay, you asked me first, and then
that is true. Shut up, Vic.
Senor Butthead jumps down my throat like Nadia Comaneci.
And you guys are
hang on a second, Vic, because I'm more on your side than I'm not. But
then get to it.
I would if you'd shut your pie hole. I can't believe there's not a week that goes by where I don't go, God, that was fortunate. Oh, God, that was fortunate. Oh, it's third down at the goal line and you false start. That was fortunate. I mean, there's like little things that add up that are, I don't want to say squeaking out these wins for them, but they're squeaking out these wins for them. Am I wrong or am I not wrong?
Moshe, I did this for an hour.
And listen, I think they're a good team. I'm the one who believes the offense is eventually going to get their butts in gear. That defense is awesome. I mean, absolutely stellar. And maybe the reason you false start on the second possession for the Texans at the goal line is because the Broncos have been stuffing it right up your stuff hole on first and second down. Hang on, don't look at me like that.
Hurry up. Hurry up.
I think he's making great points.
So do I. You know what? Here's what we should do. Let's just turn the entire show over to Pork Rind and let him go.
I mean, I got 2 guys here who are not satisfied with a 7-2 football team.
I'm satisfied. Okay, no,
that's laughable.
That's where you're wrong, dude. I'm more than satisfied.
I'm not your scarecrow. I'm not your scarecrow.
I'm not either.
It's don't put that on my feelings towards the game.
How about this, Vic?
Because mine are very simple.
They're a 7-2 football team, and I think they should be better.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. That's what's frustrating me.
Is this offense interplanetary? Is this offense out of this world?
No, this offense is bad.
This offense is so inconsistent, it drives you nuts, right?
I think they're just bad.
Despite, and I'll use your word, despite a bad offense, they're 7-2.
I know.
Think about that. Despite a pull your hair out, inconsistent, like what the hell is that offense? They're 7-2. That should be praised. That should be praised. They're going to do studies on this. That's an amazing feat.
It's because the defense is so incredibly good.
And
that's
okay.
why.
It's not just that.
Okay,
though.
and they're
they're
finishing in the fourth
they
quarter.
believe they will win a game if it's close, no matter
also
what.
true.
And when you have that magic, when you have that characteristic, that trait, when you have the ability to finish, guys, I live this. John Elway did this every week in the 80s. They'd look like crap for 3 quarters. Broncos fans of the 80s, unite. Unite right now. We saw this every Sunday. You're watching a game and you're like, what is this? What is going on? And then by the end of the game, you're like, oh my God, they won.
That's because
I live this.
That's because Elway's a Hall of Famer and was super special. Okay?
At the time, nobody was saying that. At the time, Mark Moser, people were going, what is this?
Well, he led them to Super Bowls.
Yes. And I'm not saying this team will go to a Super Bowl. I'm saying they're winning the same way. The offense looks like crap. I agree with you. It is a craptastic roller coaster ride. But when you have the ability to find it when you need it most, and they lead the NFL in fourth quarters, they lead the league in clutch wins. Bo Nix already has 6 comebacks. When you have that, do you understand what kind of gift that is? Do you know how many teams would love that gift? Do you know how many times last year we were begging the Broncos to try that maybe once? They're doing it now. That's a step, a huge step.
Yeah, I think that it's a vast improvement in a critical category that they didn't have last year that they now have. Here's the one thing I'd ask everybody who sounds like, and I don't feel like I'm being a negative Nancy, because this is where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the place where I know you got a good football team. And I think if they improve in the offensive category and do the things that we've seen they're capable of more consistently, that you could compete for a Super Bowl now. That's where I'm coming from. And so with that, I'd say this. This is my challenge. Anybody midway through the third quarter, did you feel good yesterday? Or were you pissed?
You know what I felt? The same thing I felt in the previous 3 games. Here we go again. That's what I felt. And I even said it. I mean, on Twitter, I said, the button will be pushed eventually. Watch, someone's going to push the button. And they pushed it.
They did. They did.
Nothing changed.
But can I throw one button there? The Houston Texans have a really good defense. They're a worse version of what you are because their offense is worse than your offense.
That is correct.
But their defense is as good as what yours is. And so you're playing, remember, what's the Texans record? They aren't 6-3.
They're 3-5.
They're 3-5.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody's saying, like, they do this to teams all the time. Well, they mostly lose this season, too, because their offense isn't very good.
They don't have the factor that the Broncos have. They don't have the ability to turn it on. Guys.
Well, certainly Davis Mills doesn't.
Guys, this Bronco team
see,
could
this is where you're I'm not going to get you to agree to anything today, am I?
No,
like we're not going to be able to compromise on any thought process at all.
I agree.
Are we?
The offense is not good.
Okay,
I agree with you. It's inconsistent.
Were they fortunate that C.J. Stroud got his head blown up?
Well, were the Houston Texans fortunate that Patrick Surtain couldn't play in this game? Were they fortunate?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't give me the injury crap. Fortune works both ways.
The Broncos' ability to overcome the loss of Surtain. See, now this is where you're being a dill. This is where you're being an absolute dill because the Broncos' ability to cover up the loss of Surtain against that putrid offense, period, is way easier than losing a. You go Stroud to a Davis Mills. But you can't just agree on. You can't just give me one.
But most games change, though. How do you know that they wouldn't have changed the way they play? I mean,
yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I'll give you whatever you want.
No, I don't know. No,
I'll give you the fact that we opened our first segment of this radio show on Monday morning after a team comes home 7-2, and these two blowhards. I cannot believe this. I cannot. You guys are an embarrassment.
Hang on a second.
I don't know what. Listen, this team. I'm gonna say something right now. This team is very capable of ending the season with the best record in the AFC.
Yeah.
And losing in the first round. Easily.
Could be.
Very easily. It does. Let me finish. Let me finish. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything for me. You can have a bad offense, and you can be impressed with what a team did. You can have a bad special teams, and it's bad, and you can be impressed with what a team has done. They're 7-2. Every team in the league is looking at their squad and nitpicking. Every team. Every single team. Every team. You're 7-2. You're above expectation, and you can finish. You can finish. That should be the banner that's waving today. Not the crap you guys are spouting.
Hold on. No. Wait. I agree with everything you just said. Everything. But what you said in the middle of that is exactly where I'm not even calling it frustrated. It's an emotion I can't pinpoint right now. It's like I almost feel like hollow about this, and here's why. You said they could very well have the best record in the AFC at the end of the year, and I agree with you. They could. And lose in the first round of the postseason.
This feels a lot like a Minnesota Vikings season the last year.
But that's frustrating as hell to me because what do you mean? Oh well, I mean that's where this is coming from.
They don't have a Mahomes. They don't have a Josh Allen.
I don't.
Bo's not that good.
I
yet.
don't think it's about having that.
Sure it is. Yeah, it is because when you get to that point of the season, yeah, it is.
No, I don't think.
Yes, it is.
Vic.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay, hang on. I don't think you need to have Mahomes to win a Super Bowl.
Someone is hankering to get their ass beat today. And it
Hang
ain't
on.
on this side of the table.
Hang on. You don't need to have Mahomes to win a Super Bowl. I've watched Flacco do it. I've watched Nick Foles do it. Mm-hmm. And my only problem is this. You've won 6 consecutive games, which is an amazing feat in this league that very rarely teams get to say that
100%.
they did. And I go back and I look at the last 5 of them. And against the Eagles, you had 3 points over the first 3 quarters. The Jets game, you had 3 points over the final 3 quarters. The Giants game, you had no points through 3 quarters. Yeah. And this Texans game, you had 7 points through 3 quarters.
Hey, newsflash. The offense isn't that good.
I understand.
Wow. But professor of football
Hold on. My question is this. Are they bad with no hope? Or are there things that they're doing that are leading to them being bad?
They're 7-2.
Here, you aren't answering the question. You just want to shout 7-2 at me all day. That's fine. Yeah. But when I talk about the specifics of this, is the offense just straight up not talented enough? Yeah. Or are there other things that are fixable that could make the difference when we talk about that first wild card round, playoff round, whatever?
See, what you're trying to do, here's what you're trying to do, both you and Moser. You're trying to take an infant who's trying to learn how to ride a bike, because that's what it feels like offensively, trying to learn how to ride a bike, and you're saying, okay, you're learning how to ride a bike today. Tomorrow, we're in the Tour de France. Be ready. That's not how this works.
Your Honor,
no, put your hand down. Shut up for a second.
No. That's a bunch of
Okay, well, you can say whatever you want. This offense is not good. This offense is not a championship offense. This offense is not ready in the playoffs.
Okay.
If they bring this offense to the playoffs, they will lose. I acknowledge that. They're 7-2. I'm not looking down the road like you guys are. I'm looking at today. Today, they lead the AFC. They're tied with the best record in the conference. I'm talking about today, how they got here today.
Yep.
And you celebrate today.
Completely agree.
You want to focus on January?
No.
Go right ahead.
No.
You guys have a great show.
I don't. I do not. But Vic, for you to say they're an infant who's learning how to... No, you know what they are? They're a 9th grader who keeps running into parked cars. That's what they are. I ain't putting them in the friggin' Tour de France, mother truck. Okay, but they ain't babies. Bo Nix has played more football than half the quarterbacks in this friggin' league, period. End of story. And if I ask you, hey, were the Chicago Bears fortunate to have Jaden Daniels get smoked and have his hammy explode a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
Well, they weren't as... were the Bears fortunate to have, the Commanders fortunate to have the second-string tackle out? I mean, dude, if you would just calm your jets. I have the feeling that there are a lot of people today who absolutely agree with Vic that are still going to want to fight him. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, dude, I'm totally on your side, and I still want to throw down. Vic, you're right in so many regards. You're 100% right in so many regards, and we agree with you. But you're going to have to be able to have a conversation other than 7-2.
Well, Vic, how about this?
No,
Vic,
no. I mean, I agree with you. A lot of texters agree. Go ahead. You guys, let's do 3 hours of this team sucks.
No. I think that what you said, you just said something that I think is the difference between where maybe me and Moser are at and where you and a lot of Broncos fans are at.
Mm-hmm.
I am looking ahead because I tend to do that with teams that I think are capable of competing. So I want to see where you stack up with the rest of the league. And the rest of the league, there's really no unbelievable team that exists right now.
Yeah. Let me read a text. 5915. No, seriously. Can I you guys talk? Can I talk?
Please do.
5915. Vic, this is dumb. This team is stupid. Bo Nix is constantly throwing off his back foot. Special teams is special needs. If they were average, this team would be world beaters. We can be mad. Go ahead, be mad. That's like coming home, finding a $100 bill.
I'm not mad.
Coming home, finding a $100 bill on the sidewalk and saying, damn it, I wish I found a $200 bills. I only found 100. That sucks. They're 7-2. You can acknowledge the issues they have. That's acknowledgement. Without having to berate them the day after going 7-2. We have all week to fix those little things. They're not going to be. Guess what? I got a news flash for you. This offense is not going to turn into the Bills' offense. Or it's not going to happen. It's not what they are.
Not asking for that.
If that's what you want.
Not asking for that.
What are you asking for? What?
I want them to not make the mistakes they've been making every week. I want them to be a mediocre offense. Mediocre is good enough, I think, to win a championship.
You may not even get mediocre, but you know what they are? They're clutch.
They are.
They're clutch.
That they are.
Okay, so if you give me, would you take a clutch offense? Would you take that?
I would take that.
Okay. What's your problem? Again, growth happens in spurts. Growth doesn't happen overnight. Give it time.
I'll explain to you what. And again, this isn't frustration. It makes me nervous thinking ahead. And maybe some people don't want to think ahead. Maybe they just want to be in the moment right now, and that's totally fine. But I got something as to what I think the main separator is that we'll get to after this.
Listen, I think at halftime, it's funny, and your team grows and morphs and evolves into something. I don't think there was a person in that locker room that felt like we were losing this game. Now, we all felt like we needed to do certain things better. All right, but I think there was a lot of confidence coming into the second half.
Sean Payton after the game, I will say this, at the very end of the game, 50 seconds left, Broncos had the football. I had no doubt that they were going to drive down and get a field goal shot.
I did not either. And once Bo Nix, here's what he's been doing. Sorry, Brett, to cut you off.
Go ahead.
He's been taking a deep, deep drop, buying himself all kinds of time, right? Thanks, Nelly. Buying himself all kinds of time. And then it's almost like there were two halves that just parted, and he was Moses, and he ran.
Yeah.
And once he did, I'm like, this game is over because Lutz is going to make it. For anywhere from where he is right this second in, Lutz is going to make it. And he ended up making it to what, the 30? The 30?
He needs to do that way more.
Let me ask you guys the same observation that Sean Payton made. Just as Bronco observers, I'm not even going to call you a Bronco fan if you don't want to be called one. That's fine. As Broncos observers, Sean Payton said, at no point did anybody in our room doubt we were going to win that game. Didn't you feel the same way? I did.
I didn't think they were going to lose either. No, because I think Davis Mills he's not a terrific quarterback.
15-7. At 15-7, I said, they'll figure it out.
Well, where they got saved.
Did you believe they were going to win that game no matter what the score was at that juncture?
I don't know. I
felt pretty good.
When it got to the final drive, I thought they would win, despite being on, what were they, 36-yard line or something. The thing that saved them, 2 goal line stops when they were put in terrible position by special teams and a pick. But here's the point I wanted to make, and kind of where this tone is coming from this morning. Last year, the Kansas City Chiefs, who we all agree is a pretty damn good football team, great team, still are. They were in one-score games. Remember their record last year, Moj?
They were unbelievable in one-score games.
Well, they were 15. They were a 15-2 team, and I think they were what?
They were 11-0.
Yeah, 11-0.
11-0 in one-score games. Mm-hmm. And I said the reason I wasn't buying Kansas City, despite them making the Super Bowl last year, was that that's not sustainable. You can't continue to win at that clip in one-score games. You know what the record is this year?
It's
0-4.
Yeah.
They're 0-4 in one-score games.
Yeah.
Guys, and so what I'm getting at with the Broncos is this. The way that they're winning is great, and a credit to them for finishing games. I don't feel like it's sustainable. And when you play against maybe better competition, like when you play Kansas City in 2 weeks, which, look, man, you win that Kansas City game, you are in the driver's seat of all driver's seats in this division. Like, it's going to be really hard for anybody to pry that away from you. But can you win that way when you get to the postseason?
No, you guys want to play the long road game? I guess I'm here for the ride. If they play a Buffalo or a KC in the playoffs with this offense, they will lose.
Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about.
They will lose with this offense. That can be true, and you guys are exactly right. With this offense, which is not good, it's not a good offense, they will lose. Right now, they're 7-2, and they lead the AFC.
That is correct.
I'm talking about right now.
If all roads have to come through Denver, then all bets are off. This team can go to the Super Bowl this year.
But here's the problem I'm having with you guys coming out and trashing the team after a good road win.
I'm not trashing.
Ain't nobody trashing nothing.
Ain't
nobody
give
trashing
them full
Jack.
Credit for the win.
Full credit for the dub. Yeah.
You're expecting, and see, we're trying to kickstart this damn Vespa. We're trying to kickstart it. It won't start. I've been there. It won't start. And you're like, my God. Then next week it's going to start. Next week. No, not going to start. This offense is not good. It is not magically going to get good. It's not. It is what it is. And it's very much the product of, I think the coach has an idea what he wants to do. And I think the quarterback has an idea what he wants to do. But when they're on the field together, that idea is not coming to fruition for whatever it's. There are so many things, so many clunky calls, and so many clunky executions of those calls.
Yeah.
When you're watching them, you're like, what was that? Like, 3rd and 10, screen. How many of you guys screamed at the television when it was 3rd and 10 and you saw a screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the definition of clunky. That's the definition of predictable. That's the definition. How many of you screamed at the television on the second to last drive, 2nd and 8, Bo rolls right, pressure, misses the hot read. 3rd and 8, Bo rolls right.
Hot route.
Bo rolls right.
Hot route is.
Could have stepped in the pocket and run for 100 yards. Misses the hot read.
Yeah.
You're screaming at your television, right? You're
Yeah.
screaming at it. The offense is clunky. They still won the game.
Can I ask you something,
that gives
though?
me, you know what that gives me? Hope. They're that good that they can win a game despite a clunky offense again and again. Because I knew when they hit that button, whatever that magic button is, the offense would suddenly transform. And it did.
So here's the ultimate compliment I can pay this defense. Because there was, they talked about it on the broadcast too. It's like, hey, these are the top 2 defenses in the NFL, and we don't know which one is better than the other. Let me make the case for why the Broncos defense is better. I don't know if you could do more to put your defense in a tough spot than what the Broncos did yesterday. And they didn't give up a single touchdown. Blocked kick returned to the 30. Muffed punt before the end of the half. Big return given up, again, from the special teams. Interception that's taken down into essentially red zone territory. And not a single touchdown was scored by the Houston Texans. That's the ultimate compliment. But, you said something, Vic,
But I'm saying
about the offense.
But I'm saying if that happens against Buffalo, you're down by 21.
Well, yeah. I think everybody knows that.
That's all I'm getting at.
But there's a fundamental question for the offense that I want to hear.
What's Buffalo's record?
Buffalo 6-2.
Okay.
6-2?
Yeah. 5-6-2.
Okay.
Are they 5 they're 6-2.
Sorry. Okay, 6-2. The fundamental question about the offense at this juncture of the season is this. You said it earlier, Vic. You used my word that the offense is bad. And I think they are bad. Why? Because if it's a talent thing, that's a much different discussion than not being able to put the pieces together.
I think deep down, even though Sean Payton has a lot of great things to say about his young quarterback, I think there's degrees in this game where he doesn't trust him, and the play calling reflects that. That's my honest opinion, and I could be wrong. Sean could say to me, nah, that's wrong. That's my honest opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think he fully trusts his quarterback. That's why this offense is clunky to me. And that's why they're throwing the ball so short every time. Although there are a couple occasions in that game where they're going long, and I guarantee the conversation on the sideline is, hey, man, we can't be turning it over. Think about this, guys. Think about this. Here's how good the Broncos are. Here's how good they are. On the road against the number 1 ranked defense in the NFL, in a game in which they lost the turnover margin by 2, -2, and they only scored 18 points, and they were trailing in the 4th quarter. All of those things going against them, they won.
It's because their defense is completely badass.
Hang on a second.
Their defense is saving their bacon on any given week, bro.
Answer this question, Moj.
Yeah.
Because I think Vic's right. We talked about this before, and I think this is probably the case. That there is a little bit of mistrust with Peyton and Bo Nix right now. You saw it. He had the big heave downfield that got picked off early in the game, and he should have had another one that looked the exact same, just on the opposite side of the field. And I think that makes Sean very nervous.
I'm sure he pulls his hair out. Yeah.
He doesn't want to turn the ball.
Then why was it like over a quarter's worth? Looked at a buddy who was watching the game with me, and I go, when's the last time Dobbins touched the ball? If you don't trust your quarterback, then why is he throwing the ball that many times?
I just think that he thinks.
What was Nick? 6 of 17 at half?
Yeah, but and again, that Texans defense is so damn
They're
good.
very good.
I think that he thinks, you know what? I've got the playbook. I've got the offense. I've got the brain.
Well,
to use this little short passing game as a run game, and we're gonna.
That's exactly it.
We're gonna get it.
That's exactly it. The answer to your question is that the screen game is just a run game. That's what it is. It's a run game.
But they run better than they do screens.
I know. But even Moose Johnston said it during the game. I don't think you want to do this screen game against a team that plays the screen so well, and that's Houston. And they kept trying to force it. What is at the core of that? What is at the core of trying to force a screen game? I think the core is your coach doesn't fully appreciate, that's the wrong word, trust your quarterback.
He doesn't fully trust him to put the ball not in harm's way down the field.
We can say two things about Bo Nix.
And by the way, I think hold on real quick, Vic. I apologize. I think as the game goes on, when Peyton we
he
play
has
the cut
to when the
coming
game
back.
goes on. You have
Nelly.
see that's what changes. What changes with the Broncos is when you're in dire straits, when you're trailing, that trust transforms. It's like we got to do something.
But it's also with Bo, it feels like he's just more comfortable because he's just again, when he took off and ran, that basically puts you in field goal position. That 35-yard scramble that he had on the last drive that he didn't do at any point earlier in the game. That's him just playing. That's him just reacting to the game.
That is correct. That is correct. But at the same time, Vic, I think it's probably a situational thing with Sean Payton. Yeah. Let's go back to the cut that we played when we came back from commercial break. Nelly, please.
Listen, I think at halftime, it's funny, and your team grows and morphs and evolves into something. I don't think there was a person in that locker room that felt like we were losing this game.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. It doesn't matter if there was, and maybe there wasn't, but Peyton didn't feel like they were going to lose it, right? So he's thinking to himself, look, my defense right now, they've got Davis Mills in at quarterback. C.J. Stroud is gone. We know that our defense is going to hold these guys on any given drive. All we need to do is put up X amount of points, not turn it over anymore, and we're going to win the game. And I think, Vic, it's a situational awareness of where you are. It's 12-7 at halftime, and you're going to be just fine. I think that's as long as we just control the ball, short little stuff, blah, 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 we're going to be okay.
See, the reason why I don't have your guys' attitude toward this is because I remember losing 2 straight games early in the season where you could not execute in crunch time, and you lost. You made dumb mistakes in crunch time. Games that you should have won. Games that you had won on the road in Indy. That game should have been won. You're up double digits. It should have been won. In L.A. against the Chargers, you had that game. You should have won, and you gave them away. Those games are now going the Broncos' way. They're finding the ways, and they're doing it repeatedly, week after week after week. That's a win, baby. I don't care to project for the playoffs. This offense is not good. This team is 7-2. That's really good.
303-504-0925, Rally House, Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Yes, Moj?
Are you going to give me an opportunity at some point during this show? I love talking football, and we're going to talk a lot, including about the debacle in Boulder and so on and so forth. But am I going to get the chance to absolutely destroy the NBA?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I spent 48 hours on that subject.
I'm with you.
Well, here's what happened.
I'm still not over it.
Here's what happened.
I won't be over it all season, and it has nothing to do. By the way,
it has nothing to do with that game.
You can have
exactly right.
See, what
exactly right.
What these Portland Yahoos that I'm fighting,
whatever,
all these rednecks from up there, who say, "Oh, you're just crying."
I don't know.
You can have the win. You can have the win. You can have the win.
Take the win.
Because at the end of the season, the
They
Nuggets
won't
will.
matter,
I mean, you think the Blazers are going to?
No.
You can have it. It's not about. It's the principle of the call, and it's the fact that you are so blind. And I know what you're referring to. That an obvious foul where a man gets assaulted.
It's not even. It's more than that, Vic. You're right. That's the primary
and then
one.
the NBA doubles down on it.
Okay.
Hang on. Sounds like you guys need a full segment of this, which we'll get to in a minute.
Well, I mean, any time during the show today is totally fine. But
I've been waiting for that one.
I've got to address it because I'm going to lay the wood.
But here's what happened over the weekend. So the Broncos get this win. Late game closeout again. The Buffs, again, give up damn near a 60 burger in a football game. The Avs split the weekend, winning on Nevada Day, and then another overtime L.
And we saw
suffered.
the greatest World Series Game 7 perhaps I've ever witnessed.
The greatest baseball game I've ever seen.
The ninth inning of that game was the
unbelievable.
greatest ninth inning of a baseball game I've ever seen.
Two teams getting out of bases
I've never
loaded
seen
jams.
anything like it.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it.
And I don't care what people are going to say to this. They might call it sour grapes because we hate the Dodgers. I don't care. The better team lost that World Series. The Blue Jays were better than the Dodgers.
Guess
Game
what?
6 they got hosed.
Guess what, though?
Game 6.
What? And this has a Broncos spin. The more clutch team won.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you this.
It's the truth. The more clutch. Do you know how many opportunities the
Hoffman
Dodgers had?
giving up the bomb. Yeah.
Do you know how many
great.
chances the Dodgers could have folded and said it's over? They didn't. They kept coming back.
Are you here to
They kept coming back.
Are you here to tell me
They kept coming back.
that ball was unplayable in Game 6?
Okay. Are you talking about the ball that got stuck underneath the?
Yeah.
That's the rule.
Stuck.
That's the rule. That's the rule. The chances that happen are 1
I'll
in
tell you
a
what,
million.
during the break,
hey, maybe
I'll make this a promise, okay? During the break, I'm gonna show you something that will get more stuck than that ball was in the wall. Okay?
Hey, maybe you ought to think about this.
What?
Because I hate the Dodgers as much as you do.
No, apparently you don't.
Whoever the hell.
It doesn't feel like you do.
Whoever the hell is running for the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 7 of the World Series and is standing on third base with a chance to win, with the bases loaded, and your lead is about what? He took a 2-step lead, first of all, and then, I got to ask the baseball guy this question, Brett. It is Game 7 of the World Series, and you're sliding feet first when every nanosecond matters. When if you dive head first, I'm convinced he touches the plate before the ball arrives, and we're talking about a Toronto championship. How are you not diving?
The pitcher is not worried about the man at third, and you're not going to steal home.
How do you not score from third in that situation?
The bigger thing is he's got to have a bigger secondary lead, which he didn't have, and I don't know why that wasn't the case.
Because they were scared of after what happened the game before.
Well, yeah, but it's still
you don't get doubled up on a line drive.
I know it's just
anyway.
So much had to go wrong for them.
And that
to
was
lose
the
that
difference
Game
between
7.
the Jays and the Dodgers. The Dodgers role players, Miguel Rojas, clutch.
I wanted so badly that game to end with the left fielder and center fielder crashing into each other and that ball falling down. I can't believe he made that catch. Can't believe he made the catch.
What a move by Dave Roberts to make that substitution too. I'm telling you, man. I hate the Dodgers. I hate that money won the World Series. But two things again can be true. They were clutch.
Lot more to get to, obviously. So stick around.
It's getting cold outside. And do you realize the snow is already flying in the mountains? If you've been thinking about a mountain property, maybe a rental, a second home, even your dream home, you're going to need an absolute pro, and I've got her for you. Hey, it's Moser. Her name is Anastasia Bell. Awesome name and even better agent. Now, she's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breck. Her market expertise is unsurpassed. Her experience, impressive. And that matters when you're dealing with a sale or a purchase like this in Summit County or any property for that matter. But you need to know that you can trust that agent on such an important decision. I know it, you know it, and she's the one you can trust. So if you're thinking about mountain property, it has to be Anastasia Bell. You can call her right now. You ready for her number? Write this down and give her a call. 970-968-7646. That's 970-968-7646. She's there right now. Personalized guidance, exceptional service. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell.
You're seeing that again, right? The lead from third base.
No. I was watching the end of the Nuggets game again. I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked at a bear hug being.
Well, and again, to say it cost them the game, the Nuggets cost themselves the game.
They cost themselves the game in the fourth quarter.
They got sloppy.
Yeah,
they couldn't get the ball to Joker. They didn't set picks properly. It was awful. It was awful. It was chaotic. They're up 5 with 57 seconds to play and lost. The most clutch team in the NBA over the last 5 years is 0-2 in clutch games. They lost their first one to Golden State, their second one at Portland. Think about that for a second. They are the most clutch team in the league, and we're not used to it, and it shocks the system when they lose clutch games. So they have only themselves to blame for refusing – I'm not refusing, just not being clutch.
Yeah.
And on top of that, to see the NBA double down on what is the most blatant foul I've ever seen not called a foul, I don't know where to go with this. It's left me speechless. It's rendered me useless. I don't know what I'm watching anymore. There have been 2 calls over the NBA in the last week. Giannis gets away with 18 steps, no travel. Nikola Jokic gets bear hugged from behind, gets assaulted from behind, no foul. And people in the NBA say, no, those are the right calls. I don't know what to say. People say, Grandpa, wake up. That's the new NBA. If this is the new NBA, I don't know if I want it.
I think the league has a problem, Brett. And I'm going to sort of go off on what Vic said here. That's not the reason the Nuggets lost the game, and I won't say it's the reason the Nuggets lost the game. They lost the game themselves.
Yeah.
They have only themselves to blame for being 3-2.
Yep.
And by the way, they'll kill the Kings tonight. So there you go. But the problem is this, is that everybody who saw it knows it was a foul.
No, not everybody. 4980. It wasn't a bear hug, guys. The guy tied up Joker. It's not that hard. Altitude Sports, all you guys do is cry about Nuggets officiating.
Right.
So hold on. I want this person, 4980. So he tied up Joker from behind without making any physical contact with Nikola Jokic. That's what you're saying. You will admit, Texter, that no physical contact was made. It was simply go-go gadget arms of Kamara around Joker's waist. At no point did he ever touch him physically. There was no physical movement whatsoever. Is that what you're saying? Because what I'm told in the NBA, if the ball is being inbounded and there's a foul before the ball's inbounded, not only is it a foul, it's a technical foul.
Yeah.
You should have had a free throw.
There's not a scenario in basketball where a guy can catch the ball with a guy behind him and the arms wrapped around him and it becomes a jump ball. So Vic will be there's okay, now you're touching my pecs.
Tie up, jump ball.
That's a jump
ball. Jump ball.
There's no way that can happen.
Where are my elbows?
It's physically impossible.
Where are my elbows right now?
It's physically even Yao Ming to Muggsy Bogues. It would be a foul.
Joker isn't Keon Clark, mind you. Joker's got a large waist. He's a large trunk.
He's not a skinny dude.
So to get around Joker and get to the ball without touching him is impossible.
Would you like to hear from David Adelman?
Well, no. Because, I will in a second. But what really fries my bacon, what really makes me mad, and there were more than one questionable call. There was more than one at the end of that game, last 2 minutes of that game, was for the NBA to have the gall to come out in their L2M report and say it was a clean play.
It cost me $50. Did you know that?
Yeah, you donated to the charity.
I donated to the Oregon Food Bank. I as soon as the call was made, I said, I'll bet you all the money in the world that the L2M report.
I saw it. I was on it.
And so the guy goes, okay, I'll bet you. I go, okay. And so I had to donate, and I have no mind. Don't mind donating to anything like that. I donated. At the same time, the NBA, you owe me $50.
So Brett,
I'm serious. I want my money.
It's the L2M report that kills me, and it's so infuriating. And I don't know what the NBA is running from. Look, as far as guys shaving this or doing whatever they're accused of and so on, I don't know what goes on in the minds. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but don't overreact and say, oh, no, everything was totally good on that play, because nobody thinks it was good.
You sound like a moron.
Except these infantile rejects.
And you know what else bothers me?
Like the phone number
You have
or
to
the
learn from what they say.
My bad.
You know what else bothers me is the retort is, well, you're just an emotional Nuggets fan.
No.
Well, I'm emotional, yes.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the Nuggets. Let me show you how easy this is. If the roles were reversed and the Nugget player did that to, I don't know, pick a Portland player.
You'd say it's a foul.
I'd say, ooh, the Nuggets got away with one.
Yes.
Right? See how easy that is?
That is correct.
I'll give you another example. You might be biased. We're all biased in our ways. But it's okay to be credible while biased. I'll give you an example. The AP rankings came out. Notre Dame is ranked 10th, 6-2. They're ranked ahead of Miami, a team that Notre Dame lost to.
Yeah.
I think that's wrong. I don't think, and Miami's 6-2. I don't think you should be ranked ahead of the team that beat you. I'm a Notre Dame fan. See how easy that is? Mm-hmm. See, you could like something and disagree with something. It's very easy. It's not a difficult. I'm not mad because I'm a Nuggets fan or I work with the Nuggets. I'm mad because there are idiots out there in the world who actually think that's not a foul.
Okay, there
and that
you go.
scares me because the world is full of you idiots. There's a lot of you out there.
Vic is onto something here.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
You morons who don't know basketball at all, who have never even played the game, and those of you who have played it think that that's not a foul. What is going on?
On the bigger picture, Vic's right in the lack of intellectual honesty. The lack of it in this world nowadays, especially in the sporting world, is unbelievable. Now let's get to Adelman's comments, because I know this is 1,000% sarcasm because he knows that it ain't going to fly. But I love LUV, love the groundwork that he is laying.
He
Let
was
it
smart.
roll.
You have to learn from what they say was legal. So, I thought Drew, when he made contact, the game, the 2 free throws, they said we were sliding. I thought it was minimal contact. If that is considered a foul, we have to teach guys to do that. If you're allowed to wrap someone from behind with two arms, as long as you touch the ball, it's a jump ball. That's a fundamental I have to teach in practice. So we will definitely do that.
Oh, that's so sage. It's
perfect,
so wise.
perfect.
Without criticizing the officials, he criticized the entire league.
Yeah,
and
without
he did it
without
perfectly.
risking a fine.
He did it perfectly. Yeah. And see, that's a petty maneuver, and I love pettiness. I would take it a step further. I know the Nuggets won't do this because you don't want to jeopardize a win. But here's what I would do tonight. I would start, because I wouldn't do it with Joker. I would start Spencer Jones, and immediately off the jump ball, I would go up to the guy with the ball, go behind him, bear hug him, and go get the ball and see what the refs do.
Yeah.
I would test it.
And then I would,
in the first minute of the game, I would test the rule.
I said the Nuggets have to do that tonight against Sacramento. And then no matter what the outcome of the game is, and the Nuggets are going to win, but no matter what the outcome is, David Adelman must have a PowerPoint presentation ready.
Yeah.
And say, this was called a good play, and this was not. I need the league to show me the difference. Okay?
What's sad
and
about it?
explain to the fans the difference, because you're losing credibility as a league. But this is a bigger issue. This is a bigger issue for the NBA.
What exactly? This is not about a Nuggets game in October. I want everybody just think about this. Had the Nuggets won the game, let's say the same call was made and the Nuggets still found a way to win. Do you think I'd still be harping on that call? You're darn right I would.
Right.
It's the principle of the call. It's not the result of the call. The result is the Nuggets lost. The principle is there are morons in our world, including the NBA and the refereeing crew, who think that's not a foul. And if that's not a foul, what am I watching?
I feel like the NBA said to me, it's a good play. Don't believe your stupid lying eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, don't believe 100 years of history of basketball. Don't believe any of that crap. Believe us and believe our L2M report. That's what it's saying. Hey, Brett, watch.
I don't. Jeez.
Yeah.
I didn't throw that can of Lysol at you. Oh, let me issue a report that said I did not throw that can of Lysol at your ass.
No, according to the L2M report.
And then you have to believe me because I'm the authority. I'm the Moj.
See, that's the thing. You can't move the goalposts every time, NBA. You can't do this. You can't do this. The proper thing would have been, we missed the call. Zach Zarba is a great official.
Yeah.
I think he's one of the best in the league. I guarantee the next morning he said, I wish I had that one back. His entire crew. I guarantee they woke up. What do you think he was thinking? I guarantee it. Oh, man, I wish I had that one back.
I'm just watching anything that Moser picks up now because he's going to throw it at me.
No, I didn't.
I'm sorry, you didn't throw it at me.
I didn't throw that at you, no.
You know,
I did not throw that at you.
And you guys might be
I don't
thinking,
care what you think happened. I did not throw that at you.
You guys might be thinking, why are you making such a big deal about a call in October? Because if that call happens in April, when it's really meaningful, I don't want it to get to April. Snuff that out right now.
Yeah.
Fix it. League office, you need to fix this now. If I am David Adelman, I'm telling you, I'm pulling that off 3 or 4 times tonight. And I'm making the league decipher what it is.
So it's a Rally House Football Monday. We'll get back to the football in a second. Adam Schefter is going to join us at 9 o'clock today. We'll get to the Avs in a bit as well, as they had the really good day on Nevada Day, Friday against Vegas. And then, I don't know.
I'll tell you what went down on Saturday if you'd like me to.
Sure.
Oh, not now, though.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Oh, no. You don't get it now.
Oh, okay. You're going to throw things at me again? You keep throwing things?
You don't get these leads.
Yeah. Okay.
And
all
then,
right.
leads are for winners.
And then that last call, the lady whistled. I get it. Technically, it was a foul. How many NBA games end with physicality on the last shot and no call? I mean, how many times? How many times that happened?
That's what I thought too. It's like, especially after that.
I mean, what are we doing?
Listen, man, I love wildlife.
You're going to call that not that?
You know, Brett, I love dolphins. I'm going to be on record as saying I love dolphins, okay? I think they're smart. I think they're awesome. But what happened over the weekend? I want to take a dolphin, right? I want to just punch him right in his beak. Just like, hey, smooth boy, bang, 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 bang.
Congratulations.
What the hell were you talking about?
I don't know.
You ever want to punch a dolphin in his beak?
Bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
Congratulations to Noah Galdez of Grandview. He is our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. When we return, is there going to be one change? Maybe one with the Broncos after what happened yesterday. We'll get to it next.
When you reach the halfway point of the season, how would you?
It's impossible to have the halfway point because we're an odd number of games. We passed the halfway point. Yeah, all right. Go ahead. I'm kidding you.
How do you assess the progress of your team?
It is what it is. What's our record? I lost track. There you go. That's how I see it. It's pretty good.
You are without doubt the worst
7-2 football team
I've ever heard of.
But you have heard of me.
Didn't he do that like 2 years ago when somebody said the halfway point?
Yeah.
He goes, it's not the halfway point.
Yeah.
You're like, all right.
At that point, he's being serious. He was a little smarmy.
You know, a lot of the reaction, the anti-Broncos reaction, I think stems from people just not liking Sean Payton. And you can not like his attitude or whatever. I love that the Broncos have a coach who at this juncture of the season has his team leading the AFC. You may not like him. You may not like his style. You may not like his obnoxiousness, his abrasiveness, his arrogance, his condescending ways. You may not like any of that, and that's fine. You want Nate Hackett back?
No.
No. I don't like the characterization of anti-Broncos. I don't like that. That's not the thing. That's not what's happening.
Hey, Vic, it's okay. It's okay to like Sean Payton. And I do like Sean Payton because I think he is abundantly, I've said this ad nauseum on this program. I think he's abundantly honest about things at times. It's okay to like him and still say, you know what? He's a prickly pear.
Can I make a comparison
He
here?
can be an absolute prickly pear, but I like him. I do like him. But again, not all 7-2 football teams are created equal. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Let me just make a comparison. If this year, let's say mid-January, early February, that time frame, the Nuggets had the tie for first place in the Western Conference. But their bench still didn't look any better than it did last year, despite the changes. And they're still taxing Jokic way too much, relying on him way too much to win games. And Jamal Murray looked the same as last year, which was questionable. What would be the feeling? But they're number one in the West, midway through the season. Would you still have some concerns of like, okay, it's good that they're winning games, but why?
Totally.
Why are these problems still persisting?
Totally.
And that's kind of how I feel about the Broncos right now. It's not that they're bad. It's not anything like that. But I want to see the arrow pointing up, especially with the offense, because that's a problem. But the bigger thing to me is if you have a really good defense and an offense that's not very good right now, you need to be good with the other stuff. And here's some concerns. Number one, the Broncos are second in the league, second worst in penalty yards per game. They give about 75 a game in the penalty category. That's undisciplined. And their special teams, look, I don't watch every team, every week, every game. I'd have a hard time thinking that there's a special teams unit that's as bad as the Broncos in certain categories. Blocked kick, penalties on special teams constantly, muffed punt yesterday, big returns allowed seemingly every week. And so they asked him about that in the postgame.
And I know what his answer would have been the same answer I would have given. My answer would have been, we're 7-2.
Okay, Vic, but here's what you're not getting.
But here's what Sean Payton said.
I'm just telling
real
you
quick.
If you would come at me with all that, and you're right. It needs to be cleaned up. I would have looked you right in the eye and said, you want 2-7 or 7-2? What do you want? What do you want? What would you like, young man?
Let me hear what Sean Payton said.
Yeah, we'll look at that on film. All of that without watching on tape. My concern was just the late subs. It was a little bit sloppy in the kicking game. We'll get that cleaned up, or we'll find someone else that can do it.
I do have a question, just real quick. They fired Ben Kotwika after the blocked kick against Kansas City last year, remember? He was the special teams coordinator last season.
Well, the co-coordinator left because he had health issues. Remember, they had co-coordinators.
But then Kotwika was also let go and all that. So he brings in his buddy, his old pal from New Orleans, Darren Rizzi, who was the interim coach of the Saints last year. What do you think happens there?
Can I go back to last week's game?
Sure.
because Sean Payton just referenced the substitution issues. And if they don't fix it, we'll get someone who can. My question is he referring to the coach or the players?
I don't know.
Because is it incumbent on the players to figure out who you're subbing out and who you're going in for and all that business? Or is that the coach who coordinates that part of the team?
Well, there's always this question, Moj, about this. When you have these blunders on special teams, like the ones that stick out top of my head right now are obviously block kicks and stuff like that. But I remember a few weeks ago, whoever it was that took the return that caught the ball at the 5-yard line and ran out of bounds, as opposed to just letting the ball
Harvey
fly out of bounds.
Yeah.
And for like a specific example like that, I get a response of, well, what, do you think that Darren Rizzi's coaching him to do that? And I go, no, but there's a lot of issues that have happened, and there has to be some culpability for the guy who's in charge.
Well, let me talk about how things flow downstream, and culpability at the height it's the coach's responsibility. Closing minutes of the victory over Dallas, 4 minutes to play. You're up by a lot. Your starters should be sitting down.
Yeah.
Somehow Marvin Mims found his way into the game on a kick return. And what happened?
Concussion.
Marvin Mims was not supposed to be in the game. But through some substitution miscommunication is what we were told. Nobody told us what happened. We were told miscommunication. He finds himself in the game. He's concussed. He misses this last game. And we saw what happened on the punt return. You don't have Marvin Mims. Okay,
Had him
fine.
off.
One thing leads to another. Why are these communication issues breaking down?
What happened, by the way? Michael Bandy made that catch. It was like one of the only good offensive plays in the first half. Makes that catch, picks up a first down. And I go, good for him. Dude is always on the practice squad, never getting playing time, makes a play. And then immediately afterwards, he muffs the punt. Yeah.
I will say this, the crawdad punted the ball tremendously.
Oh, he's awesome. Like, that guy's amazing.
The crawdad's kicking it all over the
kicker
yard.
and the punter,
They're great.
They're having great seasons.
Yes.
One is the reigning AFC Special Teams Player of the Month.
Yep.
And the other one's kicking the light out of the ball. It's the units around them that are struggling.
Let me go back. I mean, I want to quote Band of Brothers so bad right now. All right, I'm doing it. There's a scene when they're all lined up and they're in training. And Lieutenant Sobel at the time talked about Rusty Bayonet. I wouldn't take this rusty piece of crap to war, and I will not take you to war. You know, in your condition, right? 7-2. And Sean Payton's right. Vic, you're totally right, 7-2. Hey, by the way, I'm not a moron. I can add 7-2. 6 straight wins, by the way, after starting 1-2. Is that good enough for you? I wouldn't take this rusty piece of crap to the postseason, and I will not take this offense to the postseason in its current form.
And therein lies...
So now you can look, you can pull the whole Kyle Shanahan. You know what? Hey, Brett, are the Broncos going to beat the Raiders next Sunday? I think they're going to annihilate them.
Thursday.
I'm crazy. Thursday, sorry.
3 days.
I think they're going to annihilate them. At the same time, it's, and by the way, they're going to be 8-2, okay? You have to show improvement. You may be right. They may be, but Vic, you may be right. You may be dead by Thursday, okay? So you want to focus on the current today. Hey, man, they're 7-2. Brett and I are just going, look, man, we think it's a pretty damn good football team. And looking down the line, here we are. And by the way, we're more than halfway through the season. They still have things to clean up.
And therein lies the difference between me
big time
and you two. Here it is. You just cut to it. First of all, I want to apologize for being very emotional in the first segment of the show without defining the purpose of my emotion. But you just brought me to it. You just walked me to that water. Here it is. Our expectations are different. That's what it is.
What are yours then?
That's what it is.
What are yours?
I don't see, and I want to say this.
It's a good question.
I want to say this my expectation is for this team to show improvement from last season, which they already did. My expectation is not to win a Super Bowl. If you win a Super Bowl this year with this team, even get to the Super Bowl, that would be the most outrageous, most ridiculous path.
Not with this defense. Not with this defense.
My expectation and your expectation.
Not with this defense.
I didn't interfere with you when you spoke.
Actually, you kind of did.
You think that this is a Super Bowl team. I know that when they get to the playoffs against a superior offense, you're going to get heartbroken. just like Minnesota was last year. This is the team I see. And I'm okay with that. That's the difference between you and I. I'm okay. I'm okay with advancing on a. It's going to take a little longer to get to that point that you want to get to. You already believe that this team is ready to win it all.
Hold on.
I don't.
I'll respond to two things.
Hold on.
Two things that you said. I don't believe this is a Super Bowl team. I think they could be if they get their offense figured out.
That's exactly right.
That's where I'm coming
This
from.
is a Super Bowl defense, bro. I'm telling you right now. I don't need any more sample size.
Hold on.
Hey, do the Texans have a Super Bowl defense?
Yeah.
There's a lot of teams that can say, well, it's a Super Bowl special teams. Well, it's a Super Bowl defense. Well, you got a Super Bowl punter.
The Texans' offense blows compared to the Broncos. What it should be.
Hang on.
I know what they are, and I'm good with 7-2. That's beyond expectation. Hell, if you were to host a playoff game this year, hallelujah. Right now, they'd be the 3 seed, mind you.
Here's the second thing, though, to what you were talking about. I don't think they're a Super Bowl team. If their offense becomes moderately better, I think they could be. That's one. Number two, you said you've wanted to see improvement this year.
Mm-hmm.
Have they?
Yeah.
At the end of games?
No. I want to see advancement in what they did the previous year. What are they doing a hell of a lot better than they did last year on the offensive end? What are they doing?
Running the football.
Run the football.
They're winning games.
Oh, but they're also running the football better than they ever have.
But they're
you said
overcoming.
offensively.
Yeah, offensively. They're overcoming deficits to win games. They have more fourth quarter rally wins than any team in the National Football League. That's a skill. That's not luck.
Yeah, no, you're right.
That is true.
But you
again,
also see some incredibly dumb. The Eagles game is a prime decision where Sirianni should be shot into the friggin' sun. The opposition is also helping you by doing some really dumb things.
Their offense, this is what I'm trying to say, though. Their offense isn't better than last year. To this point, they aren't. If they were, we wouldn't be midway through the third quarter with Broncos fans wanting to throw things at their television because of 3 and outs and 3 and outs and 3 and outs.
In consecutive weeks.
The fact that, do you know what's, out of all the things that happened in that game yesterday, the most mind-blowing stat of all of them? You know what time of possession was at the end of the first half? Texans had the ball for 22 and a half minutes.
A lot.
22 and a half out of 30 minutes. What does that say? That not only were you not effective on offense and you had a whole bunch of 3 and outs, that you were trying to force a passing game that was not working. And so all of that stuff, I just think it stresses your defense so much that if they end this year, and maybe this is the bigger separation, Vic, if they end this year by going to the playoffs, which I'm fully convinced they're a playoff team, there's no way they're not making the playoffs.
Agreed.
But if they go out and they lose in the first round again, I'm going to be upset. Like, I think they should be better than that.
Vic, maybe I'm dumb. Yeah. Okay, maybe I'm dumb. Maybe these situations, and I admit it, I could be. Maybe these situations have presented themselves last year.
Here's the problem.
Well, you're both standing.
Can I finish,
I'll let you
please?
finish because I know where you're going with this, and I'm gonna light you up.
Hey, Brett, maybe there have been situations last year where the Denver Broncos were presented. I got to go back and look. They were presented opportunities to come back in the fourth quarter and do X, Y, and Z and win the game. Okay, maybe there were, but they weren't ready to. They hadn't taken that step of growth yet. They've taken that step of growth. But I'm going to tell you, the Eagles game, the Jets game, and the Giants game, those 3 consecutive games, you had 3 teams that made we talked about it on the Mondays after, baffling decisions that allowed you to get in a position to even be there to take the command in the fourth quarter and win that game. Okay? So, again, there's a difference between lucky and fortunate. Were they fortunate to have Sirianni, Glenn, and Daboll be so stupid at times? I think they probably were because a lot of coaches wouldn't do those silly things. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I guess I could be, but I don't feel that way today.
Bronco fans who are driving around today beside yourselves when you should be celebrating a 7-2 team like I am, and you should be happy and you should waltz into work and spend a good day with your employees, your fellow colleagues saying, yeah, the Broncos are 7-2 and they lead the division. Everybody should be happy. Let me try to put you inside the minds of my 2 cohorts here and tell you why they're misguided. It's very simple. See, these boys are used to, they're spoiled by the success of the Nuggets and the Avalanche in this. When the Avs don't win properly and we sit here and moan about their power play, We do so because we know that the Avs can potentially win a Stanley Cup, and they should be in the Stanley Cup conversation. When we moan about the Nuggets and the fact they're 0-2 in clutch time this year, and they're not finishing games the way they normally do.
What's clutch time?
We do so because we know that
that team's clutch.
We do so because we know the Nuggets are a championship team, and those are the aspirations. So you don't want to see any clunkiness out of a team that you know. For these idiots to think that suddenly the Broncos are a Super Bowl champion team, I would love to get to the AFC championship game. But these guys are changing the expectations mid-season, which I think is wrong. Understand what this team is. It's a team with a second-year quarterback who's still learning on the job, a clunky offense that was very inconsistent, remains so. They're still a little ways away. I'm good with where they are. I'm good with the way they're progressing. I'm good with all of this right now. You want to microwave them into a championship team right now because that's what you're used to seeing. That's wrong.
I have one retort. I do not think they're on the same plane as the Nuggets and the Avs.
Well, of course they're not. Those are proven champions.
Yes. But this isn't being spoiled with the successes of the other two teams. The reason why I talk about the power play with the Avs and that being a point of frustration even after wins for them is because it's the one thing that held you back last year. And if that repeats itself, it's going to do it again, so I want that to be better. It's the same story with the Broncos with less expectations. The one thing that held them back last year was a very inconsistent offense that I have not seen improvement on. That's the whole point. That's why
right, that's fair.
When you win 6 straight games, there's not a lot to nitpick. But when 4 of your last 5 games resulted in 3 points scored or less in 3 of the first 3 quarters, and another game had just 7. That does make me nervous for, are you on the right track of improvement? I know the defense is good. They've been good for a minute.
Yeah. I don't know what world you live in where you think that this offense is suddenly going to turn into the Peyton Manning offense.
Why do you keep saying that? All I've asked for is I want them to be mediocre. Okay. I want them to be a team that through 4 quarters.
Can I ask you this question? I mean, in terms of your personal expectations. If I guaranteed you the Denver Broncos a home playoff game and a first-round bye, would you take it?
100%.
They're on pace for that. Would you take it?
Yep.
Yeah. No matter what the offense looks like for the rest of the season. Would you take that? Yes or no?
Why wouldn't I? Yeah.
Okay. So all I'm telling you is that you are thinking that this offense is going to progress like the defense has. It's not. I'm telling you this offense is not good. The coach and the quarterback, clearly, he thinks differently. He thinks Coach Payton, at some point, you see there's a disconnect there. He's throwing screens because there's something he doesn't believe in. He's not going to tell you or us that.
I know, but how about this, Vic? From week 1 to week 9, is the offense better than it was against the Titans?
No.
That's my problem.
Yeah.
You should be getting better.
Yeah.
You should be getting better than week 1. Progression is something that's
but they have
I'm not asking for the world here.
But they have made progression, and progression comes in different forms. Week 1, if I told you that the Broncos would win 4 games in which they rally in the fourth quarter, would you have taken that?
No, I think that's great.
Is that progression from last year?
That is in one specific area. That is progression.
That's a huge.
I ain't asking for the world.
It's a big part.
See, you just downplayed it. Like, when you have belief, again, I lived this in the 80s, boys. When you have that you're never out of a game, at no point yesterday, and I mean this with all sincerity, I swear to my God above, at no point did I think the Broncos were going to lose that game.
But again,
and when you have that,
when you talk,
it's special.
I totally agree. The issue is going to become this: if you play against a better football team, you aren't going to be in that position in the fourth quarter.
Could be. You're right, dude. If the Broncos today, right now, you know the Chiefs would not be in the playoffs today. If the Broncos hosted a home playoff game against the Kansas City Chiefs, they'd probably lose.
Yeah. Now, look, we'll get back to this in a bit. Speaking of the Chiefs, we'll go around the NFL. We got Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock, but a look around the league next. It's a Rally House Football Monday, and it's time to take a look around the NFL. We'll talk to Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock this morning. But how about the finish between the Bears and the Bengals? Joe Flacco put up 470 passing yards and 4 touchdowns. They're up. End of game. 3 different scores in the final minute 40 of this game. So the Bears have the football. 54 seconds left. They're down 5 points. And an absolute bomb to Colston Loveland. And a 2-point conversion that, they failed on the 2-point conversion. But they have the 58-yard touchdown with 17 seconds left to take that lead in Chicago. Ben Johnson's Bears are now 5-3. What do we think of that?
I think the Cincinnati Bengals are a joke. I think Joe Flacco thought he was going to go somewhere with a chance to get to the postseason.
He's played great.
And he's playing his butt off. He's playing with an injured shoulder.
Yeah.
And he's throwing for how many touchdowns? 4?
470 yards.
And you lose the game?
Would you like to hear the thoughts of a member of that offense?
It has nothing to do with the opposition at all. It's the Bears are who they are. They're a 5-3 football team.
Here is running back Chase Brown in the postgame.
We just got to play complementary football. Like, we put the ball in the end zone and go up a point at the end, finish the game. Like, just end it. Like, that's it. Like, that's what we need to do. Just end the game. Like, make them get us the ball back. Let us go to 22 victory and let's end the game. That's how I feel. We've taken steps forward, so offensively, so that's good. We're trying to control what we can control, and we're going to keep doing what we can do. And, Flacco fought like a warrior today with, the way his shoulder was. Like, things aren't going to be perfect, but, we made things work on our end. And, we made mistakes. We learned from them, but we just kept on fighting. And at the end of the day, like, you got to go to the very end.
If that offense is talking to the media like that, what do you think they're actually saying to their defensive players? That's the scary thing. So the Bears 5-3, Cincy is 3-6. Vikings-Lions, so it's the return of J.J. McCarthy. The Vikings roll into Detroit.
He was not good, dude.
He was okay. The numbers The numbers aren't going to say he had a great day. I thought he was okay. Maybe it was lowered expectations I had for him. I'll tell you what the Vikings did. They sent a blitz at Jared Goff every snap, and the Lions' offensive line couldn't handle it.
Not only that, but they didn't run the football effectively at all.
No.
I cannot for the life of me figure out how the Lions lost that game. Just can't do it.
Vikings improved to 4-4, Lions 5-3. Lions have some issues now. Their interior of their offensive line is not good, and that was a strength of theirs over the past couple of years. And I think there's just a blueprint yesterday to exploit that. How about this? Here's another. What do you do with this? The Carolina Panthers go to Lambeau and beat the Packers 16-13? Huh?
That's what I said.
Huh?
That the NFL is so discombobulated this year. There's absolutely no rhyme or reason to anything. What is that? And they lose their stud tight end for what looks to be an ACL for the rest of the season.
Yeah, Tucker Kraft, who was really, really good for him this year. I'll tell you the shocking thing about Carolina. They had a pretty good back last year in Chuba Hubbard. He ran for 1,200 yards, averaged about 5 yards a carry, 10 touchdowns. He's been replaced by Dowdle.
Rico Dowdle. Hey, the guy's name is Dowdle.
Don't doubt him.
No, but you know what? If I really wanted to insult you, I'd say, you know what, dude, you're being such a Dowdle.
You could say, quit dawdling.
Pretty much, yeah.
Let me give you something. The quarterback of Carolina, Bryce Young, was 11 of 20 for 102 yards, no touchdowns, and a pick, and he won in Lambeau.
Well, did you see the
Jordan Love's? He's doing that stupid stuff again. He's doing the stupid mistakes.
His numbers, his completion percentage and whatnot looked pretty good. No touches, by the way. Threw a pick, but he should have had 2. Did you see the pass into the end zone?
Yes. It was fourth down, so it didn't matter. But...
Yeah, but I mean, dude, there's not a human in sight except a white jersey.
So the Panthers are a game above 500 at 5-4.
And by the way, you can't wear throwbacks that look like the Chicago Bears. You can't do it.
Packers 5-2-1 after that game. Chargers go on the road to Tennessee. They beat the Titans 27-20. Closer game than I think they expected. But here's the real trouble for the Chargers. Joe Alt's carted off. And we saw what that team looked like when both Alt, obviously Slater's been gone all year, but that few weeks where Alt was gone too, and they looked really bad, now might have that for the rest of the season.
I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know. At this point of the year, Vic, you tell me. Besides paying an arm and also a leg and maybe other body parts, how do you find a tackle that can actually play the game at this point in the season?
Why does this happen to the Chargers all the time? You ever wonder that? And how many teams are saying the same thing today because of their losing key players?
Yeah.
The Broncos got so lucky with Patrick Surtain's injury. So lucky. How about Zach Allen yesterday when he went down? How many of you were thinking what I was thinking? Oh God.
You know what I was going to do? I was actually going to not wait until the Broncos came back. I was going to fly to Houston. I was going to grab Darren Rizzi and put him in a headlock and be like, it's your fault that Zach Allen's hurt because you I was going to do that.
Hey, man, but he was on his right side, right? And then he rolls over onto his back. And I'm going, oh, no!
And the pain he was in, it looked excruciating.
I'm like, no!
So what did he get, like the wind knocked out of him or something like that?
I don't know what it was.
I don't know.
Anyway, Chargers win. They're 6-3. They're
I'm
keeping
dead
pace.
serious. What do you do now if you're the Chargers? How do you find a tackle? How?
I don't know.
I don't think you just find one. I mean, you got it, Moj. You got a day. The deadline's tomorrow.
Yeah, but even the crap teams they're going to need their tackles in the future,
Unless you made
next
a trade. Unless you made a trade.
But I mean, I'm not saying who's even going to trade you a tackle unless it's so crazy.
There's teams whose seasons are over.
Whatever.
Chargers 6-3, Titans 1-8. Patriots try and give that one up to the Falcons. Falcons scored 9 in the fourth, and they lose by 1, 24-23. Patriots, how about this, guys? The leaders in the AFC, all tied with the same record at this point in the season, are the Patriots, Colts, and Broncos, all at 7-2. Who had that?
Not me. Not I.
Patriots, Colts, Broncos. But they just continue to win. I'll say it again. Drake May, really good. Really good.
I think it's okay to say he's the real deal now. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think
okay.
so.
Can't believe this one.
Yeah, Niners go. Wait, you can't believe that the Niners went on the road and beat the Giants?
I can't believe that the 49ers are in worse shape injury-wise than the Chargers are. And they keep finding ways to win. That's, again, when you go from the West Coast to the East Coast, I don't care if the Giants are junk and Cam Scatterboo's out. That's a hard win. And somehow Kyle Shanahan has Mac Jones playing on top of the world.
Well, it's because I think one main reason, Christian McCaffrey's still really good at football. He does everything.
I'm telling you.
106 rushing yards. He had 5 catches for 70 yards and a touchdown through the air, too. Like, he's amazing.
Coaching is a crazy thing. Kyle Shanahan may be doing his best coaching job of his career this year.
Yep.
And they'll have no chance of winning without all those missing players.
Niners 6-3, Giants 2-7. Steelers beat the Colts?
I did not see that. I got that wrong. That's the first lay it down bet I got wrong. Got it wrong.
No, that was your unsolicited Vic pick.
Yeah, my bad. Got it wrong. I thought there's no way.
How did you do, by the way?
Tell you in a second.
Daniel Jones pumpkin all of a sudden.
Well, no.
Daniel Jones played well.
He played pretty
3
good.
picks.
I mean, yeah,
and he was strip sacked.
3 picks.
And he was strip sacked.
It's true. You know, I don't know what to do with Pittsburgh. I don't think they're that good. But they'll sneak out wins against teams that they shouldn't, and then they lose games that you think that they should win. They're a weird team.
Brett.
But yes.
There's something I learned a long time ago in my life.
Don't doubt Tomlin.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
When it comes, and I'm not talking about winning
We
the
will
Super
not
Bowl.
lose games that we're supposed to win.
Do not doubt this guy's ability to get his team to the postseason. Now, again, you've got to have more talent, but Mike Tomlin, man, he's one of my favorite people of all time in the game of football.
So the Steelers are 5-3, the Colts are 7-2. Here was your Brett Coin lock of the week that failed because the stupid Jags defense. So it's no points are being scored in this game, and then the fourth quarter, both teams light up the scoreboard. Goes into overtime. The Jags burn, I think, 7.5 minutes off the clock or something, 6.5, 7.5 minutes. go out, score a touchdown. All they got to do is hold the Raiders. Raiders find the end zone. Very end of the game. Brock Bowers, amazing. Did you see his game? 12 catches, 127 yards, 3 touchdowns. They go for 2, which I thought was the smart thing, and they miss.
Yep.
So Jags do win, but the Brett Quinn lock of the week was them 2.5. That lost.
Okay, free money / lay it down went 2-2 for Moser this week. Just frustrating. But this was one that was right. Get to it.
Saints and Rams. Rams win 34-10.
Mary had a little
clam.
You know, it's funny. I had my my brothers listen to that, and they didn't understand why that was. We don't get it. We don't understand why you guys are so uppity about that.
Fine. I'll say this: the return, having Puka Nacua in the lineup.
Yeah, he got hurt.
I know. And he's been out, back in, but he makes a difference for everybody on that offense.
I'll tell you the one bothersome thing about the Rams to me, because they're a very good team.
Their defense is pretty damn good, too.
Did Stafford have to get the ultra-bright headlights there when he got his teeth fixed? I mean, those things are they're Rex Ryan level.
No,
they're crazy.
They're Freddie Freeman.
Yes, they're Freddie, because they're big, too. They're like big chompers. Rams 6-2, Saints 1-8.
But the thing is Nacua, Vic, I think he could have come back, but they were kicking so much butt, they said, we'll hold him out.
Moj, when we get our teeth fixed, because eventually we will, are you going to go with the ultra whites? What are you going to do with yours?
I think it looks unnatural.
Yeah, so what do you do? Do you say turn it down? Give me what do you do? How do you hey, give me the nasty ones. Give me the Nebraskas.
I think it's just it looks just like that.
Give me Nebraska white.
Let's go. This was a huge game, guys. If the Chiefs beat Buffalo in Buffalo, there was going to be like a great deal of looking over your shoulder. There still is, but with Buffalo winning 28-21, it allows you a little bit of breathing room. And it also gets you the opportunity when you play the Chiefs in a couple weeks, you get a win against them, you can really start to leave them behind.
The division is yours. Because the Chargers do their with the tackle situation, I don't think they're going to be able to do it. And so if you beat the Chiefs in 2 weeks, you are going to win the division.
Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking while watching that game, watching Mahomes come back and make a game of it when it was pretty much over? That 4th down call, that was that long pass to Rice?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And you're like, how does that happen?
Yeah, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Oh, my God, what's it going to look like against the Broncos, right? You go there.
Yep.
You go there. And that's why that game, not the Raiders game, that game to me will indicate what the Broncos really are.
Who are you?
But I don't care what the Chiefs' record is, by the way. They could lose a game. I don't care. That game will be the measuring stick for me.
What they did do, though, talking about the Bills, they put a lot of pressure on Patrick Mahomes. He was not good under pressure yesterday, and they blitzed him an awful lot. And the one pick he threw was completely an inexplicable type of pick from Patrick Mahomes.
One thing that you're going to have to deal with, Kansas City now goes to a bye week. And we're going to have to hear a million times Andy Reid off the bye. He's $1 billion and whatever.
Yeah, but the Broncos essentially have what feels like a bye week.
Yeah.
They have extra
Extended
time
week.
to prepare.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm so glad that this Raiders game occurs on a Thursday because otherwise it feels like a trap game with Kansas City looming. Now it's not. Now you don't have time to work. You got 3 days to prepare.
And then finally, Sunday night game, the Seahawks are just a machine.
They're pretty good, dude.
They're a machine. They do everything pretty well. Sam Darnold's he was 330 yards and 4 touchdowns yesterday, 21-24 throwing. But the bigger news is that Jaden Daniels' elbow went the wrong way, and he's going to be probably done.
Would you have him in the game? You're trailing 38-7. Would you have yanked him?
No.
I don't think I would either.
No.
And so everybody's kind of second guessing, what the Commanders did, and I'm like, I keep him in there, and his elbow went the wrong way. I dislocated elbow.
That's always those weird things where I don't like when quarterbacks especially do that. They're being taken to the ground, and they extend that hand to, brace their fall. It's like, get shoulder pads on. Just fall on the pads.
Can you please explain something for me, though? 1 year ago at this time, Jaden Daniels was like, oh, my God, the second coming. It's Jaden Daniels. Hell, he's in the MVP conversation.
Yeah.
What happened?
I was talking about
you get figured out a little bit.
He's also been hurt a lot. I mean, he's been dealing with injuries all year.
His hamstring blew up. Incidentally, tonight, are you going to watch it all tonight? I guess cursory, you'll pay a little bit of attention.
I'm going to be working the Nuggets game, so it's
yeah.
hard.
I'm all over the Nuggets.
Yeah,
I don't care. I don't care at all about the Cardinals and the Cowboys. Zero.
Great.
Well, my fantasy team sort of rides on this game tonight, so I might be paying that kind of attention.
Oh, you guys ever seen a pimp slap in person? Because just check my fantasy score against Dan Tanner. You'll see exactly what
you
that
hurting
looks
him
like.
up?
I mean, just get out of here. Anyway, that is a look around the league. Adam Schefter is going to join us at 9 o'clock. Let's talk about the Avs over the weekend.
Oh, and we got a special phone call to make in the next segment.
We got a special phone call we need to make, and I do want to talk about the Avs split over the weekend. Rally House Football Monday. Congratulations, by the way, to Brady Vadika of Cherry Creek. He's our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus & Shanker. Backus & Shanker loves Brady's passion and their passion for justice. Back after this.
Guys, how are you feeling nowadays? Do you feel like yourself? Do you feel like you used to? I'll tell you, I was at the gym this morning. It was packed at 5:30 a.m. on a Monday, and I know there were dudes there that were my age or maybe even a little bit older, and they're grinding. And I'm thinking to myself, how many of those guys maybe went to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? Because maybe you don't feel like you used to before. Maybe your low testosterone is becoming a problem. You just don't know about it. And then you do something about it at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Good sleep patterns. You're going to feel like you haven't felt in ages. Guys in their early to mid-30s start to lose 2 to 3% of testosterone production every single year, and before you know it, you just don't feel like you used to feel. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. Takes 2 minutes, 10 yes or no questions. Very, very simple. And find out if maybe that's what you've been dealing with. And then schedule an appointment. $99. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. In fact, go to the website and find out everything they do, and I think you're probably going to be very impressed. You're going to do like I did, and maybe like some dudes at the gym this morning at 5:30 grinding. You're going to get back to being you. It's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Into the path to Kurashev. Kurashev holds and he scores. Unlikely, Phil Kurashev. Two goals, and San Jose has won back-to-back games for the first time since last March. 3-2 is your final from the Shark Tank.
I thought Connor left. They just dropped his headset and left. How long was that pause?
He wanted to say something. He wanted to say what we all want to say.
I thought he did the Moser putter throw. He just grabbed his headset, chucked it, and walked away.
Well, he sort of did, if you'd like me to explain.
Here's what he wanted to say, though, without saying it. What the hell is this team doing in overtime?
It's pretty frustrating. It really is.
Now, I would like to keep, because this happens sometimes now where you have 2 games over the weekend. I thought they played great in Vegas.
Dude, you take 3 out of 4 points in back-to-back day games all day, every day. Are you kidding me? 3 out of 4 points. Vegas, San Jose, 2 p.m. games?
They're going to have to figure it out beyond regulation at some point, Vic. They're going to have to. Now, again, I'm a law of averages guy. I think that things will even out as time goes on. But, man, oh, man.
Still, the only team... What? They only have 1 regulation loss?
Correct.
Best team in regulation in the NHL?
They played 13 games. They right now have 19 points. They have the most points in the National Hockey League, but other teams have games in hand on them. So do you want to know what happened in that game?
Yeah.
So Yaroslav Askarov. Say it, Vic.
Yaroslav Askarov.
Close enough. Anyway, he comes into the game. He's got a goals against average of like 4.67. A save percentage that
is a sieve.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, are you going to say they got goalied?
I'm going to say he made 37 saves.
Oh.
And a save percentage of 974.
Brett, stop him before.
I'm just saying that he played.
Brett.
I'm not saying.
Brett, look, I'm looking at you, Brett. I'm not looking at him.
Shut him off. I'm not saying they got goalied. I'm saying he played above expectation.
Right. I mean, that's a synonym.
I showed it on the postgame show that the Avs started here and the Sharks started here. The Avs had the first, 10 shots of the game. I felt it could have been 3-0 or 3-1 after one. It's a different story, but Askarov made some really good saves. He kept them in him. Then the Avs, you could see it though, Vic, honestly, as they still had a very good second period, the Avs. In that third period, they just completely ran out of gas.
I don't even care about getting out of San Jose with a point. It's great. You lose in overtime again. You fall apart in overtime, and you're falling apart with your best players on the ice. By the way,
correct.
Okay, forget that. I don't care. Going to Vegas and beating that team on Nevada Day, that made my weekend. Thank you. Thank you.
Made me feel pretty good too.
And Nietzsche's Marty
Nietzsche's.
Thank you. What he did after signing that contract. That pass he made to an oncoming Brent Burns that made it, was it 3-1, I believe?
3-1.
That was, I was like, where is he throwing the puck? And boom, there's Brent Burns.
Did you hear Burns' explanation about that?
Yeah, he said he was scolded by Natchez.
That's correct.
Earlier in the game.
And then you saw Burns again get robbed by Askarov in that third period.
Burns has been great this year, too.
Yeah, he's been terrific. But
he
jumped into the play and he got burned by Askarov. I mean, he got stoned.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, come on, man. The Avs had a chance to win it. They've got to fix overtime. But listen, they're picking up points.
19 points leads the National Hockey League.
I've told you that. So I'm not overly concerned. You have 2 days off. You play tomorrow night against Tampa. 2 days off, and then back-to-back again next weekend at Edmonton and at Vancouver.
With a few minutes left here, we have to let you guys behind the curtain for a second. Me and Vic got a text yesterday. Kyle Keefe said, hey, I got a tea time today.
What time did we get that text? We got it during the Broncos game.
It was during the Broncos game, so it was like 1:15 or something like that. So I'm kind of locked into the Broncos. I'm not looking at my phone all that much. And I see the text, and I go, I'll respond to that later. I'm busy, focused.
You don't have to do it right now. You got things going on.
So I wait, I don't know, hour, 15 minutes later. look at it, and I was like, you know what? I'll play golf. I say, I'm in. He texts me immediately saying it's filled.
He asked us, in other words, he asked both of us, you guys want to play golf tomorrow at this course, which we're going to call. And I immediately said, I got a game. I work for a living. I can't do it. Brett did not respond right away, which is okay. You give somebody a grace period. He responded.
I thought within an hour would have been fine.
Yeah, he responded later, to which Kyle responded saying, sorry, you're out. It's already filled, which I find to be uncouth.
To be fair, I was just going to drop it and let it go, but Vic is more offended than I am.
I'm more offended. Remember, the last time this happened, it happened to Moser. Remember, the same thing happened to Mark Moser several years ago, and I took more offense because my friend Moser got denied by Kyle Keefe on an obvious tee time. So you have to act on that. You don't let your friends get screwed like that. I don't. So what we're going to do is the same thing we did several years ago. We're going to cancel his tee time. So
now,
let's call.
Go ahead and call Meadow Hills in Aurora, my hood.
You don't do this. Oh, well, it already filled. I don't care.
11 o'clock tee time.
You don't ask somebody to play, and then they respond and say, oh, you're out. You don't do that.
Moser handle business.
So, Moser, you are going to play the role of Kyle, and this tee time is going to be foiled because this is what he gets. This is real. It's live, and I hope the person on the other line answers here at Meadow Hills.
Good morning, Meadow Hills. This is Kane. Can I help you?
Hey, Kane, this is Kyle. Keep calling. How you doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm okay. Hey, listen, I have a tea time at 11 o'clock today, and I've eaten something, and I've got it coming out both sides, on the back side and the front side, and I'm not going to be able to make that tea time today. So could you please cancel that at 11 o'clock, please?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I don't know what. It just didn't – excuse me. It just didn't agree with me, and I'm not sure I can make it through the round.
Sounds good.
Okay, I appreciate that, Kane. You have a great day. Take care now.
All right.
All right. Bye.
There. That is justice. That is how you do it. You don't mess with my radio partners when it comes to golf. You have a tee time, you promise them a spot, and then you take it away an hour later. That's the price you pay.
It feels like he was listening to our show and he knew that we were calling.
No way. No way.
He was laughing.
He was laughing because you said you got it coming out of both ends.
He's laughing because
it's not a fake call. Somebody said that's a fake call. That's not a fake call.
That's not fake.
Dude.
Call
that same number.
No, don't call again. No, because then he's going to know something's up.
Okay. For people who think that's a fake call, how dare you? How dare you insult us like that?
I think part of the reason why he's laughing, Moj, is that when people don't show up for their tea time, they usually just say, I can't make it, and then they hang up. It was the detail in which you described why you weren't going to make your tea time.
I got a personal text from a friend saying that's messed up. No,
it's not messed up. No, it's not messed up.
No. Let me tell you what's messed up. Let me tell you how it works, how the brotherhood of golf works. You ask somebody to play golf, and you know what that does. It raises your antenna. Oh, my God, I get to play golf today with my buddies. And you take it away from them because you already filled it? No. That is the greatest sin you could commit to another man.
Honestly, I feel like...
Honestly, you could cheat on me with my wife. I would take that over taking away my tea time.
I think that Kane knew something was up. I think he did. I wonder if Kyle was listening and he made a preemptive strike.
Maybe.
Well, even if it doesn't work, we got to get it out there what Kyle Keefe does. This is what he does.
That's what he does. That is what he does. It is bull
If Kyle
crap.
ever asks you to play golf, this is what he does. He takes it away.
It was very quick.
He doesn't even give you like an hour. Like let's say you're washing the dog or something. He's like, I need it right now.
I mean, we all have lives, dude.
Did I sell it okay?
Yeah, the little fake throw up move.
Yeah,
really good.
So that was actually a laugh, and I had to pull it off as a chuck.
How many times, guys? Let's go behind the curtain even further. How many times have I asked you guys to play golf? Like, hey, let's play golf, right?
Yeah.
And you don't respond right away. Someone said, "What's the time limit?" Well, the proper move if you don't respond is, guys, I need to know now.
Yep.
You send another text, I need to know, or I got to fill it.
Right.
You are the proactive person because you invited. I invited you. I'm going to be proactive. I just don't fill it and say sorry. Because what if in that hour span you already reserved everything, you changed your schedule?
Way, I can't play golf for like a year in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, true.
No, that's messed up, Kyle. And you're going to pay the price.
You know what I'm guessing?
I hope you shoot. You know what?
No, I know what happened.
88.
Because he knows he knows he doesn't mess with his program. Because last time we really got him.
We did.
And so he knows you don't mess with his program. I wonder if he left a note. What happened?
Hang on.
I've eaten something, and I've got it coming out both sides, on the back side and the front side. And
I got a text from our boy Jeff over at Murphy Creek.
Yeah.
Said Kyle texted Kane knowing you were going to cancel it. Kane knew it was Moser. He knew it.
Man. See, I knew it.
Wait, this was a setup?
I don't know if maybe Kyle in the 2 minutes when we said what we were going to do got on it. Or I want to know, did Kyle, because of the way we responded, did Kyle do that immediately?
I'm sure he did yesterday.
All right, here's
Like
what
yesterday.
Yeah,
here's
he
what
had
we're
to
doing.
have.
Here's what we're doing. And I know they're listening to the show. Meadow Hills, you're listening to the show. If you guys are worth an ounce of any credibility.
I'm showing up at 11 o'clock.
Stop.
Yeah.
If you people at Meadow Hills ever want to be considered a serious golf course, you will deny that man golf today. And you will do it on the basis of it's the brotherhood.
It's a code.
It's the brotherhood code.
Let me be on record.
I dare you to let him play golf at your place.
Let me be on record before we get to Schefter. We got to go. But we had the Avs alumni tournament at Meadow Hills. Dude, there's not a person that I know on the planet that doesn't love playing Meadow Hills.
It's awesome. It's one of my favorite courses.
I love Meadow Hills. So if you take that away from Kyle, that's like a double whammy.
Okay, so
I
we
dare
got to get to
you, Meadow
Schefter.
Hills. I dare you let him play golf today.
We got to get to Schefter. We'll get to him next. All right, heading out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. We're joined, as we are every Monday at 9 o'clock, by Adam Schefter of ESPN. Adam, first of all, thank you for joining us. Good morning. Second of all, what do I do with another Broncos win where it doesn't look great, but they're 7-2? They lead the AFC. What do I do with it?
They have the best record in football right now. They're tied with the Colts and the Patriots for the best record in football. They keep finding ways to win. Other than the win last week against Dallas, it has not always been overly impressive, but they keep stacking up wins. And you'd like to think and hope and believe that the team will get better as the year will go on, that they'll start playing more consistent football. They have not played great football, but they played winning football. And for now, that's all you can really ask.
Adam, as a fellow understander of the game and someone who's been around the game a long time, please help me, because I'm being bogged down by these Debbie Downers all morning who are telling me, oh, the Broncos need to fix that. The offense is terrible. I understand the offense has its woes. I also understand this team is 7-2, and you have to celebrate 7-2 in a league where it's hard to win a road game. It's hard to win any game. You're 7-2. Tell them, Adam.
Nick, I'm with you. Like, Houston is not an easy place to win. You saw how good the Texans' defense is. I know they knocked out C.J. Stroud. You know, never want to see anybody get hurt, but Davis Mills is a capable backup. But they found a way to win on the road. Again, there were a stretch of years here where this team did not win. And if you could have asked the fans in and around the city, if you would take the 7-2 record despite not playing great football. By the way, who in the NFL right now? You tell me. Who in the NFL is playing consistently great football?
Yeah. See, that's the question. That's an excellent point, because we were talking about it when we went through the entire league, Adam, that holy cow, it seems like not things aren't upside down, but I don't see any clear cut, hey, these are the teams to beat type of teams. Now, I think Buffalo's terrific. I'm not sure I fully believe in the Pats or the Broncos or whatever, but I give them as much chances as almost anybody right now, because it just seems like there's a lot of parity going on.
Well, again, every team in the NFL has at least 2 losses. Every team. Last year, that didn't happen until after 18 weeks on January 5th, when the 15-2 Chiefs lost their second game against the Broncos. So right now, every team has at least 2 losses. Every team. So every team is just struggling along. Some teams have great weeks. Other teams struggle on a certain week. Some teams consistently struggle. But there's no team that has been consistently good on a week-to-week basis. The Colts were no good yesterday. The Eagles have struggled at times and have been under a lot of scrutiny and criticism. The Chiefs lost yesterday. Like, give me a team. So at least Denver's winning, which is all you can really ask right now.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, with us. All conversations with Adam are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org. Speaking of that, pretty wild game in Cincinnati. The Bears have that deep touchdown to Colston Loveland to take the lead. And when you got guys on the Bengals offensive roster saying this post-game.
We just got to play complementary football. Like, we put the ball in the end zone and go up a point at the end, finish the game. Like, just end it. Like, that's it. Like, that's what we need to do. Just end the game. Like,
so that's Chase Brown, the running back. If they're saying that to the media, what do you think they're saying in the locker room?
Well, it's very interesting, because we were talking about it on Get Up this morning, and Damian Woody and Dominic Bosworth were saying that if that happened in one of their locker rooms, there would be a brawl. There would be an actual fight with players publicly disrespecting them. Like, you expect, these guys were saying, you expect a teammate to walk over and be like, hey, tough one, we'll get them the next time. Well, inside they could be seething. But very rarely do you hear that kind of commentary and opinion expressed publicly. Now, let me say this also. I watched the replay of that play over and over, and I tried to process the circumstances and situation that the Bengals and Bears were in. I actually think Chase Brown probably underplayed. Like, that was one of the all-time worst plays in the history of the NFL from a defensive standpoint. The Bears had no timeouts left. They can't win the game. And there were 4 or 5 guys that were around Colston Loveland, and he managed to bounce off tacklers and score a game-winning touchdown when they had no timeouts. When the Bengals, with a quarterback with a sprained AC joint in his shoulder, threw for 470 yards, when they had stormed back from being 2 touchdowns down, when they had taken the lead, and the defense couldn't hold up its end of the bargain. Like, that is an amazing play. If you think back on some of the crazy plays, like, that wasn't a Hail Mary, but it was its own version of a Hail Mary. And it was equally confounding in its own way.
I'm looking at some of the other scores across the league. How does Green Bay lose at home to Carolina? How does that happen?
In a game in which the Packers never punted, Vic.
How is that possible?
Seems impossible.
Well, if you watch the game, Jordan Love had some amazingly bad decisions. And the Packers seem to play down to their opponents. And look, they play the Eagles on Monday Night Football next week. They're coming up an emotional game against Aaron Rodgers. You know, I don't understand that. I don't know why a team can't bring its A game every week.
Mm-hmm.
And the Packers did not bring their A game, and they lost their outstanding tight end Tucker Kraft, who was thought to be a torn ACL. Just a horrendous Sunday all the way around.
Hey, Adam, I'm incredibly thankful that Pat Surtain's only going to be out for what appears to be a short amount of time. Thank goodness on that pectoral injury. But if you're the Los Angeles Chargers and now you've lost Joe Alt to another high ankle sprain and Slater's already out and Mekhi Becton's not playing, where would a team at this point in the season, find a tackle? Period. End of story. I know the trade deadline is tomorrow, but even bad teams don't want to give up tackles that can play the game. What do you do if you're a team like LA?
It is really a difficult situation to be in. You've lost Rashawn Slater weeks after he became the highest paid offensive tackle in football. Joe Alt suffers an ankle injury on the second play of the game, or early in the game, the second week of the season against the Giants, and then comes back and then goes down yesterday. And now he's going to need what sounds like a surgical procedure. So I don't know what he missed the last time, 3-4 weeks. It's going to be probably more right now. There's no way to compensate for that. There's just no way. You're not. It's like saying to me, "Oh, can a team get a quarterback at the deadline that's going to elevate?" No. There's no store that you walk into and go buy a quarterback for an offensive tackle. Just not happening.
Hey, Adam, hold on. We're going to call you right back because your line, something's wrong with your line. So we're going to have Nelly call you right back and fix that line. So we're going to wait a second for Adam to get his phone all fixed up.
It does feel like it's, by the way, all conversations with Schefter are brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza with Johnson Auto Plaza. It does seem almost impossible for the Chargers to keep overcoming that. You're starting left and right tackles who are both amazingly good, and it looks like we got them back. So go ahead. Vic.
You're not going to go into a shop and go, get a quarterback or an offensive tackle. It's hard to come up with those positions. There's only so many hits you can withstand, and the Chargers have had an inordinate amount of them so far this season.
All right, trade deadline tomorrow. Folks in Denver wanting to know, you're 7-2. You got a shot now, right? You're in the mix. Do they make a move for the sake of making a move? And if so, what do they address on this team, Adam?
They've called on a wide receiver, but again, we've talked about that before. I think that's progress stopping things right now with some of these young players. And, I think you're calling around and you want to see if you can improve the team. Everybody's calling around. Everybody's calling around right now. So, we'll see if they can get anything done. That's the deal.
It's Adam Schefter, ESPN. He joins us every single Monday. Adam, always appreciate the time. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Adam Schefter, ESPN. again, the deadline's tomorrow. You know what bothers me about the trade deadline? This has happened for 3 straight years.
What's that?
Are the Eagles the only teams calling people?
I know.
They always get like 5 guys at the deadline, and you're like, well, how did they get them? It's like, I guess they called.
How we don't play. You know, the Eagles and the Patriots are always playing games, it seems. If you had to address a position, what would it be, boys? I mean, where would you go? Coach Sanford yesterday on our Altitude postgame show says he wants them to make a run at T.J. Hawkinson. He wants a multi-purpose tight end.
I think that's
probably pretty smart. Yeah, I think it would really help things.
I swear to God, guys, I watched yesterday for a very, very bad football team in New Orleans. Give him a 7th for Taysom Hill. He's like 35. It's not going to cost all that. Why are you making that face?
Yeah,
Does the guy make plays?
Yeah, I know, but what would you do with him exactly?
I'd play him at tight end. He's versatile. I'd put him in the backfield. I could do a lot of things with Taysom Hill. Like, he just came off that injury, looks to be healthy, played last week. I don't know why people are so dismissive of him in particular. He makes plays. Out of all the people in New Orleans that Sean Payton has brought over, he's a guy that could actually make an impact. I don't know. Why did you make that face when I said it?
I don't think it's that big of an impact. I don't think it's that big of a deal. There's one person on this planet who knows how to get the most out of and utilize Taysom Hill, and it is Sean Payton. I just don't think, for all intents and purposes, it's not gonna make that big of a deal for your team.
I just don't think so. I could beat down the Njoku door again this year, as I did last year at the deadline.
Then who are you going to cut, by the way? Who are you going to put the practice squad or get rid of? You're going to put him on the active.
Mercedes Lewis.
Okay,
he played
fine.
last week.
All right, Mercedes. Adios, amigo.
Yeah.
Thanks for the week. Appreciate it.
Seriously, when you look around, and here's, again, this kind of stems back to a question that we started at this morning. If you think the offense is bad, which I think most people would agree with right now, you should anyway. Why? The answer is why. Why is it bad? And is it a play calling issue? Is it a talent issue? Is it what? What is it exactly?
We'll talk more about it as we roll on here. I want to remind everybody, by the way, Vic, you know this is important. Vitalant and the Avalanche are fighting cancer here in Hockey Fights Cancer Month, the month of November. Just schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. And everyone who donates gets an opportunity to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and schedule your blood donation today.
I do think it's Hawker Fights Cancer is what I came up with last week, if you remember correctly. Hawker, yeah.
You know, and if you do schedule and donate blood, you're really be coming through in the clutch.
303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line, letting you guys know that coverage of tonight's Nuggets game against Sacramento on 92.5 will begin at 6:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Rally House Football Monday, and it's time to pick the player on the Broncos who was in the groove yesterday. I think it's the most obvious answer. I thought this guy was a menace. Zach Allen was everywhere. He ruined everything that the Texans were trying to do on offense. Pressure up the middle, forcing the quarterback to scramble outside the pocket, big-time stuffs at the goal line. He was a beast. That's my guy.
I'm not going to be mean or ignore what I thought was a very good day by the Crawdad.
He was really good.
Average 53.5 per punt. He had 8 of them. By the way, both punters were really good yesterday. Tommy Townsend was great for Houston. Both teams punted 8 times. But the Crawdad had a long of 76 yards. Again, average 53.5 per, 2 inside the 20. Taking the Crawdad. I'm going to give some special teams love to the Aussie.
For me, it's very easy. I believe the best player on the field yesterday was Broncos safety Tuanoa Hufanga, who was
awesome.
Real.
He was really awesome.
He's in the right. Yep. He's in the right spot almost every play. And granted, he dropped a couple would-be interceptions. All right, I don't care.
He's a beast.
The dude is a difference maker in the backfield, in the middle of the line of scrimmage. When there's a big goal line stand, he's in there. If there's a deep pass, he finds his way to the ball. The dude is a menace. The dude is exactly what the doctor ordered. What a home run pickup in the offseason. Hufanga was in the groove.
Who else is, I think, maybe the most underrated player on this team? Jonathan Cooper. He's a professional. He shows up every single week. Every single one. Did you notice that we didn't name anybody on offense? Well, I want that to change, please.
By the way, Cooper's only now a sack and a half behind Nick Benito for the team lead. Nick Benito will join us tonight at Ball Arena on our pregame show, Nuggets Live. So if you're at Ball Arena for the Nuggets-Kings game, get there early. Our show tips off at 6 p.m. in the Colorado Social, which is on club level.
Great point by a texter, by the way. Dre Greenlaw had like 3 straight stuffs at the goal line in the middle of that game.
Yeah, he was terrific. The Broncos stuffed him well. All right, so that's who's in the groove. Yay.
That is Broncos in the Groove, presented by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com.
Back to your groove guy, Zach Allen. When he got injured yesterday or whatever it was.
What was I going to do, Moj?
What?
I was going to fly to Houston.
Yeah.
I was going to grab.
Put Rizzy in a headlock.
Put Rizzy in a headlock like this. I was going to say, muff a punt. That's what going to hurt.
He didn't muff it.
You had your unit
muffed it.
Your unit muffed a punt. Had to go back out on the field.
It was his unit that muffed, yeah. But the point is that he came back, and I'm like, whew. Because I think that, again, those guys up front, and Zach Allen's a stud. You realize he's, 6'5" and 3... 6'5", is he?
I don't think he's a large human.
I don't think he's 300 pounds. I think he's maybe like 290,
Let me see what he's officially listed at.
I don't think he's
He's officially listed at, 6'5", 285. Okay. Mm-hmm. But when he's rolling around and he's on his side, then he rolls onto his back, I'm like, and he's like, I just got really nervous because you subtract a guy like that from the interior of the defensive line, and you can maybe cover up some Surtain stuff, but I don't know that you can cover that up because he also had 3 quarterback hits. I mean, he can get through the interior of that line and get to the quarterback. He's a special guy.
Boys, can we talk about a play that changed the game? And like it or not, I'd rather face the backup quarterback over the starting quarterback any day. Okay?
Yeah.
That hit on C.J. Stroud, did you think it deserved a flag or not?
I thought it did.
No, but I thought they would throw it.
Because after the game, DeMeco Ryans was upset.
Well, I'm shocked that they picked it up.
I thought that it did because I thought he was sliding.
See, that's the difference with me.
I guess I've seen it, but Brett, I guess I've seen that called virtually every time in the league.
Totally.
So I thought that it deserved it.
It felt like it was going to be an auto flag.
Sure.
But I don't think he slid. He was running, and I think last second he saw Abrams' drain coming, and I thought he tried to stop, and his feet just slipped. So when he's falling to the ground, it was a big hit, by the way. Right in the middle of his chest. It wasn't helmet to helmet, but his helmet smacking against the turf is what got him out of the game, right? Here is DeMeco Ryans' postgame.
CJ scrambled. Of course, he slid, and the guy, came up and hit him. As I see, is unnecessary roughness. He hit the quarterback when he's sliding and giving himself up. If I'm incorrect on the rule, I've seen that happen multiple times, with our guys, and we get the penalty, but for some reason, it just didn't happen there.
I get why he's mad.
For the record, if roles were reversed, I'd be upset that a flag was not enforced. I think it should have been a flag for this reason. They tell you if a quarterback gives himself up, stay away. Stay away. You're not allowed to hit him.
Yeah, because
I know.
But go back and watch the play. He didn't give himself up.
Hold on a second. Hufanga is coming in. Okay, because Hufanga is coming in and Abrams Drain's coming from the side. He starts to pitter-patter, slow down, and then kind of like he's dropping down to his butt, then he gets smoked.
Yeah. Okay, here's the problem.
Because he didn't stay upright to take on Hufanga. He started to slow down and then drop to his butt, then he got jammed.
And therein lies the problem of the quarterback slide.
Correct.
It's the only person on the field that you're not allowed to hit if they go into that. If a running back does that, you could take his face off. They don't care. You could literally surgically remove a man's mouth, and they don't care. But if it's a quarterback, it's a different person. Here's the problem. Too many quarterbacks in this league have pulled off that fake slide thing or that fake. Patrick Mahomes, how many times has he done that fake? I'm going to go out of bounds. Maybe not. Maybe not. And I think defensive players are like, screw it.
You can't make a decision that late. If you're going to give yourself up, then give yourself up. It's not like Hufanga popped up out of nowhere. He was staring at him for like 5 yards.
And the fact that a guy is sliding, right? You're in that sliding formation. You're going to be prone to hit your head on the helmet regardless. If by chance you get touched, you're going to hit it really hard.
Yeah.
Remember, he was concussed not by the hit. He was concussed because the back of his head hit the turf.
Yeah.
I don't want to see quarterbacks get blown up every single week, and I don't want this to be 1979 where you can pick a guy up and literally throw him through the air like a rag doll. But I would like to see the rules. I'd like to see them less restrictive to defensive players because, again, I've seen late hits that I thought. But by the way, did you see Mahomes on the sideline get absolutely stuffed?
Dude, I'm sitting there going, I watched the play.
I'm like, that's got to be. I mean, it's Mahomes. They're going to throw a flag, and they didn't.
They held on because it was fair. Because
it was fair.
He tiptoed the sideline waiting for his receiver to get open, and here comes the oncoming defender and just lit him up.
Brett, I mean, he went horizontal.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. And so I think that should be allowed because I don't think anybody in the league exploits the protection of the quarterback more than Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
I thought on this play, because I've seen it so many times, I thought that it shoulda, woulda, coulda been a flag. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
By the way, talked a little bit earlier about the special teams. They've been bad. Almost every game this year, there's been some sort of special teams blunder. And it's weird to say that because, Vic, you pointed this out. The guys who actually you think of your special teams players, your kicker and your punter, have been great this year.
Yes.
Both of them. But everything else, kick coverage has been bad. The penalty mistakes that they have made, like a whole bunch of different details. The return game has been bad.
Speaking of which, Sean Payton
spoke this morning.
Already addressed the media, and the reason why this is happening fast is because it's a short week.
Yeah. So, but what I wanted to say, Vic, was I asked the question earlier. Last year, when they had the blocked kick against the Chiefs that basically cost them the game, very quickly afterwards, there were special teams coaching changes. And I wondered, Darren Rizzi's his boy. He brought him over from New Orleans. He's tight with him. Is this going to be a I blame Rizzi thing? Or when he talks about changes on special teams, does he mean personnel? Well, here's what he said earlier this morning.
I just wanted to go back when you talked about the special teams issues and you were saying, yesterday we have to get that cleaned up or we'll find someone else that can do it. Are you referring to personnel there? Or are you referring to coaching?
Evan, if you were paying attention, I'm referring to players that aren't on the field that need to be. All right.
Who's
coaching is outstanding. All right. We'll get that cleaned up. My point is, if there's 10 in the field and there's supposed to be 11, all right, then that player that's supposed to be out there, I'll find someone else to do his job.
Who's Evan?
Is that crystal clear?
Wow. No,
it's not because is that Rizzi's job to say, hey,
who's Evan?
Get out there.
I don't know, one of the reporters.
I know every single
one
reporter.
of the Broncos geeks.
I know every reporter. There's no Evan. Who's Evan?
Don't get bogged down in the wrong detail.
Is that crystal clear?
Yep. My name's Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's how you do it. Good job, Luca. That's awesome.
Hang on, I gotta hear that again.
Please.
I gotta hear that again.
Is that crystal clear?
Yep. My name's Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, that's Luca. That's Luca Evans from Evans from the Post, but he called him Evan.
Here's why. Oh God, here's why I hate Zoom press conferences. I hate press conferences when everybody's in the room. I like one-on-one interviews, and that's it. Why? Because in a one-on-one interview, what are you able to do? You're able to jostle back and forth.
Rocco.
You can
Rocco.
You can go back and forth a little bit, right? But when you're doing this, all right, your turn. You can't go back and forth.
Evan.
My retort would have been, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me that the players are responsible for their own substitution and the coach doesn't have a hand in the subbing pattern?
Yes. Don't get bogged down in the details that Evan is actually Luca. The big detail to this was two things that I heard. He said, what about the coaching? It's been
brilliant. He says.
Outstanding.
Yes.
I would beg to differ. Secondly, if there's 10 guys on the field instead of 11, how is that not a coaching issue? How is that not the case?
Okay. And the other counter would have been, all right, that one play, subbing is a problem. What about coaching how to block field goals? Like twice now, your linemen have not done what they're instructed to do, supposedly. All right, you said you saw what Quinn Miners did on that block field goal.
Yeah.
It was poor form, right? And who did it last year against?
Oh, I always forget his name. He's still on the roster.
Is that coaching or is that the player? Is everything on the players? If everything's on the players, why are we coaching?
Well, this is why I always get weirded out.
So what does a coach do? If everything that goes wrong in a game, let me get this straight. Peyton. I'm going to call him by his last name now. If every problem is on the player, what role does the coach have?
That's what I always get at. Whenever somebody's like, hey, they just need to make shots, or Moser, they just need to score on the power play, or in football, well, they just need to execute on offense better. It's like at some point, it's a reflection of how you're coached, though. And the special teams, this is, okay, the special teams are a microcosm to how I feel about the Broncos as a whole, which is this. When people tell me, with this game specifically, Moser, the Houston Texans have done this to every offense, what did you expect? To a certain extent, that's true. But this wasn't an outlier to the season. This has been the Broncos offense for most of the year.
If this is a one-off,
special teams mistakes,
if this is a one-off, that's one thing.
The special teams mistakes in the game yesterday wasn't an outlier to the season. This has been happening all year.
I would make the argument that, hey, the Jets defense doesn't do that to teams.
Yeah.
Right? For 3 quarters, the Giants defense doesn't do that to teams.
Yep.
And then they inexplicably dropped 8 the entire fourth quarter.
Yeah.
It does. So either way,
I just
part of me. Wait, Vic. Part of me. I know we're not that station, but I wish we had the Sean Payton weekly show every week with us.
I don't know how long it would last.
We would have. Well, if he's contractually obligated, we're not going to be purposefully confrontational, but at the same time, I would love, man. I'd love to do a little stuff.
I wouldn't mind it either.
Because I love the guy, and I also think he's a prickly pear.
Yeah, sparring is fine. And let me be on the record as saying I would much rather have a coach who's prickly and wins than a coach who's nice and doesn't win. Okay, let's start. Listen to me, folks. This has no impact on what I think about him coaching the Broncos. He's a great coach. He's got his team at 7-2.
Yep.
He's also a jerk with reporters.
I'm not bothered by that.
It doesn't bother me unless you're involved in it. It doesn't bother you because you're not doing it every day.
There was also
something. It doesn't bother you because you're not there every day.
I understand.
You're not asking the questions. So if you're not doing that work, it doesn't bother you.
There was also a phrase that you had during your big diatribe a few moments ago that sounded just like Christopher Walken. And I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but I'm like, that's he's doing Walken. Anybody else catch that? Did anybody else catch that Vic sounded like Christopher Walken?
Here's the delicate. Here's
My
the
name's
problem.
Luca, by the way.
Here's the road you.
Whatever.
When you
Do
walk
it again,
down,
I'll stab you in the face with a soldering iron.
when you walk down that
Luca,
road,
Puka, Evan Evans, doesn't matter.
listen, arrogant people don't bother me because I'm arrogant. It doesn't bother me. I get it. I know where it stems from. I get it. The problem is when you fail and you're used to, that's where you get got.
Okay, now this is the problem.
You know what I'm saying?
And I don't get got. I go and get.
You can act like that when you win. You're 7-2. Everything's fine. But when you start to struggle a little bit,
hey, Mike McDaniel's bubbly personality when they're 7-2 is pretty cool. What about when they're 1-6? How does that look?
I was hesitant to say this, but I thought about this last night. This is going to get me in big time trouble.
I'm going to say that all the time, by the way, to random people. My name's Luca, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Is that crystal clear? Yeah,
Is that crystal clear?
Yep. My name's Luca.
Also. Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
I would have laughed even harder if you'd said, "Hey, my name's Luca. Is that crystal clear?"
How good would that have been? I said this last night
Here's
after
the problem,
listening.
though. He owns. See, the reason why you can't get too combative is because you know how easily Sean could just say he's no longer allowed to be part of our press conference.
Well,
that
that
happened
would
up
be
at CU.
insane.
That would be
We saw that up in Boulder.
I know. That was insane.
Yeah, but we saw this already.
I understand. That was silly.
Okay, but we saw it. What I'm saying is, you hold all the cards when you're the coach. You can act like a complete authoritarian, you know what, because at the end of the day, you make the rules.
What happened to get you like this?
Wait. If Sean Keeler changed his name to Luca, would he be allowed on press badges again to come in? And
Hey, did you guys hear DMac up there with Prime over the weekend?
No, I didn't.
DMac, it was great. DMac pressed him a little bit on some stuff. You know, DMac is the best at these press conferences.
He's a presser.
He's the best.
Yeah.
He's a wine press.
No, he's the best at this.
Yeah, he's really good.
And I'll give Dion credit. He humbled down a lot after that game. You had to. You guys watched the game. I mean, what else do you expect?
And let me say this. This is going to get me in trouble, but I'm going to say it because this came into my mind last night. After listening to the whole post game and everything else and seeing what I saw during the course of the game and what I've seen, let's say, in 3 out of the last 4 games, somewhere around in there, I thought to myself, you know what? Maybe this team, and not the defense, because they're doing it, maybe this whole team and coaching staff needs a good ass kicking to sort of reset the
Which team are you referring to?
The Broncos.
Okay.
To reset, recalibrate the attitude. I know that's probably going to get me in trouble, but I'm like, you know what? I think that now they could use a good 20-point ass kicking.
It's happening in Boulder.
I know, and we see the results of it. I'm just like, just reset a little bit, dudes, because I believe in you. I think you're a good team, but I don't like this. Yeah, we're 7-2. Look it up, or what, whatever it.
Well, speaking of,
it just sort of gets me a little bit.
We'll get to it in a second. Tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in all day for keywords every hour. On the 20s, your chance to win tickets to Military Appreciation Night on the 11th against the Ducks. And the Avs are your home. Or I'm sorry, Altitude is your home for Avs hockey.
My only question is, what floor does Luca live on?
Carpet.
My name is Luca.
What's that question?
I don't know what this
I
is.
live on the 2nd floor.
From now on,
I live upstairs from
any
you.
question I ask, my name is Antonio Margarete. All right. So
nobody else got that but me.
What is it?
Little Lisa Loeb action.
Yeah, we'll just move on.
Move on.
Fact checker, and again, I do want to talk a little bit about what happened at CU for the 2nd week in a row next.
Is that crystal clear?
Yep. My name's Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
Rally House football Monday, but tonight, Cardinals and Cowboys going to be on AM 950 Monday Night Football, but 7 o'clock, Nuggets and Kings, Victor.
Well, this is a game at home after a devastating, if you want to use that word, October. It's still early. After a horrible result in Portland, you want to do exactly what you did against New Orleans last week. You want this game to end early. You want it to end as early as possible. You want a game tonight where your starters do not have to lift their feet in the fourth quarter. That's it. It's that easy. Sacramento is okay. They've got some injuries. A lot of their top-notch guys are questionable to play tonight. So a chance to make up for what you gave away a game in Portland.
Yeah.
That was a dub, and you gave it to them. You got to make up for it. End it early. And by God, if it is close, finish. Again, the Nuggets have been the most clutch team in the NBA over the last few years. They're 0-2 in clutch games so far this season.
Keys to the game.
Can I help?
Sure.
Kill them. The Nuggets are going to kill them tonight. Listen, if I was a Denver Nugget...
Hey, what did he say about the Portland game before that game? What did he say about that?
That they were going to kill him?
Yeah. And what happened?
They lost.
Yeah.
If I was a Denver Nugget, I would use every bit of motivation from getting hosed on Saturday night.
Of course.
In this game.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
Also, thanks to everybody for chiming in, telling me it's Suzanne Vega that's saying Luca and not Lisa Loeb.
Great.
All those redhead chicks are the same to me.
For the second week in a row, CU got blitzed. And in the first half, gave up over, I guess it was 38, but essentially 40 points and a half. And I don't know exactly what people want to make of that information there. They switched to Julian Lewis. So Juju got in and threw a bomb for a touchdown right away. It sounds like they're going to make the full switch over to Juju now.
Yeah, what do you got to lose now?
A year of eligibility.
Well,
but
so what?
At that point,
You might not be around.
I'm not planning on a guy being here for 4 years, so who cares? But those are two embarrassing losses back-to-back weeks.
What do you think? Which one do you think is more embarrassing? Because I think the last one against Arizona at home. Arizona's not Utah. At home.
Yeah.
Here's what I can't understand. I get it. Caden Salter's going to get a lot of heat. Did not play well. But it's the long runs that their defense has given up. Have never seen so many. Here's a run around the corner. Well, 40 yards. Here's another one, 60. Did you see how many times they got carved up?
Yeah.
That's been a problem.
Big game-breaking runs?
That's been a problem. I wouldn't necessarily say that's been a problem for a while up in Boulder. Stopping the run game has been a problem.
Explosive play rate in both the pass and run game is just crazy. And so Dion was asked after the game by DMac, where he's pressing him, said this.
Coach, what is the confidence level you have in yourself to do this job?
I never doubt me. I don't doubt me. Let's get that straight. I don't doubt me. So the next question, the confidence level of me doing this job, I'm built for this. I don't doubt me.
How do you explain the past couple of weeks to recruits and their parents?
I don't have to explain it. They saw it. See, you got to understand, if you're a dog, you want to come here and right the wrong. If you're a cat, you look at the scoreboard and you run. Which one are you, a dog or a cat? Exactly. Let's go.
My name is Luca, by the way.
No. The response should have been from DMac. I'm a donkey.
No. I mean, Dion, you could say that. I don't think that Florida State was a 2-10 program when you went there when you were in college. Part of the reason why big-time recruits go to big-time schools is because you win, you get put on a bigger stage, you get more attention and notoriety, which leads to a better chance of having an NFL career.
Which one are you, a dog or a cat?
To say...
What if you had done that from the top of your lungs?
To say that somebody who doesn't commit to CU and goes to Bama is basically scared of the challenge, I don't think it's a totally accurate depiction.
More importantly, is Deion Sanders taking the entire feline species and basically calling them soft?
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
I'll tell you what. Cats are many things. I do not consider cats soft.
Well,
Hey, those things can carve you up in a hurry.
I'm going to tell you one
Soft.
quick story. We had to go feed my kids' cats over the weekend because they went.
Mr. Bill?
Mr. Bill and the other cat. The other cat's name escapes me. Mr. Bill was playing. She was fine. Went into the other cat. The other cat gave me one of those open mouth.
One of those moves.
Scared the living crap out of me.
I mean, I go to the zoo and just look at a lion for a second. That's a cat. I'd like to have that one on my side. I really would.
Tiger's even worse, man. Tiger take down a lion.
Tiger? Yeah.
But I say this, man, and I think this is the worst thing you can say about a player in any sport. It feels.
Oh, I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat.
That's the worst thing you can say.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm DMac.
What kind of recruiter are you?
I'm not a cat.
I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
When did I do that? That must have been like 6 years ago or something.
COVID got weird, bro.
I suppose it did.
Dude, this has been a treasure chest of opportunities with these coaches this week.
No, the worst thing you can say is that you're a mercenary who's quit. I mean, that's really bad if that's the case. That's what it feels like, and it's sad to see, man.
Well, okay, can I take this another way?
Because you're not that many points worse than both Utah and Arizona.
We just played audio of Sean Payton saying what about his special teams coordinator?
It's all the players' fault.
That he's doing a
hell of
outstanding job when the results dictate something different. Dion has all year and last year at every turn defended Pat Shurmur. To the point where if they have a good game on offense, the first thing he says in the press conference is, any questions about Pat today? It's the first thing he does. But what am I supposed to do with it? The offense is terrible. It's awful. So what?
Defense ain't much better. I guess luckily this week you're going to
but
a 3-6 West Virginia team.
If Shurmur's a good or great coach, according to Dion, then you're saying something about the talent
Then it's
pool.
the guys that you brought in.
Then it's against the recruiting that you've done.
That's exactly it. I just cannot help my brain is locked on what I would have said had he left an open-ended question to me like that. Are you a dog or a cat? What would I like? Put yourself in his shoes and DMac. What would you have said?
I'm not a cat.
And there's like maybe two people in the entire room that would have gotten
I know.
Maybe.
Moser.
I mean, between that and then again, Evan. That's clear. My name's Luca also. Beautiful.
Oh, God, it's so good.
Hey, one more time, everybody, don't forget. Vitality Avalanche fighting cancer in November, which is important, Vic. Schedule a blood donation at any Vitality Donation Center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates will be entered to win an autographed Avs jersey. Go to vitalent.org/hockey-fights-cancer for more info.
Run the part where Dion is talking, and then he poses the question right back to DMac. Because I want to pretend I'm DMac in that moment. I want to pretend, how would I react?
Just see, you got to understand, if you're a dog, you want to come here and right the wrong. If you're a cat, you look at the scoreboard and you run. Which one are you, a dog or a cat?
Meow.
Exactly.
All right. So a couple minutes here. Nelly, I know you got a fact checker. I also want to hear what we did at the end of the 8 o'clock hour again, but the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I got to get Merriam-Webster on speed dial because we've been making a lot of new words lately on this show, and I'm a fan of it. Here was today's latest invention.
When we moan about the Nuggets and the fact they're 0-2 in clutch time this year, and they're not...
Clunch time. Were you trying to say crunch time and in the clutch? Was that what happened?
During lunchtime is what I was trying to say.
During lunchtime, yeah.
During lunchtime. You know, a texter reminds us, what about that sports caller for that show that, my damn cat? What about that guy?
That too. But Nelly, can I hear, it's become now a tradition if Keith tries to screw one of us on a tea time, we try and screw Keith right back. And I want to hear what that sounded like at the end of the 8 o'clock hour. And it was all foiled because Keith laid the preemptive strike to the golf course because he knew what we were going to do. But listen.
So let's call.
Go ahead, call Meadow Hills in Aurora, my hood.
You don't do this. Oh, well, it already filled. I don't care.
11 o'clock tee time.
You don't ask somebody to play, and then they respond and say, oh, you're out. You don't do that.
Mo's handle business.
So, Moser, you are going to play the role of Kyle, and this tee time is going to be foiled because this is what he gets. This is real. It's live, and I hope the person on the other line answers here at Meadow Hills.
Good morning, Meadow Hills. This is Kane. Can I help you?
Hey, Kane. This is Kyle. Keep calling. How you doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm okay. Hey, listen, I have a tea time at 11 o'clock today, and I've eaten something, and I've got it coming out both sides, on the back side and the front side, and I'm not going to be able to make that tea time today. So could you please cancel that at 11 o'clock, please?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I don't know what, it just didn't, excuse me, it just didn't agree with me, and I'm not sure I can make it through the round.
Sounds good.
Okay, I appreciate that, Kane. You have a great day. Take care now.
All right.
Bye. He knew, man.
He knew. Sucks.
Now, and we're going to have to, you know what I'm doing? You guys should join. We should go to that tea time and just show up and say,
no, you know what? Next time I find out Kyle has a tea time,
we're playing.
It doesn't involve, just the next time we know he has a tea time, we're canceling it.
Yeah.
Period. End of story.
All right, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you can find the podcast. Have a wonderful Monday. We'll talk to y'all tomorrow. See you. Love you.
34 for the win for the Broncos. And the kick is good. And the fourth quarter magic remains for Denver. 18-15, Denver with the winner.
The field goal is good. That's the end of the game.
The field goal is good. The penalty was against Houston. It is declined, and Will Lutz wins it. 11 straight fourth quarter points for the best fourth quarter team in the National Football League.
The Denver Broncos are smoking red, lava hot. They have won 6 straight games. They are tied for the best record in the NFL.
The National Football League.
And we're here to talk about it.
And you know what?
What?
Didn't we all used to dream of times like this where we could listen to Brett Kane complain about the 7-2 Denver Broncos?
Yeah, you can't get me to do that today, Coach. I don't care how bad that offense looks.
Yeah, but the special teams is terrible.
6 in a row.
Yeah, but
7-2.
Started out 1 for 7 with a pick. Yeah, but there is some validity to all of those. But here's what I said, man. Enjoy every single victory.
Yeah.
And don't say, oh, yeah, but it was against Davis Mills. Yeah, you beat Jackson Dart. Who cares? Yeah, but you played against the Bengals without Joe Burrow. Dude, these guys are National Football League players. It's hard to win in the NFL. Ask my buddy Jordan Love, who I sent a happy birthday text to yesterday morning.
Oh, no, you wrote it.
And he didn't respond to me.
See, and
that's why he lost.
That's why he caught that L, man.
I think he's cut me out of his life, therefore he's going to lose the
if he
Panthers.
would have texted you back, you could have mentioned that you shouldn't throw those kind of picks in the end zone, man. I don't know who he was throwing that ball to.
I think you can kind of hear the old coaching stuff. Hey, kid, the back foot throws, they suck.
Stop doing it. So, welcome to the Morning Sprint. That's the head coach, Mike Sanford. That's KJ Granderson. I'm Mark Bertolli filling in for Alex Reinemy, and this is a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. And we got ourselves. Listen, if you would have told me 9 weeks into the season the Broncos would be tied for the best record in the NFL, I probably would have called you drunk at the beginning of the year, but I'm here for it. I'm here for this kind of party. I was just having a conversation with Mark Moser out in the hallway, and that's never easy, especially this time of day.
Yeah, especially Moser looked like he had a rough weekend.
He kept telling me how many times he worked out today.
Oh,
he wanted us to know how much time.
By
much
work
he worked out,
he means tear down his liver and then ask for it to regenerate.
But he said something interesting that I hadn't thought of until he mentioned it. And he said, you know what this Denver Bronco team needs right now? They need a whooping. You know what I mean? It almost feels when he said it, it made me think, you know what? They're not going to fix all the penalties till it costs them a game. They're not going to fix the special teams till it costs them a game. They're not going to work on the offense till it costs them a game. So we kind of need them to get rocked before because now all I'm thinking about is playoffs, man. Listen, you're going to make the playoffs. You're 7-2, baby. You're 7-2. You're going to host the playoff game. Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? So I'm just saying, what do you think? Like, as a coach, you probably think that's a crazy idea. Like catching an L before just so you'll learn a lesson or something like that. But what do you think about that the Moj philosophy? Broncos need to lose.
It was good for me, for the team I coach. Took them back-to-back L's, and it was good for us.
And then you went on a run.
You know what? I had a chance to get some data that I needed to be able to make some decisions in terms of personnel, in terms of like who we really are, and it helped me. It helped me a lot. But I don't really know that that's the case for the Denver Broncos. I think that Sean Payton, while he certainly was feeling himself in the post-game presser pretty good, it's okay. Confidence breeds confidence. Insofar as Sean Payton himself is continuing to make the adjustments that he needs to make offensively, which I would argue that there's been proof and evidence of that.
You think so?
I do.
Okay.
I sure would love to see Bo Nix use his legs somewhere other than the fourth quarter.
Yes.
You'll take it.
Right.
But wouldn't mind Sean Payton calling another one of those quarterback sweep plays or quarterback counter plays at some point in the first half.
He's not doing this intentionally, is he? Like, Sean isn't doing this intentionally,
I think
right?
he listens to the morning sprint. I think he likes to troll me. He knows that I feel like the key to unlocking Bo Nix earlier in his game is to get him physically involved in the contest by running the football. And you could say, well, yeah, that's stupid. Look what happened to C.J. Stroud yesterday. All I got to say is, do you ever see Bo Nix take those types of hits?
No. Matter of fact, if C.J. wouldn't have slid, he would have been fine. I mean, the slide and the way they've installed that rule in the NFL, I think, is hurting more quarterbacks than helping. Once again, back to that stupid rant I had last week. Just treat a quarterback needs to be treated like a football player. Stop with all these rules because you're getting C.J. hurt. He slid way too late, right?
Yeah, it was
that was a great tackle.
He was totally toe dipping in terms of committing to the slide. Therefore, if you're going to not fully commit to the slide, all protection should be off.
Right, exactly.
It was like a profile 3/4 slide.
Yeah, I don't like
count,
that rule.
bud. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, I don't like it,
I
man.
hate the fact that you're hurt. I hate the fact that your hands did a little bit of the Tua Rex.
That was a scary.
Was there a little bit of Tua Rasanis Rex?
Right when it happened, I was like, "Oh no," because it was one of those hits.
You see the hands do the thing though.
But then,
they were like,
because immediately he was on his back and he had that left hand.
Yeah, and he's like,
that.
"I'm coming up and doing the Tua." Nope, I'm not. I'm actually
he didn't know where he was or what was going on.
You know what though, man? It's football, and anybody who calls me insensitive, here's the bottom line: if you're not going to slide, and if you're going to try to use the rules against the NFL and against your opponents, and look like you're going to dive forward for the first down, and then you at the last second do like a half slide, dude, you're not protected.
I know.
And the NFL agreed with it.
Yeah. That was the craziest thing to me. I was shocked they picked that flag up. Even though you could see the replay and be like, that's a good hit, man. That's a good hit.
You've got to give yourself up. You can't kind of give yourself up.
That's why, I mean, it would if he would have just made an actual football play instead of tried to slide, it would have been fine. It would have been fine. Yeah. Would have been fine. So, yeah, that was listen, that Houston Texans defense, despite what happened to him yesterday, that's a nasty defense, right? That's a nasty defense. That was a nasty defense for the Denver Broncos. It's just a little frustrating watching the Broncos play offense for 3 quarters.
You mean you don't love watching swing screens to Tyler Bidet early in contests?
You know what? I'll tell you this.
You love Tyler Bidet's swing screens. That's the kind of person you are. You're a glutton for punishment, man.
The most triggering thing that happened on the broadcast yesterday was like midway through that broadcast, they threw up the stat of the screen passes, and they're like, Denver Broncos lead the NFL in most screen passes completed, most yards on screen passes.
Yeah, when you do it 150 times.
And I was like, you're triggering Broncos country with that graphic, baby.
They're trolling us.
You're trolling. Like, you're trying to say that there's something the Broncos do well.
No, you know what probably happened to Sean Payton in his production meetings? Because you know when you meet, I used to do those as coordinators and as head coach. You can convey to the broadcast team and the people that make those graphics what you want to convey, and you can tell them whatever stats you want. Yeah, we're actually really good if you want. So I think it was Sean. I think Sean was doing what he loves to do, and that's troll all the stupid internet shows like I have.
You might be right.
You know what, though, man?
You'll be right. Internet shows are driving me crazy.
What I would say about the screen game and all the things that you're doing with Tyler Bidet, I feel like Sean Payton thinks because Tyler Bidet is like not productive at all and is sometimes in there when it's pass protection. I think he thinks that Tyler Bidet throwing a screen to him, even now, he thinks it's like a tendency breaker. Ooh, I'm going to get him.
Yeah, they're never going to see this one coming.
They're not going to see this because he's only a pass protector. Watch this, guys. And it's like, no, Sean, you've built up a crazy tendency of calling halfback slow screen right, halfback slow screen left to number 28. And you also get absolutely nothing out of the player in special teams as a returner. He literally gets the bare minimum that the kickoff return is blocked for. Like, he's just not like, I'll take Jaleel McLaughlin in those touches. Please.
Yeah.
Tyler Bidet doesn't give you anything right now. He's not even that great of a pass protector. He's fine.
Listen, I got issues with a lot of the skill players for the Denver Broncos watching them play this season. But
who do you have an issue with at running back that's not named Tyler Bidet?
Oh, you know what? Nobody. You're right. Nobody. Because I love JK.
Are you
just
mad?
Let's
go to tight end. Are you mad at Evan Ingram?
Yeah, kind of.
So am I.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, he was targeted, three times?
You know what?
No catches?
Yeah. 3 targets, 0 catches. 0 yards. He had 0 yards.
He did get open on the out and up. Did you see the out and up that Bo Nix just sailed? And everybody's saying, well, he's got to go up with 2 hands. I agree. But you're still not going to get that. That was a terrible throw.
There was what? Okay. Talk to me a little bit about Bo Nix. Talk to
feet
me about Bo
sucked.
Nix. What
His
was he was
feet
0
sucked.
for 6 or 0 for 7 to start the game, and then he hit that one.
He looked like he had taken some combination of cocaine, Ritalin, and whatever energy
Why
drink.
does he do that though? We don't know. Like some games he comes in and
you know what he needs to do?
What?
He needs to go run the rock. And you know what? He's got to go run through another man's face early on in a contest and settle your butt down.
Mm-hmm. Listen, that
Because
25-yard
fourth
one won him the game. It won him the game, right?
Fourth quarter Bo's nasty.
That's so crazy. Start that. Please start that a little bit earlier.
I love fourth quarter
just
Bo.
a little bit earlier, please. Start that just a tad bit earlier. But I mean, when RJ Harvey is your leading receiver, I don't know, is that a good or a bad thing? And your leading receiver got 51 yards. 51 yards. 5 receptions for 51 yards. Cortland had 1 catch. I mean, it was a great catch. But it's like, come on, man. Why is it? I mean, we're going to talk about this all week, well, until Thursday. But it just feels like unless you're playing the worst defense in the history of the sport, it feels like the Broncos offense is a folding launch here. It's just, it's wonky, man. And I don't know why. Is it just Bo? Or is it the talent around Bo? Or is it Sean?
It's Sean.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's Sean. Because I do think that Sean is preparing Bo Nix, maybe at times to a fault, but maybe big picture not. But he's preparing him to be a legitimate throwback pocket quarterback in the National Football League. He wants him to play on schedule. He wants him to throw from the pocket. He wants him to, when he does extend plays, to think about throwing the football as opposed to just taking off and running. He wants him to play the long game. He wants him to not take sacks. He's doing a great job there. But on the flip side of that, there's still so much of this other giftedness that Bo Nix has that I don't believe it's getting tapped into, both in calling design runs and encouraging young Bo Nix to take off and run when you do get flushed from the pocket. And instead, I feel like Sean Payton and Bo Nix are trying to prove to everybody that I am this 73% thrower of the football, but you're not.
Yeah.
You were sub 50% again.
Why doesn't
you realize that Bo didn't throw for 50% yesterday?
No, I know. Well, yeah, it's
and
18 to 37.
When you have that many screen passes that are just gifts and you're still sub 50, like, dude, lean into the other things. And guess what? You're going to probably get more easy completion throws if people respect the fact that you will actually take off and run. Patrick Mahomes will take off and run, will he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, much more
Do you
likely
think that
to do
his body
than
and
Bo.
his head and his mind is important to that franchise?
Yeah, and he got steady rocked last night, too.
But he ain't afraid.
That's right.
He'll throw
Keep
it
him
out
going.
there early. He'll do it in the second quarter.
Why is it the adjustments take too long with Sean? Why, I mean, is he hesitant to be like, this is my game plan. We're sticking with the game plan. It's going to work. Just trust me, it's going to work. Because it feels like as soon as Bo started the game like he did yesterday, you could see like, man, there's something off. There's something not right, man. He's not completing any of these passes. What's going on? Keep handing the ball to JK, and that's not what happens. It always takes him, we have to wait till the fourth quarter for Sean to be like, all right, you know what? Let's start doing the stuff we're good at. And it's not me. You know what? Shop Monster text line, 303-504-0925. It drives me nuts. Why? I mean, are you Broncos fans? How you feel about Sean Payton's play con? They're sick. Like, if I'm Sean Payton, I'm cocky too, man. You're sick. You just won 6 straight, man. You're tied for the best record in the NFL. But, man, does that offense look wonky. It just looks wonky. Like, I don't trust it in the playoffs.
Yeah,
Why would I?
You know what Sean will do? He'll do exactly what he did yesterday, his post-game press conference. Hey, I kind of forgot. What's our record again?
Yeah, see, I mean,
hold on a
but
sec.
you
What was
can't do that. You can just go scoreboard, baby. Scoreboard, we won. But nobody, man, you can't play like that against the best teams in this league, though, right?
Here's what I think. 2015 Denver Broncos were 7-2. If you look at the seasons, they're almost identical to this point. How many games did they win by in the entire season by 7 points or less? It was like 11.
Was it?
Out of 16. It's a lot. It's how the Denver Broncos, for the most part, have been operating this year. Am I right? I mean, how many games have they won comfortably? Cincinnati.
You're right. Not our.
Is it Cincinnati and Dallas?
Remember how everybody last year was calling the Kansas City Chiefs 15 wins fraudulent? They're like, it's fraudulent because they're getting lucky at these ends of the games.
Was the Titans game a one score or was that 10 points?
No, I don't. Well, I can tell you.
It was like 20-12, wasn't it? I think it was an 8-point game.
Wasn't it an 8-point?
It was technically a one possession
2
game.
weeks ago.
I think
the Indy game was. A 20-12. 20-12.
Not Indy, Tennessee.
Tennessee. Wait. Yeah. 20-12 was
So one
Tennessee.
possession game. I know it's not 7 points or less, but one possession game.
Mm-hmm.
Colts game, one possession game.
Yeah.
Chargers,
one possession game. Cincinnati, you
28-3.
rolled. Yeah. And then fourth quarter game against Philly. Crazy game against the New York Jets.
One possession.
Greatest comeback in Broncos history against the New York Giants. And then the whooping of the Dallas Cowboys.
So 2 out of 9 contests have been greater than 8 points.
Yes.
Okay, so here's when I look at the 2015 team. I wasn't here, so I'm not going to pretend that I'm the expert on it. I watched the Super Bowl like everybody else. You know, I 10 years ago, where was I coaching? Notre Dame. Cool. I was watching from South Bend. And I think about those types of teams that win on the backs of dominant defenses. Okay, so this defense that the Broncos have right now, I'm talking like otherworldly legendary if it was able to do one more thing. And that's get takeaways.
Get takeaways.
They don't get takeaways.
No.
Not a lot.
Well, they lost. Did they lose the takeaway battle
2-0.
yesterday? Yeah. And they still won that game,
2-0.
which is crazy. But
So they don't get takeaways. That's one way, if you're going to play this style with wonky offensive football, to win. And I'm not talking about win 7-2, go 7-2 in the first 9 games. I'm talking about we need to start moving the goalposts toward talking about competing for a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So then, we can start being major scrutinizers of all the different things, right?
Yeah.
The other thing you got to do, if you're going to play like this with wonky offensive football, great defensive football, you got to play good on special teams.
No,
and
wait.
you're not doing
You were
it.
losing your mind yesterday. Every little mistake on special teams, I was like, oh, Sanford's somewhere losing his damn mind. And you were, weren't you? You're freaking out because, I'm shocked that they played so poorly on special teams and still won that game. That's a miracle
My poor
that they got that down.
My poor little Paisley bruised ribs this morning from getting kicked from special team snafus. I'm kidding, of course. I love my dog.
Yeah, don't do that, man. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. And I think Sean Payton is fairly sensitive about it. He was yesterday. He was this morning. He was talking about it. But let's do this. Let's take a time out. Tomorrow's another Avs Ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in all day on Tuesday for new keywords every hour on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to Military Appreciation Night on November 11th versus the Ducks is your home for Avalanche Hockey. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 will go over tomorrow or yesterday's Broncos game as we roll on with your Rally House Football Monday right here on the Morning Sprint. Welcome back to the morning sprint on this Monday, November the 3rd. Hope you paid your rent. It is a Rally House Victory Monday here in the Mile High City after the Broncos beat the Texans 18-15. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Catch Cardinals at Cowboys tonight at 6:15 on AM 950. But it's time right now for the Big Play Replay. Let's go back and take a look at all the highlights from yesterday's win for your Denver Broncos over the Texans in Houston. And we will start with, the start of the game where the Houston Texans had a crazy long drive. The Broncos win the coin flip. Called heads? It was heads. And they deferred to the second half. So the Texans got the ball, and the Texans go 14 plays and miss a field goal. The Broncos get the ball back. They go 8 plays, 25 yards, and it ended like this.
Special Teams Player of the Month in October was hitting from 62 this direction in pregame, and it's blocked. The kick is blocked, and it's Danico Autry with his 14th career blocked kick.
That's a crazy, talent to have. What do you do for a living? I block punts in the NFL, or I block kicks in the NFL. What's up?
When my dad was the head coach at UNLV, back when UNLV was absolutely cheeks, there was a blocked field goal against number 8 ranked Arizona State that won the game in Tempe, Arizona for my dad.
Yeah.
Over Dennis Erickson. Remember that name?
Yes, I do.
And Malo Taumua was one of our D linemen from Hawaii. And he showed everybody the actual tattooed imprint that the ball made on his forearm, which was really cool. He's like, "Oh, hey, look, brother, you can see lace here, brother."
That's a crazy talent. I mean, you can make money doing it. What do you do? I block field goals.
Do you find it slightly odd that Sean Payton Sean-splained to the media and ultimately to all of Broncos country before this game about Autry's propensity to block kicks? That means that I think that the Riz King was making an excuse before the game to Sean.
He was like, Sean, this guy.
Sean, get in front of this, man. We're gonna get one blocked.
You're right, because they did mention on the broadcast that Payton brought him up.
It's normal.
He did bring up Autry.
So it's not my problem. It's just Autry's so good at blocking kicks. What are we doing,
So
man?
there you go. You got a special teams fumble, and you get your field goal blocked, and then we're right back at it. And here's what happens next is that the Houston Texans get the ball, and they come down the field, and they have 8 plays, and they kick a field goal. And, things seem to be going pretty well for Houston. That is until this.
4-man pressure from Denver. Stroud breaks for contain. He'll run up the middle, and he gets popped. Chris Abrams drained, and here comes the flag.
KAD trucking CJ Stroud. Now, in the moment, it took my breath. I was like, oh, man, that's one of them hits. Here we go. Here, we're going to watch it right here. Here's CJ. He goes, he's sliding way too late. Smack. Oh. His helmet just whips into the ground. He's concussed. They automatically, flags come flying in. It gets a little chippy. Everybody runs up. Then they realize that CJ's not getting up. He is down. So they bring out the medical staff. Matter of fact, there was a Bronco player immediately. It wasn't Abrams drain, but the other Bronco player who was right there immediately started waving towards the Houston
Alex
side.
Singleton.
Okay, it was Singleton.
See the hands?
Yeah, I saw it. He did the T-Rex. I got concussed.
People
hands.
are mad at me for that, but
For the T-Rex hands?
Yeah,
No, that's what happens when you get concussed.
You know what I say? Either slide or knife the defenders,
that's
which
what I'm
is
saying.
go down face first into the ground.
Especially with a young athletic player like CJ. Instead, he slowed down, and you're right. His feet, I don't even know what he was trying to do there.
Hey, but deep down, do you kind of like that your backup corner got the explosiveness to be able to plat somebody like that?
There was some big hits from both those defenses yesterday. There's a couple of big hits.
The Texans' defense is as advertised, just athletically, man. Their ability to run.
If I played for the Houston Texans defense, I'd be so pissed off at my offense. Seriously. Because that team should have 2-3 more wins than they have right now with that defense, baby. Just wild. All right. So CJ Stroud gets knocked out of the game. They picked up the flags when they reviewed it and realized that KAD went straight to the chest. That was a textbook tackle by Abrams drained, so they pick up the flags, even though D'Amico was still angry about it in the post-game show. Still 3-0, and we start doing some fun stuff again, where the Broncos 3 plays and a punt, and then the Houston Texans with Davis Mills as a quarterback, 3 plays and a punt, and then the Broncos get the ball back, and Bo's still doing stuff like this.
2nd and 7 with Franklin in motion. Nix, backside pressure from Hunter, down the sideline, and it's intercepted. Kalen Bullock with the pick for Houston.
So Bo throws that pick. Not ideal. It was just the second play of that game as he was throwing for Cortland Sutton. And here, let's see it. This is the one where the defender was eyeing that ball the entire way. This was just is this the pass that Bo just put too much air under, I think, right, KJ? It was just, he kind of floated it instead of
let's look at it again. Coach can probably help us break it
Coach,
down here.
what do you think
I
about
think
this
he
throw?
underthrew here. Let's take a look.
Did he underthrow or?
No, it's this one was bad. Bad.
Yeah, what kind of throw was that?
It was a bad throw, and it's a bad read. You can't hang that ball up there with a safety that's lingering like that.
Yeah, he was,
that's bad football,
he
man.
was tracking that ball.
He had
as
another
soon as
one
it
later in
left.
the game, too, that should have been picked off. Very similar. It's like, you touched the stove. Like, I'm cool if you're trying to fit a ball in. This was just lofted. Yeah,
it's just not ideal. Yeah, you could see that pick coming from a mile away.
That little bullet cat's like, thank you. As they say, CTO, TTY. Catch the ones they throw you.
Oh, I get you.
Hey, tip balls and overthrows, got to get those.
So Bo throws a pick there in the second quarter, and the Texans get the ball, and it ends up in a field goal for them. So all of a sudden, Houston is up 6-0, but not for long.
Play clock at 1. The snap comes to Nix. Backside pressure from Hunter. Floats it down the sideline. Looking for the pay dirt. It's Cortland Sutton. It's a touchdown.
30-yard touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton. It's the only pass that Cortland caught all day long, but it was a nice one. That whole drive was so weird because Bo threw some weird balls during that drive, but that last one to Cortland
was a beaut.
So it's like, come on, man.
And that was Cortland Sutton's only catch of the day.
It's weird. It's weird. That was it. One and only. Although that other pick, I think he was throwing to Cortland too, right, when it got picked. So your Denver Broncos are on top by a score of 7-6, but not for long because Texans come down and they kick a field goal to take a 9-7 lead. Then the Broncos 4 and out and a punt. Texans 3 and out and a punt. But the Texans close out that second quarter with another field goal, and they have a 12-7 halftime lead. So to the third quarter we go. And the third quarter was no kind of fun if you were a Bronco fan. I was starting to really sweat this game in the third quarter because here's what your Broncos did. Punt, punt, punt. That was the third quarter. Just offense looked janky as all get out.
Jeremy Crawshaw time, baby.
Listen, man, the Crawdaddy is the
Aussie.
I love
Oi.
Listen, that's my guy.
Sean Payton calling another bubble screen to Tyler Bidet. He's like, hey, you know what this means, boys? The way that I'm calling this third quarter, it means Aussie. Oi. Let's get the punts out here.
He did blast
the punt it down under.
He did blast. So we're heading to the fourth quarter. And the Houston Texans are on top 15-7, just where the Broncos want you because
this is what we do here. We play bad football until the fourth.
Yeah, until it comes to winning time, and then the Broncos get to winning.
Nix looking with time, floats it alone on the sideline. Harvey will walk in for a Denver touchdown.
Beautiful play, right? I mean,
RJ Harvey wheel routes.
You want more?
Greater than Tyler Bidet's halfback slow screens.
All right, I'm with you on this because look at this. This looks great.
Great pure progression from Bo Nix. Really solid, anchored in the pocket, not throwing the ball flat-footed, playing on the balls of his feet. It's kind of amazing how good number 10 is when the mechanics are sick. Look at those mechanics. KJ, watch those mechanics. Berto, watch this.
I'm watching.
No, watch the man's feet.
Let me watch his feet.
You're always watching. You're looking for the cheerleaders.
You're right. My bad.
Yeah, hurry.
Here, let me watch. I'm watching the feet.
Okay, look at his feet. Eyes, feet.
Solid.
Oh, isn't that good?
On platform, as the coaches like to say.
Smooth three-step drop right there.
That's smooth.
Nice and
with
easy.
it.
So the Broncos suddenly, they get the 2-point conversion too. Because the Broncos, matter of fact, he threw that to Troy. Who got that one? With that, he snapped it out of the air on that 2-point
That was a
conversion.
heck of a catch.
That was
by
a great
Troy
catch.
Frank. There's a lot of questions on the Shot Mazda
Right
text
over the
line.
defender.
Keep them coming. 303-504-0925. Get all of your anger and vitriol out with your 7-2 Broncos. You spoiled fans like all of us, like Brett Kane is.
I know.
But here's what I tell you is that there are some examples of receivers for the Denver Broncos catching the ball in their chest when there should be some very aggressive hand catching going on.
Okay.
I always say, man, hey, that football, if you're a receiver, if you got a young receiver in your household, if you're listening and you yourself are a semi-pro receiver, listen here carefully. Heed this advice. That ball is a meal.
Eat it up.
You got a big-time steak? What do you got to eat a really good steak? You got to have a knife and a fork. You got to use your utensils. And your utensils are your hands. If you're hungry, then you get out your knife. You get out your fork. And you go to town.
Yeah, get it. And that's what Troy Franklin did on that 2-point conversion. Because seriously, I thought they missed it, and then Troy's 2 hands, smack, got that thing.
You know what he used right there? What did he use right there?
What do you use?
He used his utensils right there.
Yes, he did.
He
Knife
had a
and fork.
steak
Knife and five. Yeah,
and he had one of those oversized, like, fancy restaurant forks.
So life is good because you got the 2-point conversion, and all of a sudden, after trailing this whole game, well, not the whole game, but most of the game, you're tied 15-15. And then the rest of the fourth quarter was drunk because it goes Texans punt, Broncos punt, Texans punt, Broncos punt, Texans punt, Broncos punt, Texans punt, and then at the very end,
field goal.
Just
because of Bo Nix's
Here's what
legs.
Sean Payton said to Will Lutz. He says, hey, we're reading lips here. Right through. 34 for the win for the Broncos. And the kick is good. And the fourth quarter magic remains for Denver. 18-15. Denver with the winner.
The field goal is good. That's the end of the game.
And for that very reason, that's why he's affectionately known in Broncos country as Big
Ball Lutz? Big balls Lutz?
What rhymes with Lutz?
Nuts.
Big
Nuts. Oh, my
Will
bad.
Lutz, baby.
It's so obvious.
Okay, let's try it again.
Obvious.
That's why he's known in Broncos country as
Big Nuts Lutz.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's go, baby. Oh, yeah.
I should have got that on the first one. That's on me. Yeah.
You know
Big
I did
Nuts
that?
Lutz
You know I did
nailed
that?
that.
Because I didn't say it. You said it. I didn't say it. You said it, so I'm good.
That's
So
right. You're good.
The
right.
FCC still loves me.
Right. They're coming for me and not you.
Yep.
But listen, that's a great name, Big
Am
Nuts
I an
Lutz.
accomplice, though?
Nah. Well, yeah, you kind of are. But listen, you're not the one going to jail.
How do you, when I say big and you go balls?
It's just the first thing that came to mind, but I should have.
His name's Will Lutz.
I know.
You were?
I know. You got me at the end there, but yeah, we brought it back around. We got the car straight on the straight and narrow. So there you go. That's how the Broncos beat the Texans yesterday, 18-15 in a stupid game. If it wasn't for that Bears-Bengals game, it was probably the dumbest game of the weekend, right? That was kind of crazy. But your Denver Broncos now won 6 straight games, and they are tied for the best record in the NFL. And it is wild how kind of mid Broncos country is right now. It's like there's half of Broncos country still angry at the offense.
Shut up.
Yeah, and the other half is just like, I'm happy we're 7-2.
Yeah,
right?
you know what? Sean Payton has no time for your pettiness. He's 7-2, and he said, "What's our record again?"
That's right.
He went Blink
Seriously,
182.
man.
What's my age again?
Yeah, seriously though,
And that's about the time she walked away from me.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good at all. Congratulations to Noah Galdez of Grandview. He is our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Luder Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. We will take a break. When we come back, we'll check out who's in the groove next. Time right now to check out who's in the groove. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Monday. All right, Coach, who's in? Listen, if you can find an offensive player who's in the groove, I will give you a cookie. Because I'm assuming we're both going to go defensive side of the ball when we talk about who's in the groove for your Broncos.
Do you actually have that cookie?
You know what? No, actually, I don't have a cookie. I got some Mentos. I got like half a thing of Mentos.
I'll tell you who's in the groove and's been in the groove. It's a certain version of a certain offensive player. And that is the fourth quarter magician, otherwise known as fourth quarter Bo.
Oh.
Bo Nix in the fourth quarter alone is in the groove. That is my Toyota in the groove.
That's it? Okay. I didn't think you could do it, but you
guess
did.
What?
I'll
Guess
take
what?
it. I'll take it.
Guess what happens in the National Football League? If you got an elite defense, do you need to play great quarterback play for 4 quarters?
No.
Typically, you need to play great at the position when you need to play great at the position. All NFL games come down to what, pretty much? It's proven out this year. All but 2 of your games have come down to the final possession of the football contest.
I guess we could put Crawshaw in there as who's in the groove. But I'm going to go Hufanga, man, right?
So good.
Man.
I love that man.
Yeah.
I love that man. I love his hair. I love his smile. I love his style.
Just running around hitting people.
I love that he, when C.J. Stroud was looked like he was incapacitated, he was right there. Mm-hmm. He had his arms reached out, praying for the man. Mm-hmm. But then he, 2 plays later, he flips that switch and he's out there just hunting for heads. That dude he's a gentleman off the field and an absolute train wrecker. Yeah. Game wrecker.
Man, that was
savage on the field, man. I want Hufanga. I want him to get like the treatment that Troy Polamalu got in Pittsburgh here in Denver.
Okay.
I want that man to get long-termed.
Yeah, I'm here with you. I'm here for you. I'd like that dude can be a Denver Bronco for life. J.K. Dobbins, Denver Bronco for life. Hufanga, Denver Bronco for life. Greenlaw, Denver Bronco for life. Listen. When the Houston Texans are there on the goal line and they're first and goal from the 1, and the Broncos defense says no, not once, not twice, but 3 times, man, as an offensive play caller, are you screaming at the Texans for what they're doing? They're just like, listen, man, we're going to get a couple of yards here in a cloud of dust, and the Broncos defense kept smacking them right in the face and said no.
I mean, I would have loved to have leaned into – this was prior to C.J. Stroud's injury, right?
Yes, C.J. was still
I would have loved to have
used
used some semblance of C.J. Stroud's mobility in that situation.
Right.
Give him a run pass possibility as a bootleg or a naked or even a little RPO where he's got – sometimes on those RPOs, they're called zone reads. And then you take off and run, and then you have like a little crack and go.
Mm-hmm.
So if the corner comes up and plays you, boom, just flip it right over his head.
Like there was some bad offensive football from both sides, from Houston and Denver yesterday.
Though, can we agree that really, really good, fast, physical defensive football can make a lot of all offensive football look like bad football?
Yeah. But the good news is that the Broncos don't face another defense like that again this season, right?
All right, so when we're talking about the Broncos and how bad they looked offensively, against the team that led the NFL in points per game, led the NFL in yards per game, both on the prohibitive side, obviously, not giving up the most.
Yeah.
Let's go to the Denver Broncos. How many teams have they played this year where their fan base, the opposing team's fan base, would come away and be like, we played really good offensive football today?
Ooh. None, right? None. Maybe,
Colts.
Indian 29 points is pretty.
Daniel Jones.
Okay. Yeah, they're the only one. I mean, Justin Herb. I mean, the Chargers only got to 23 when they beat you.
And it felt weird, too.
Yeah. So, I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, I guess, hey, KJ, what's the best offense the Broncos are going to face again? Because you got 2 games against Kansas City, 1 against L.A., and I can't think, Green Bay's offense maybe?
Inconsistent. They lost their best player, Tucker Kraft.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Out for the year. ACL.
Man. Yeah, that's tough.
Big blow.
So you're not going to play another truly elite defensive team until you get to the playoffs, right? Because I'm not going to crown the Chiefs as Or the Jags, or
If we're talking defense, the Packers have an elite defense.
You think the Packers coming in
Very
at
good.
December 14th might have something for the...
Yeah, but the Packers historically play like absolute buns in Denver.
That's a scheduled loss for Green Bay?
I don't know. They play terrible. They looked awful in that. Green Bay's like, I know because I talked to Jordan after it. I talked to my buddy's a wide receiver coach there, Ryan Mahaffey, coach for me at Western Kentucky. That franchise is really messed up by the altitude.
Is it? You think
psychologically, it's like, oh gosh, I can barely walk. I was so tired.
You caught an L from Carolina, man.
Yeah, and you were wearing 1932 helmets. That was stupid.
Yeah, that was not great. But I don't like 13 points against Carolina. That's all you can get me. Green Bay's 13 points.
My man Ajiro Evero, guy's dialing it up.
I guess.
Hey, you know the Panthers have 4 wins. They're not bad.
Do the Panthers have 4 wins? I would have guessed less. But they're over 500 with that win last night. They're 5-4.
5-4. Excuse me.
You cannot stop Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers, man. Although I'm assuming, listen, the NFL loves parity, so these teams that are trash are eventually going to be halfway decent. So I mean, look at the Chicago Bears. Are they coming around after that win yesterday?
Those dang Panthers are in the middle of a NFC South title hunt. They are, man. They're just one game out of first.
That's so weird.
They're not
to
bad,
say
dude.
that. That is so weird to say.
Dave Canales playing good ball.
How do you, Coach? How does it make you feel when you look at the AFC West standings and standing alone is your Denver Broncos
Borderline
a game ahead
erotic.
against the Chargers? Right?
It's borderline erotic. But what I would tell you though, don't be the team that takes a picture of the standings. Don't take a. What's the matter? Oh,
you just.
Am I secreting?
You just spilled. You spilled your entire water bottle all over yourself, Coach, and you didn't notice, man.
Was it like this 5 minutes ago?
No.
How did that happen?
How did you get your whole water bottle on your?
I think it happened because I was washing my bottle out over there.
Oh,
at the sink.
I think you did. And
No,
you just
it
didn't.
It
Notice
didn't just happen just now.
Your entire hoodie is soaked now, man. Soaked.
You know what? I'm in peak football mode right now, aren't I?
right, you
things
can't
like
even
that.
tell. You're focused.
I am locked in.
You got
man.
blinders on, Coach.
I'm in Chassa postseason mode. I'm in Denver
I saw
Broncos
the draw.
win
What'd you
the
think
AFC
about that
West.
draw?
I love that draw.
You're Valor's currently 5th.
Yep, just little old Valor.
That 5 seed.
Yep, little old Valor stinks. They're in 5th.
When's the playoff start?
Friday.
This Friday?
I won't. I got to buy.
Oh, that's right.
I got a first round buy.
That's right. So next week the Valor gets
Cherry Creek number 1. Number 2, Ralston Valley, who is dominant over undefeated Arvada West in the battle for Arvada. And then Mount Vista, man, undefeated again, 2 years in a row, regular season. And then number 4 is Legend and Jake Heaps and the boys.
And then it's you. And then it's Valor.
And then little old Valor.
It's playoffs. Playoffs are going to be tough, Coach.
Yeah, we have no shot, man. Brother, you know that.
See, you're starting it.
No shot.
You're starting it already.
No chance.
All right. So you know what, KJ, what were we talking about when last we left you when we got sidetracked there with Coach's hoodie?
AFC West standings.
Oh, that's right, AFC West.
So AFC West standing. I love where the Broncos are at. Just don't be the team that goes and takes a picture at halftime when you got the lead, like Lee Corso did famously when he was the head coach of Indiana against the Michigan Wolverines. They were winning 10-9. Took a picture. He's like, we got to use this for the media guide for recruiting purposes. Yeah. And then they lose 52-10. Don't be that team, man. Just go out and play ball. I hope that the Denver Broncos don't need what Mark Moser is requesting them to need, which is a good old-fashioned whooping.
To catch an L, So
Sean Payton, just be a little bit humbler.
No, that ain't going to happen, especially on this kind of win streak. And you know what? They're going to hammer the Raiders at home on Thursday, right?
They better.
And then it's going to be a 7-game win streak, and he's really going to start pimping things out. He's going to be real petty and cocky at that point.
What time is the Chiefs Broncos game?
Is
it just a normal?
That's a good question.
Not
I'll
a prime
tell you
time?
right.
We're not in that space where they start sliding prime time.
No. Not well. Actually,
they need to start thinking about it because they're
it's a normal start time.
No
next
offense,
Sunday.
No offense to tonight's Westwood One presentation here on Altitude Sports Radio of the Monday Night Football game, but Dallas Cowboys tonight
and Arizona Cardinals
without Kyler Murray. You got Jacoby
Get your damn
Brissett.
act together.
Like, I was actually looking forward to. I got a bye week. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna take the missus out for a little date night. We're gonna watch some Monday Night Football,
and you get
I'm
stuck
like,
with Cowboys cards.
Do I really
Cowboys
wanna watch
cards,
that?
man. Like even that Sunday Night Football game. I love those Seahawks, those old school Seahawks jerseys. Those are sweet, man. But I was shocked it wasn't Bills Chiefs down there. You know what I mean? And not only that game was pretty fun. So I was shocked they didn't.
Did you see Jaden Daniels' elbow?
Oh, yes. It's not supposed. You're not supposed to do that.
Which one was worse? Was it Tyreek Hill's leg or Jaden Daniels' elbow?
Ooh.
So if you're out there right now, just go ahead and
probably
be a sicko like me and just compare those two injuries side by side.
Yeah, because when you look
KJ,
at it and you're like, your arm's not supposed
to
fold that way. It's not supposed to go that way. Yeah, and I don't even know, like, how long is Jaden going to be out with a dislocated?
He's
like,
done for the year.
I was about to say, is he even going to be back for the playoffs? Playoffs? Actually, the Commanders aren't going to make the playoffs this year, but that's just the nature of the beast is where we're at right here. You know what? Let's take a timeout. When we come back, we will check out the. Oh no! KJ, why you got to just throw it up there? You got to give me a warning,
You look
man.
up there. You look.
No, look at it. No way. Look at.
Give me. Oh goodness! Give me a quick Tyreek here. I want a quick Tyreek. Give me that Tyreek. Give me that Tyreek.
No, it's got to be that one because you can see the bone. Look at. You can see the bones.
Yeah, but he didn't do it.
Nah. Yeah, no, that one's filthy, man. That's filthy. I mean, it's not. It's just.
You know, it's so
it's
unfortunate.
It's not his throwing arm, but still. Ugh.
It's so unfortunate for me because Jaden Daniels, who is a lot of fun to watch, man, does he not just look like a player that's built to break?
Yeah, he's got some of that RG3 in him where you're just like, man.
Oh, here we go. It's time. Okay, so we watched the Jaden Daniels. Now it's time for the Tyreek. Okay, here we go. Just watch it. Watch it closely. Here we go. Zoom in that bad boy. Get that thing blown up there. Oh, we got to get new internet at this place. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Full screen that bad boy. Let's go. All right, here we go.
It's Tyreek. It's Tyreek.
Tyreek's way worse.
Yeah, it's way worse.
Oh,
no. Yeah. Yeah, see, I can see that. I can watch the Jaden one a couple of times. That one time is enough with Tyreek. That's nasty. All right. Yeah, we don't need none of that. Let's do this. Let's take a time out. We come back. We'll just continue the discussion about the Denver Broncos.
Same Twitch feed's like, why? I have PTSD now. KJ, stop.
This is not good at all. We'll be right back on a Rally House Victory Monday.
It's impossible to have the halfway point because we're an odd number of games. We passed the halfway point. Yeah, all right. Go ahead. I'm kidding you.
How do you assess the progress of your team?
It is what it is. What's our record? I lost track. There you go. That's how I see it. It's pretty good.
All right, Sean, you go ahead and talk that talk, huh? You talk your ass.
Mm-hmm. Get as cocky as you want, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're 7-2.
winning. That's right. You're winning.
I'll tell you who wasn't 7-2 here.
Who?
Nathaniel Hackett. He wasn't 7-2. Tell you who else wasn't.
No.
Vic Fangio wasn't 7-2.
No. There was no 6-game winning streaks in those guys' tenure.
Vance Joseph wasn't 7-2.
Nope.
The headbanger.
No. But if you had if you were like, you only get to keep one, the head coach or the DC, I might keep the DC right now. You want me? I love you, Sean.
Yeah.
I love you, but brother, like you're winning these games because of what Vance is doing.
Yeah, likability factor and production of unit, 100%. You got to take Vance Joseph in that conversation. But you do understand that Sean Payton as the head coach is technically responsible for all of it.
Yes. So I can blame him for the special teams too?
You can?
Because it doesn't feel like he was blaming players for the special teams yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't. You know what's interesting, though? There was a soundbite, and I don't know if KJ has it nice and handy here, but I thought I heard Sean Payton say something that he was very disappointed with some of the late substitutions of the personnel for special teams, and I think the words came out of his mouth, at least last night. I sound like he walked him back today in his press availability. But last night I heard him say something along the lines of, if we can't get that fixed, I'll find somebody who can. Is that right? Do we have that? So we'll take a look.
We do have that, and then we do have him answering the question again this morning where he was
What's the question?
Yeah, where he basically threw players under the bus. He's like, but it was weird because he said, listen, if it's a coaching thing, we'll get that fixed. But if it's a player who's supposed to be on the field or knows he's supposed to be on the field and he ain't out there, then I'll find a different player to be out there, is what he was saying. So, yes, he was throwing players on the bus while saying, hey, if it's coaching, it's not that big of a deal. We'll get it fixed. But guess what? If my homie was running the special teams, I'd probably have his back too until there was a point where you couldn't. And that point is if you lose a game because of special teams, right?
Does this sound like a head coach immediately after the game that was going to be rolling with the homies? Play this from last night.
Yeah, we'll look at that on film. All of that without watching on tape. My concern was just the late subs. It was a little bit sloppy in the kicking game. We'll get that cleaned up, or we'll find someone else that can do it.
Woo! 2 years in a row where he's going to find somebody else who can do it.
But it's not the 50th guy on the roster who's the problem in special teams. It's the guy who's coaching special teams.
Well, especially when it's week after week after week after week.
Yeah, it's not the same guy. You're right. It's not like Bandy wasn't out there a couple of games ago when special teams looked bad. He wasn't dropping kicks back then,
So then Sean this morning.
Yeah, let's hear what he has to say this
probably, maybe had a conversation with you, Mr. Rizzi, and I don't know if Darren appreciated how Sean spoke of him last night. So here was Sean Payton this morning, a little grumpy, a little bit defiant toward the media. Why do I have to do this stupid crap? I got a game in 3 days. Here's Sean Payton this morning on Darren Rizzi.
I just wanted to go back when you talked about the special teams issues and you were saying, yesterday we have to get that cleaned up or we'll find someone else that can do it. Are you referring to personnel there? Or are you referring to coaching?
Evan, if you were paying attention, I'm referring to players that aren't on the field that need to be. All right. Coaching is outstanding. All right. We'll get that cleaned up. My point is, if there's 10 in the field and there's supposed to be 11, all right, then that player that's supposed to be out there, I'll find someone else to do his job.
Okay, hold on a sec. We know that voice that asked the question. We've had him here on the morning sprint.
Right. That's not his name.
That's Luca.
That's not his name.
His name is Luca Evans. He called him Evan.
Yeah.
Does Sean think his name is Evan Evans?
Oh, yeah, probably. Knowing Sean, who knows, man? He just probably, he's just like idiot.
Is Sean Payton's Zoom presser this morning where he calls Luca Evans?
Evan.
Is that going to be a no?
But we just heard both sound bites. At what point in the first soundbite did he make it clear he was talking about players instead of coaches?
Well,
not at all.
It wasn't clear. And substitution problems, That belongs to the freaking special teams coordinator.
I would think so. What do you I mean, whatever.
Yeah,
Listen, Sean's
yeah,
going
my
to do
name's
his
Luca.
show.
Also.
Okay, perfect.
Did he say it?
So he corrected. He was like,
Yeah,
yo, man,
yeah,
that's not my
name's
name.
Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
Not perfect, Coach. You get it right, man.
Can I hear Evan again? I love Evan.
Evan.
How many times did he do that? Because he gave us a Jeff Last year, right? Jeff.
Evan.
He's a 3. He was a triple Evan. A triple incorrect first name.
Listen, what happens
Good
when
for
the
you,
Broncos
Luka.
win the Super Bowl? How psychotic is my man Sean going to be when they win the whole thing? Yeah. He's going to be walking around like he owns this city, and I guess he kind of could.
But seriously, like, Sean Payton, talk that talk, man. Talk that mess. You're the 7-2 head football coach of the Denver Broncos. But how in your right mind can you justify that the coaching has been outstanding?
Has
on
been
special
great.
teams?
He said great.
You know what? I want to get that kind of job.
Right.
Where I
do
can
too.
be awful.
Yes.
And somebody tells me it's been outstanding. And so no matter what I do, it's somebody else's fault.
Right.
So
Somebody
then
else
what
is
is the job of a special teams coordinator?
I don't know.
Nothing?
I don't know, to bring the
It's-
donuts?
If
to
it's the players,
cheer real
it's
loud?
going to be the players' fault.
Yeah.
How does that go in special teams meetings now?
Yeah, true that. Right.
Like,
right.
Sean, have a little bit of understanding about the magnitude of that, because these are some of the more important players on your roster in terms of this is the cross section of the offense and defense. That's what your special teams is.
Do you think?
And you're going to blame players when it's never been the same guy over and over and over.
Right. Do you think? Listen. I said this before, and I'll say it again. The Broncos have to figure out this issue they have with all the penalties, with all the flags. I don't know why they just keep getting penalized.
On
And
special teams, though.
That's a Sean Payton thing,
But
man,
it's
right?
kind of
The
more on
team is
special
just-
teams. Like, Berto, I can't emphasize enough. When you're a special teams coordinator, I've been around it at the college level where the stakes are high. Those guys get hired and fired very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
When you have one penalty in a game on special teams, when you typically have you have less than 20 total snaps on a special teams day.
Mm-hmm.
You got one penalty, that's a bad day. You got 2 or 3 and a block kick and a 45-yard return.
Yeah.
That's deplorable special teams coaching. And guess what? You are responsible as the special teams coagulator, as my dad calls the coordinator.
Do you think Sean
You're
Payton,
responsible for all of it?
would he have a different story if the Broncos would have booted that game and lost when it came to the special teams?
He doubled down on the Riz King after the debacle in Indianapolis.
You're right. And then he did it again today when it comes to Brizzy. But this is, I hate to give Moser credit, but this is what he's talking about. Like, why solve a problem until it becomes a problem? Like, if you're Sean Payton, why would you change anything when you're winning?
You shouldn't. I agree with that. You shouldn't.
But
he's
feels
got to
like
acknowledge that it sucks.
Right. Yes. Maybe
Just
that's
be honest to us. Don't freaking lie to us.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
And be honest
That
that there's
he's feeding us a lie.
accountability for your freaking guy from the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
That's all everybody wants.
Yeah.
There doesn't have to be the accountability that we're all looking for blood.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good enough, and Darren Rizzi needs to do a better job coordinating the entirety of the special teams unit. 5 malfunctions is not okay.
Right. Would it feel better? Would you feel better if they were like, yeah, special teams, we need work. Yeah, offense, we need work. Defense, you're good.
The thing I'll
you
say
just keep
about
doing you.
the thing I'll say about Sean Payton, a lot of times special teams can be a problem within a franchise or a football program when the head coach doesn't emphasize it enough, or the head coach doesn't create enough time in special teams periods in practice. You've been to any of the training camp practices, you've been in any of the regular season practices, you can see Sean Payton creates a lot of space for the special teams unit to be successful. And frankly, last year's special teams unit with Ben Kotwicka and Mike Westhoff was a top 10 unit in the National Football League in all of the coverage units.
And that guy got fired.
He got fired because of the one field goal that was blocked. Well, guess what? Darren Rizzi says, hey, Ben Kotwicka, hold my beer. Not only am I going to have a field goal blocked, I'm going to actually have this happen. I'm going to have Mitchell Ferboni call for late hit on a punt return. I'm going to have a blocked field goal, just like you did. I'm going to have a muff punt from Michael Bandy that wasn't clearly prepared enough, just like RJ Harvey wasn't clearly prepared enough when he fielded a kickoff return basically on the half yard away from the sideline as he walks out at the 5.5 yard line. Oh, by the way, I'm going to give up a 45-yard punt return, and then we're going to get another late hit.
How did you win a game when you do? How'd you win a game and have 2 turnovers and still win that thing? It's all that. It's just it's that defense, right? It's the Broncos defense.
It's the defense in fourth quarter Bo.
Man, yeah, I love fourth quarter Bo. You know what? We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to have. I think we're going to have KJ's NFL notes, which we really love. But I also want to talk about, or KJ wants to talk about, why Sean Payton is pushing Bo in the particular direction that he is currently pushing Bo. And we will figure that out after a quick timeout. Congratulations to Brady Vodka. Vodicka? You think I did that right?
Yeah, he's the quarterback for the
Brady
Cherry Creek.
Vodicka?
Get the name right. The guy's the state champion.
Oh, whoa, okay, my bad.
Hey, man.
My bad, Brady.
Got to show
it.
respect even to the rivals.
Of Cherry Creek, he's our athlete of the week, presented by Backers and Shaker. Backers and Shakers loves Brady's passion, and their passion is justice.
Hey, Colorado coach Mike Sanford here, and it is time to get up to the fluffy white powder in the Rocky Mountains. And Loveland Ski Area is going to be my home away from home, as it has been the last 2 winters. I have loved moving over from an epic and icon pass world to the Loveland Ski Area pass, where my 2 boys are shredding the gnar, getting all kinds of snowboarding in. So here's the deal. Ski season, it's nearly here, as we know. Not quite yet open. But we all know it's time to think about hitting those slopes. Did you know that a Loveland Ski Pass comes with 100+ bonus days at more than 30 partner resorts, including Monarch here in Colorado, Purgatory, Silverton, Sunlight, Whitefish, Montana, and Schweitzer up in the Panhandle in Idaho. So you'll get access to free cat skiing as well along the Continental Divide at Loveland, and discounts on lift tickets, food, and rentals. So get your pass at skiloveland.com, because there's real Colorado skiing with real value and no crowds, just the way it should be.
It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town as your Denver Broncos win their 6th straight, now tied for the best record in the NFL with 2 other teams, the New England Patriots and the Indianapolis Colts. I probably wouldn't have guessed that by week 9 that the 3 top teams in the NFL are the Colts, Patriots, and the Broncos. But this is where we're at. And it's time right now for KJ's NFL Notes. What you got?
Starting off, let's look at things from the Texans' perspective because they're the ones that are throwing absolute haymakers when it comes to what happened to C.J. Stroud. So
get down, C.J.
Get your butt down,
yeah,
bro.
get down, man.
I'm with you.
You better protect yourself, young man.
Hey,
should have never slid.
That little half slide gonna get you wrecked.
Yeah.
And it did, son. And so here's safety Azeez Al-Shaair of
talk about the pot calling the kettle black.
Oh, my gosh.
This dude decapitated
Yeah, he
humans.
loves to hit people going low.
Here's his comments on Chris Abrams' drain not getting penalized on that play.
Obviously, seeing CJ on the ground like that is tough, and it's just football. Like, I know that kid wasn't trying to go out there and do that because I know I wasn't. But to see that there was, not only did he not get ejected, there was not even a flag. I think that frustrated me more than anything. Not because I wanted to see the kid get kicked out the game, but just knowing everything I just dealt with a year ago to where the NFL comes out and calls me this headhunter type player, and you don't even have a guy like that get a flag. Like, I was blown away. It really shocked me. And, maybe that's something that they learned from my play. Maybe that's why. And, the ref did tell me because I asked him, but I genuinely was just questioning, like, what the hell was going on? Like, how did that happen or not happen? And he told me, like, it's something that they were looking at changing this year to just see if there was contact to the head or neck area. And if it's a late slide, then they won't flag it. Whatever, it just is what it is. So I guess
stop. Get this guy to. I can't stand Azeez Al-Shaair. I actually coached against him in college. I was the head coach at Western Kentucky, and he was played for Lane Kiffin at Florida Atlantic University. He did this crap all the time. We're watching last year as Trevor Lawrence very clearly gives himself up.
And he targets his head
with his elbow, and he has like elbow bracing that he puts right through the literal chin of Trevor Lawrence.
Jaw.
Hey, Azeez Al-Shaair, you're going to go the way of Chris Mannix here, where you will never, ever grace the airwaves here on the morning sprint.
Right. The difference is you had an illegal hit, and Abrams' drain hit was perfect. There's nothing wrong with that, man. There was nothing wrong with that hit. Seriously, if I'm telling my quarterbacks not to slide, play it, a football play, man, because look at this. Here, see, he paused, he slid too late, all that nonsense. Like, CJ hurt himself on that play is what I think.
Well, so Azeez Al-Shaair, listen, my old friend, actually still my current great friend, but my old partner in crime here at 10 a.m. till noon, Chris Dempsey, he's got some words for you. Just insert Azeez Al-Shaair where you hear Chris Mannix.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
D'Amico was angry too, man. D'Amico was still upset about it. But if you watch the
called
play,
the loser's limp.
If you watch
it's called
play,
the loser's limp.
You know what? Let's hear from D'Amico. Here's what he had to say after the game.
CJ scrambled. Of course, he tried to. He slid, and the guy came up and hit him. As I see it,
legally
unnecessary roughness. And he hit the quarterback when he's sliding and giving himself up. If I'm incorrect on the rule, I've seen that happen multiple times, with our guys, and we get the penalty. But for some reason, it just didn't happen there.
That sounds like a loser right there.
Yeah.
So DeMeco Ryans, enjoy 3-5, and you're destined for a whole hell of a lot more losses this year. Just so you know,
world of difference between headhunting.
Tell your quarterback when it's near the sticks, you either clearly slide or you clearly go for the play. Right. Don't be caught in between a sh and a fart.
Yeah. Listen, I honestly blame Patrick Mahomes for some of this stuff because now defenders have been. They've been faked out too much with those slides. You know what I mean? Like if I'm Vance Joseph, I'm like, I don't care about a slide, late slide, early slide, on time. You go after the quarterback, man, because I don't trust any of these guys. I don't trust any of them. But that is a perfectly legal hit. All right, KJ, what's next?
Evan.
We'll get to more Broncos here coming up in just a moment, but we got a lot of news around the NFL that we need to get to. And let's start off with Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels, who dislocated his elbow in a 38-14 loss to the Seattle Seahawks. He's still being they're still running some MRIs and some tests to officially confirm how long he'll be out. But I agree with Coach from earlier. I think there's a chance his season may be over. He was hurt with 7 minutes and 39 seconds left to go.
Oh, that's a good point, KJ.
7 minutes and 39 seconds left to go, and Washington was already trailing 38-7 at that point. So is Dan Quinn to blame for Daniel's injury?
That's a coach question right there.
He is to blame, and so is Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury in year 2, everywhere he has been a disaster. Because his offense is essentially rooted in the simplest, most lack of detailed ideology and philosophy of offense, and that's called the air raid.
Mm-hmm.
Cliff Kingsbury just keeps getting jobs. I'll tell you this. I really like Cliff Kingsbury as a dude. Hung out with him before. It's obviously a lot better looking than me. It's not why I'm mad at him. Just the second years that he's had in either as coordinators or as a head coach.
You know what? I don't agree with that. I think you're just as attractive as Cliff.
No, Cliff's better looking.
No, he's got some rat-like tendencies in that face, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You have no rat-like tendencies.
Yeah, but he's got abs. I'll have abs in I'm gonna do 75 hard again, so I'll have abs by March.
Ooh, okay, good luck.
Yeah. No, I had abs 2 years ago, and I'm gonna get on that Tyler Polumbus stuff. So I'm gonna have abs. I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna be like,
you're gonna look like He-Man.
Hey, Berto. You need somebody to watch your back tonight?
Yeah, you get that Tyler Polumbus glow up. Yeah, you're going to look real swole. All right, KJ, what's next, man?
I don't need the hair thing, though. Am I pretty good up there? Am I looking pretty good?
Yeah, no, you're looking good.
Solid?
You're looking good.
Some good lettuce?
Yeah. You'd have to add 100 pounds of muscle to get to the Polumbus area, man. That's a lot of muscle. All right, KJ, what's up?
Evan.
Let's head to the NFC East because the Philadelphia Eagles made another trade this morning as they acquired outside linebacker Jalen Phillips from the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins will receive a 2026 third-round draft pick. And now the Eagles, they've stockpiled a little bit in regards to players they think they can win with on the defensive side of the ball within the last week. Jair Alexander, Michael Carter II, and now Jalen Phillips. So could that potentially fix or start to fix some of the issues defensively that they've had over the past, we'll pretty much say all season?
I don't know. I mean, how much you're gonna win that division without even trying, because the rest of it is trash now. And Jaden's hurt, right? Cowboys suck. Jaden's hurt. The Commanders are sitting in there at 3-6. The Giants are trash. You're winning that division no matter what. You could probably lose out and still win the NFC East. But it is weird how the Eagles seem to do things that the other NFL teams don't do, and they're always tinkering. The Philadelphia Eagles almost look like an NBA team or an NHL team sometimes, where you're just like, yeah, you know what? Let's make this deal and add a piece, or let's make this deal and add a piece. And these, like, the trade deadline's tomorrow. It's tomorrow, right? It's tomorrow. It's it. This is tomorrow. If the Broncos are going to pick up a guy, it's got to be tonight or tomorrow morning. The NFL trade deadline is here, baby. And it always feels like the Eagles are always tinkering, and it doesn't seem like what all the other NFL teams do at all, right? Can you think of another team that makes as many trades, these minor trades where you're sending a fifth or a sixth or, one of those kind of picks to a team for whoever you want, man? It's kind of weird, but I kind of like it.
Give me your wish list.
My wish list for the
Broncos?
Broncos?
Denver Broncos. Positional wish list.
All right. You know what? If I'm getting super cocky, I'm doing this. Let's go. You know what? Miami is trash, and they're trading people, so let's go Jalen Waddle. Let's go get Jalen Waddle. Cincinnati keeps saying no, but
you know what you
give
just did
us
with
Trey
his name?
Hendrickson
Do you know what you
too.
just did with Jalen Waddle's name?
Did I butcher it? What did I do?
You didn't know if it was Jalen or Jaden, so you went with
Jalen?
No, you called him Jaden LaWaddle.
Jaden, sorry, my
You
bad.
said
It's
Jaden Lawaddle.
Jalen Waddle.
I
Waddle.
like Jaden Lawaddle's a better player.
He'd probably
He's
be
more of a legitimate number one wide receiver.
I mean, actually, so any help on offense, please? After what we saw yesterday, any help at all, man? Any help? TJ Hawkinson, come on down. Come on down, baby. Let's go anything. Evan Ingram, how many passes did he catch? 0 passes. How many, you know what? How many tight ends cost a patch for the Broncos yesterday?
Troutman had a good one.
One catch from the tight end position?
Yeah, I
you
think
tell
that might
me
be
what
it.
it is.
No Nate Atkins.
Just give me.
Mercedes went out there plucking the ball out the sky.
Although he
41.
did get in there. It was
6
crazy.
snaps.
In the first quarter, he's in there, 41 years old. I'm like, woo, baby, let's go. But let's see. Tight ends. Who got a pass from the tight end position? Nobody.
Troutman had one.
Nobody.
Troutman had one.
That 2 receptions from Troutman.
Yeah, man.
That's it. That's
Take it
all
easy
you're
on my
asking.
guy Adam.
That's it?
What do you have, 12 yards?
Yeah, I think. Let's see. Yeah, Troutman had 25 yards. 22 catches, 2 targets, 2 catches, 25 yards.
Picture me balling.
No. Big nut sluts. All right, KJ, what's next?
Evan.
Let's head to the AFC North as a story just came out here within the last 30 to 45 minutes. Head coach Kevin Stefanski, look at me combining names, for the Cleveland Browns. He is, for the second consecutive year, relinquishing play calling duties. He's now handing it off to offensive coordinator Tommy Rees as the Browns are now facing 2-6 coming off of their bye week. Are we setting up for a little Shedeur Sanders action potentially?
Shedeur was about the most exciting thing that happened offensively for the CU Buffs.
I saw he showed up.
He showed
to say
up.
What's up?
Threw the watch out there.
And then they got housed again.
Oh, bad.
Ooh.
But I thought Arizona was supposed to be buns.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Or is maybe CU just...
That was bad.
Is CU bunsier than 2022 right now?
Yeah. Ooh.
Because we were getting housed by teams that were in the top 10.
You're right.
Or top 5.
I know it's bad. You certainly were giving press conferences like Prime did this weekend, where you're like, I don't know what he's saying or what he's trying to say or what he's trying to do.
I'm so disappointed in DMac, man. He had the perfect opportunity to tell Deion Sanders when asked if he is a cat or a dog. He could have said, I'm neither, but my wife's Twitch user handle is Cat Cave.
And you think Prime would appreciate that?
It would have been great. Just go weird. Just completely nerd out on him.
I don't know what Cleveland's going to do. Listen. You've got one of the all-time super bad NFL games this weekend. The Cleveland Browns are coming off a bye, and they're playing the New York Jets. So good. Whoever. Remember, at like 6 weeks ago, this is the game that you and I thought that Shedeur was going to start because they were coming off the bye. And I was like, yeah, you know what? This is probably the game that Shedeur gets a start. You know what? You already had a couple of games of Gabriel when he's not that good. Let's give Shedeur a shot against one of the worst teams in the NFL. But that doesn't sound like it's going to happen. It's not. Is it going to be Justin Fields again, though? Or, you know what I mean? Is it going to be Justin Fields versus Dalen Gabriel in a battle of the suckitudes this weekend with the Browns and the Jets? Combined 3 wins between those two teams. That's got to be the worst. I mean, I will say that the Saints are at the Panthers, but Carolina just won, man.
So Dylan Gabriel in 6 games has thrown for 702 yards. He's averaging 117 yards per game. 5 touchdowns to just 2 interceptions, and he's already been sacked 11 times for 71.
11 times? Wow. Is that twice as many times as Bo's been sacked, and he's played twice as many games or whatever, more than that, right? Because, I mean, Bo only got sacked once yesterday, right? The Broncos had 4 sacks, 2 against CJ, and then 2 against Davis Mills. And I think Bo just got hit that one time. That was it. That was a one time. Man, that offensive line is still... I like to make fun of the offense, but that offensive line is keeping Bo pretty clean.
Yeah, so right now, Bo Nix has been sacked 9 times on the year.
Wow.
And you're past as Sean will tell you.
Yeah.
He'll Sean explain to you that the math doesn't math to call this point in the season the halfway point.
At this
you're at
point,
53.9% of your played contests in the every season right now.
I can't tell when he's being snarky or funny or petty. It all mixes together.
Have we ever heard Sean Payton talk about the quarter pull?
No.
He breaks up the NFL season into quarter pulls.
Is that what he does?
Well, guess what, Sean? I know you're big on this 50% you can't get in the NFL. you also can't have the quarter pole because
That's
17,
true. That doesn't add up.
believe it or not, is not divisible by 4 to create a whole number.
Yeah, look at that with your math. All right, KJ, what's up?
Evan.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. So, Coach, you mentioned it earlier in regards to
Mama is not going to have to smack you upside the head. That was a clean read right there for Mountain High Appliance. Mama's going to be proud.
Listen,
that was your Sunday's best right there.
It sure was.
Mama's proud
That's
of you.
all I ever want to do is make Mama proud now. Make Mama proud. Listen, last Thursday, I didn't make her proud. She brought out her belt. I was like, I didn't want to see the belt again. So.
BTA, baby. Belted.
Coach, you mentioned it earlier in regards to Tucker Kraft. It is official due to the MRI that was confirmed this morning that he does have a torn ACL and will be out for the season.
I hate it.
And it was also confirmed as well that at this exact moment, they cannot confirm an exact return. They can't even guess it. So there's just like a lot of things they're still figuring out with that injury. Coach, can you just kind of explain to us how this affects the Green Bay Packers passing offense?
Quite a bit right now because the receiver position for the Packers has always been just a bit of an unknown. Is Christian Watson healthy? Is he good? Is he drop passes? Romeo Doubs, is he right? Is he right? You know, it's a question always on Romeo Doubs. Matthew Golden's still a young player with speed. Kind of feels a little bit like the Xavier Worthy, where he's got the ability to take the top off, but doesn't consistently make plays.
Yeah, he hurt his shoulder too. Like
Been a little banged up.
Yeah, he's dealing with an injury too. So
Luke Musgrave was actually the higher drafted tight end for the Green Bay Packers out of Oregon State. He's been fighting a lot of injuries through his first 3 years in the National Football League. You'd love to see him step up and become more of a viable pass-catching tight end. So it's going to be interesting to watch.
13 points at home. That was at Green Bay. That was at Lambeau. They scored 13. Yeah, Carolina held them to 13.
But when you wear fake helmets from the 1930s, maybe also your offense regresses back to 1930s.
It might have.
efficiencies.
You know what is crazy is that like Jordan Love.
Still threw for 270.
Yeah. I was about to say. He looked a lot better than Bo Nix, and he lost that game. You know what I mean? Like
because he played bad in the. Well, I mean, they had the game tying drive. I don't know. Not good.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that what you're trying to tell us? That was it, KJ? That's it. You wrapped up your NFL notes, brother.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. This is it. This is the end of the road for Monday.
It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Rally House. Shop every team in town. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll take a look what's coming up tonight with Monday Night Football and the Nuggets in action. That is next.
We had a hard time getting a hold of the ball. I did think the the base out underneath, I don't know what they saw. It ended up being a jump ball. I thought there was a lot of contact in that play. But again, we have to screen to loosen people up. It ended up being kind of a dribble fest, and you can't play like that. And I give them credit. They do that to you.
That was David Adelman, the head coach of your Denver Nuggets, after they lost their NBA Cup debut on Friday night to the Portland Trailblazers, 109-107. Losing on free throws is kind of a janky way to go about things. Coverage of tonight's Nugget game against Sacramento on 92.5 will begin at 6:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. So the Nuggets will try to bounce back as they host Russell Westbrook and the Sacramento Kings. The Sacramento Kings can score. They can score, and they can't play defense to save their life. The Nuggets are going to put 140 on this team tonight. That's what's going to happen. Yeah. Matter of fact, David Adelman was less than pleased by this call right there. That was called a jump ball. Even though he grabbed Joker from behind to tie him up, they called it a jump ball. And then on yesterday, Adelman's like, listen, man, if the NBA is going to let us have this play as a jump ball, then I'm going to start teaching my players to do it.
Yeah, Berto, I work in K through 12 education.
Yeah, and even you know?
No, and that right there, that's a fireable offense right there. That's
it's real touchy.
Yeah, that's something that you don't do.
Real touchy.
Either as an employee or even, frankly, as a student to another student.
Yeah, so that game was, you know what, that game was drunk. And unfortunately, I think that means that's it for the Nuggets in the NBA Cup, because you're going to get one or two teams from the other divisions that are going to win, that are going to go 4-0 in their cup games. So even if the Nuggets are able to beat Golden State and Houston and who else am I forgetting? Another good in San Antonio, they'd still be just 3-1 in the group stage, and I don't know if that's going to be enough to even make it to Vegas and the fun part of.
I was excited for the Cup, man. I was fired up.
Yeah,
I wanted to see some real Cup action.
Man, you know what? KJ, tell him, man, that game was drunk. We had a 20-minute delay in the first half of that game. It was.
Dude, the game was so drunk, we almost set the all-time record for the longest quarter in NBA history.
Yeah, Kaz was cheering for it. He's like, just a couple more minutes, we're going to have the longest first quarter in NBA history.
The old weather delay there.
It was going to be a 45-minute first quarter, something stupid like that.
Yep.
That was ridiculous,
the Trailblazers are a 4-2 basketball team.
I know. And listen, once again, they showed that they can, like, the Nuggets had that game won. Just like the two games the Nuggets have lost this season, they had both of those games won. They had the game against Golden State won, but then Steph Curry did Steph Curry things, so you can't really blame it. But against Portland, man, you just gave that game away. The Blazers scored 38 points in the fourth quarter against you. Can't be doing that.
13 free throws in the fourth quarter.
Yeesh. But
so Stubby right now is asking if we can make a rule that we don't talk about the NBA Cup on this station here. We already did that with another subject of a player who shall remain nameless and faceless that plays for the Houston Texans, but we don't mention his name anymore because Chris Dempsey kicked him off these airwaves.
Right. And I couldn't pronounce his name right anyway.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
Yeah, Mannix, you're gone too, bro. You're gone too, man.
Yeah, but I like kicking people off these airwaves. It's fun.
Your Nuggets actually have a extended home. They have a 4-game homestand. They take on Sacramento tonight, the Miami Heat on Wednesday. The Golden State Warriors come in on Friday. That's a late night game because it is a NBA Cup game. It's the second game of the group stage of the NBA Cup. And then the very next night, you got Indiana. And the Pacers suck this season. Have the Pacers won a game yet, KJ? Did they finally get a win? Where the Pacers at?
The Pacers beat Golden State last night.
So they're 1-5 now. All right, so they actually they'll have a win when they come in.
Pretty interesting conversation point right here from the 1356. Can we talk about Christian Brown shooting 18% from behind the arc this season?
Yeah.
And why we didn't put Tim Hardaway in the game, basically play 5 versus 4 because CB didn't have the confidence to shoot the basketball.
I don't know. Maybe you're right. There's been some hesitancy from Christian, like on those wide open, spot up threes. He's just not and maybe he's trying to drive and dish or something. You're right. There is a little bit of hesitancy from my man CB, but I don't think it's going to be for long, right? Especially against a team like Sacramento tonight. You're going to get open shot after open shot.
He's a career 38% three-point shooter. Sometimes you just go through. These Nuggets played 5 contests in the regular season. They're 3-2. And yeah, 18%, not great. 25% at home, less than that, obviously, on the road. CB will be fine. But to your point, and I really agree with this, I do think it matters current state of the player, and that's something that Adelman's proven in last year's postseason run. He's going to play the hot hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what happens tonight against Sacramento. I mean,
Tim Hardaway Jr. Shooting 44% from behind the arc.
Yeah, I like that. Although Tim is Tim can go red hot and then stone cold. That's
but just a shade under 50% from behind the arc. It's pretty good.
Yeah, you keep that shooting up, and the Nuggets are going to go a long way. But yeah, I think they probably should have won against that game against Portland. It just turned a little weird, and now they're gonna do fine in this home stand against Sacramento, Miami, Golden State, and Indiana. Who
would you say right now, if you were to just guess, highest single season 3-point shooting percentages in the history of the National Basketball Association? Who would you think it is? And what do you think the number would be?
I'm going to say a stupid name because I think it'd probably be Steph or Clay or Chris Mullen or Larry, one of those all-time great shooters.
Okay, so the first 2 that you mentioned, I'll just tell you, you're scorching hot, but you're not right. You're in the perfect neighborhood.
Let me throw out Peja Stojakovic.
Peja? I'm going to go with Grayson Allen. Because didn't he shoot 53% from 3 last year or something stupid? Like, he shot over 50% from 3. Who is it, Coach? Who is it?
The NBA record for the highest single season 3-point percentage is 52.4%, set by coach of...
Really, Steve Kerr?
Steve Kerr
Wow.
said it in 95.
Wow, I never would have guessed Steve Kerr.
And if you're looking at players that have a minimum of 250 attempts in a said season, also the highest career 3-point percentage is actually set by Steve Kerr, who had 45.4%.
Wow, yeah.
So right now,
never would have guessed.
If Tim Hardaway ends up being a volume shooter above 250 shots, he's in the neighborhood right now of 45%.
Oh, he's going to get that many shots this season, right?
Oh, he'd be jacking them up.
I mean, he's been playing. I don't know how much what minutes per game he's averaging. I could look up and see, but he played 22 minutes in that game against Portland. Bruce Brown played 20. Peyton Watson had 23. And I will say this: I do like the way Peyton Watson is playing at the start of the season. I do like it. I wonder, KJ, did you think that Jamal Murray, because Jamal Murray was questionable, remember, for that game with the calf, but he was good to go. He started, just like with Cam and his shoulder. Did you think that did it affect Jamal at all? Could you see that calf affecting him against Portland?
Just a little bit. You could definitely see moments where he was just kind of like a little tentative, more tentative than he has been to open the season. So I definitely saw that, and this is just from what I saw. He didn't drive to the lane as much. He tried to live in that mid-range area, which is usually like an early sign of like, oh, snap, like Jamal Murray probably isn't at 100%. So those were just like a couple of little things that I saw.
Yeah, so we'll see how's Jamal feeling and looking tonight. But, Russell Westbrook back in the building. The Sacramento Kings are in such a... Remember the whole light the beam, Sacramento Kings. And now that's, it's a couple of years old, and you're like, man, remember when you had Tyrese Halliburton and you traded him? Remember that? Remember when you had one of the best players in the league and you got rid of him? And it's not like Sabonis is a bum, but he's not Tyrese Halliburton. You know what I mean? And Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, matter of fact, the two of them combined to score 60 in their last game, which was a win for the Sacramento Kings. But they can't stop a cold. They can't stop anybody. They can't do anything. They're going to get rolled by the Nuggets, who, I think offensively are the second or third best team in the NBA right now. But we'll find out. Coach, your Colorado Avalanche lost in the
overtime
last game. Yeah, once again. They
got a point.
Your Avalanche.
Remember, Raj told me, don't get mad about it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
People are mad because it's
Turn
five,
the TV off immediately when it goes to overtime.
In overtime or the shootout.
It's not over.
Every single time this season
it's over,
that
Raj.
the Avs have got to overtime or a shootout, they've lost 5 times, which is crazy. You get that point, but it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Man.
Especially how good they look when it's 5-on-5 hockey. And you're not playing 3-on-3 weirdness. But yeah, you beat Vegas on Friday afternoon, and then you fall to San Jose on Saturday.
But did you really lose? Because Alex Ryan will tell you, that an overtime loss isn't a loss at all.
That's not. It's
just a win because you get a point. All that matters is get a point.
Although
That's so un-American.
The Shop Mazda text line does believe it's un-American. They want Bednar fired.
Yep.
That's you. Avs fans. The Avs just played 1 month of hockey. 1 month of hockey. The first month of the season is over. And at the end of that month, they were tied for the most points in the NHL. What the hell else you want,
They
man?
lead the entire Western Conference with 19 points currently.
And people are like, yo, the coach has got to go.
They lead the entire National Hockey League with 19 points.
You're crazy.
As Alex Ramanemi will tell
Crazy.
you, it doesn't matter what happens in overtime hockey. Get the point.
It's crazy. Crazy talk, but yeah, they'll figure it out. Coverage tonight's Nugget game against Sacramento on 92.5 will begin at 6:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Accident Union Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. For the head coach, Mike Sanford, and for KJ Granderson, I'm Mark Bertinoli filling in for Alex Ryan Emmy. Thanks for listening.
For all you Broncos fans out there,
yeah.
Guess what?
What?
Your Denver Broncos are 7-2.
6-game winning streak, tied for the best record in the NFL. Thanks to Big Nuts Lutz.
Coming after you.
We'll see you tomorrow. PhD is next.
month in October, was hitting from 62 this direction in pregame, and it's blocked. The kick is blocked, and it's Danico Autry with his 14th career blocked kick. Four-man pressure from Denver. Stroud breaks for contain. He'll run up the middle, and he gets popped. Chris Abrams drained, and here comes the flag. And you agree with what they did here, taking the flag up, correct?
Absolutely. You know, elements here. It was a late slide. The defender was already committed. Now, it still would be a foul if there was contact to the head or neck area. Now, there wasn't. Eric Willigmeyer, our producer, gave us a great shot, and they could see that. So that allows them, by rule, to use replay to actually pick up the flag.
Play clock at 1. The snap comes to Nix. Backside pressure from Hunter. Floats it down the sideline. Looking for the pay dirt. It's Cortland Sutton. It's a touchdown. Nix looking with time, floats it alone on the sideline. Harvey will walk in for a Denver touchdown. Nix pumps, looking, floats it, caught. 2 more on the board. We're tied at 15. Troy Franklin with the grab. Four-man pressure on 3rd and 6. Mills in trouble, hit as he throws incomplete. And now Denver, with a minute to go, is going to get the football back. Nix. Pressure comes, he runs. There's room to run. Look at the real estate for Bo Nix, and out of bounds at the Houston 36. Here's what Sean Payton said to Will Lutz. He says, hey, we're reading lips here. Right through. 34 for the win for the Broncos. And the kick is good. And the fourth quarter magic remains for Denver. 18-15. Denver with the winner.
Field goal is good. That's the end of the game.
The field goal is good. The penalty was against Houston. It is declined, and Will Lutz wins it. 11 straight fourth quarter points for the best fourth quarter team in the National Football.
What is life not for you?
What is life not for you? It's easy.
Not easy.
It's
Or
not
something
easy.
like that. There's
Yeah.
no relief.
Life is not easy, my friend.
There's no relief in this life for
Yeah.
me, something like that. Well, there's no relief in the life of the Denver Broncos offense except for the fourth quarter, where they are a stunning plus 53 in point differential in the fourth quarter, -1, quarters 1 through 3. So are you feeling awesome or are you feeling queasy?
I don't know. A little bit of everything, right? I mean, this is a 7-2 football team. That's pretty radical.
It's awesome.
I mean that's pretty rad. Who had this team at 7-2? I didn't.
Nobody.
I don't know who did. Got a pretty legit chance of you could have been a 9-0 football team if something didn't go wrong with clocks at 0-0 in the other 2 games. So it feels great to be 7-2. I got to admit, the game was like, it didn't really feel like a win to me. Like, it was kind of like, okay.
Really?
Yeah. It was like somebody had to win. Thank God it was the Broncos. That's how I felt. Like I'm glad that the Broncos won. Somebody had to win that game. It was ugly as hell.
Well, Vic tried to make a point, and he was right and he was wrong in his point. You're not expecting them at 7-2, and you're leading the division. You should be very happy. They're ahead of what you expected. That being said, and here's where Vic made a mistake, in my opinion, and we do this in all sports, and he tried to compare it to the to the Nuggets and the Avalanche. Well, the Nuggets and Avalanche came into the season with pretty high hopes and championship aspirations. That wasn't necessarily aspiration for Broncos fans. But with every season in sports, your expectations always change. And now that you're a 7-2 team, you want to be at the end of this thing a 13-4 team and have a legitimate chance to get to the Super Bowl. That's the new expectation. You can't go back and rely on, well, here's what I was thinking in August. It's not August anymore. We're already in November now. So the game's different. The team's different. You're winning games that you didn't win last year. Fourth game, I think that they trailed going into the fourth. In fact, they've not lost a game this year when they've trailed going into the fourth quarter. Think about that, 4-0. But now you want expectation. Okay, you're 7-2, and your quarterback is maybe one of the most inconsistent 7-2
So,
quarterbacks that's ever lived.
I thought long and hard about how I feel about Bo Nix. I thought long and hard about it. Like, because it's confusing, you know, like, here's the what, like, let's start with the positive, right? Here's what Bo Nix has got that is uncoachable. And I don't think there's any coach in the world that can coach this into any player. He's got that DNA. When it comes down to it, the dude ain't scared. The dude is not scared when the game's on the line. And that's big time, right? Like there's a lot of guys that have had that. I think Tebow had that to some degree. I'm not trying to compare the guys, but the dude is not afraid of big moments. I also try to remind myself we're still in year 2, right? So if this was year 3 or year 4, year 5, I would be unbelievably frustrated with the performance. There is enough good in every game that keeps me going that I'm like, yep, we still got our guy. And the biggest part is fourth quarters. But let's keep it real. That was probably Bo Nix's worst game of the season. That was the worst game of the season right there.
Yeah, left a lot of plays, a lot of touchdowns on the field. He has issues. And who was Moose Johnson was the color guy. He eventually said, listen, for some reason, and by the way, I keep reminding everybody, you called this out, Tyler, in preseason about the happy feet. You know, Moose was talking about 2 or 3 times. And listen, if he just gets there, he goes, I don't understand it's like he's nervous in the pocket or something with his feet. And he had 2 or 3 throws that are just underthrown and get deflected away. One could have got picked off that if he just lets it go, if he can, then once again, we got to talk ability to do that. I mean, that game probably should have been 28-15, to be honest with you. So I will say this. I was thinking about you during the game that if they would have lost that game, I was going to go, they've lost 3 games because of special teams.
Oh, dude, we're going to get into it. Trust me. We have a whole after the break,
right?
Because I need time.
But you were thinking about that, weren't you?
Of course. The next segment will be dedicated to the Rizzer.
Riz.
The Riz.
The
Rizzer.
weekly Riz.
We almost got Rizzied again. That's coming up in like 10 minutes. So you are correct.
So I wasn't wasting my thought process.
No, you sure weren't. Scally Cap, by the way, is the technical
Scully Cap. Yeah.
Scally.
Well, the company is Boston Scally.
Oh, well, there you go. That makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Yeah, Boston Scally.
Scally Cap. Listen, everybody knows confidence is derived from demonstrated ability. That's what Sean said. I actually screwed that up. Thought it was demonstrated responsibility. I hear things weird sometimes. Mile long, 3 inches deep. But demonstrated ability. He said nobody at halftime thought they were going to lose. I remember a few weeks ago when they were playing, I believe it was the Colts, and we all felt like, there's no way they're going to win. Be honest. Did you think the Broncos were going to win and lose that game when the fourth quarter came around?
Well, at the end of the fourth quarter, I thought they were going to lose it. Yeah. When you gave the ball back to them with, what was it, like a minute 30, minute 40 on the clock, you had an opportunity to go win a game and you couldn't get it done, and you give the ball back to Houston. I'm like, yeah, you don't deserve to win the game. Now, unbelievably, you're able to get the ball back in like 0.3 seconds.
They throw 3 straight passes. They take 30 seconds off the clock, and you got a minute with 2 timeouts left.
Yes, but I'm going to tell you, 9 out of 10 times, if you got an opportunity to go win a football game and there's less than 2 minutes on the clock and you don't capitalize on that, you're going to lose.
Well, let me ask you this. If C.J. Stroud isn't knocked out of the game, do you lose the game?
Probably.
I don't think so. You would have got to him eventually. I'm not saying you would have knocked him out of the game, but you would have got turnovers. Something would have happened. No, I think the confidence level of this team.
Well, I think Scott's just saying in that specific situation, like in that exact situation, if you gave the ball back to C.J. Stroud with a minute 40 left and whatever.
Okay, you win. You stop them. This defense is different.
Now, this defense is all
You stop. And by the way, what have the Texans done to prove that they could come from behind? The answer is nothing, guys. They are terrible in the red zone. They shoot themselves in the foot. It's not like the Riz. We'll get to that in a little bit. But the defense, and Hufanga, wow. Greenlaw, great to have back. But my God, Zach Allen. Oh, my goodness. And when this team can bring pressure with just 4 guys repeatedly, as they do, I don't C.J. Stroud or whoever. I'll take the Broncos defense with a lot of field to go against anybody.
I feel you. I feel you on that. And actually, you might be right. Even if C.J. Stroud is in the game, this defense probably does their deal. I'm just saying, context of the game in that situation, if you don't convert, you deserve to lose the game.
Hey, I'll say this, though. That first time in the red zone, and they're just smash-mouthing them at the 1 yard line.
How about that?
I mean, and right there, you saw Greenlaw with 2 straight hits.
Yeah.
Now you saw, what Greenlaw adds to this team defensively. And then they get the procedure penalty, get back, and now they got to kick a field goal.
I mean, they did it twice. The Houston got it to like the 2 yard line again, and then they backed themselves up. This defense is, dude. You're not number one in red zone defense by accident 9 weeks into the season. There's something about you.
Yep.
There is something about you.
Overall, I'll give a high grade for the corners without Surtain. The first game with Surtain, I thought they all played good too.
They were fantastic.
And Houston had their 2 best receivers in Kirk and Collins back.
They were good.
I'm pumped about the win, and I thought for sure the Broncos would come back and win the game. Yeah, it's goofy with 4 minutes to go to ping pong back and forth with possessions. I'll agree with you on that for sure. But as long and this Crawshaw guy, this punter, man, oh my God.
He flipped the field 2 or 3 times. He flipped that field the one time, hit a 76-yard punt, and the ball just creeped into the end zone. They had to take it back out to the 20. But, I mean, dude, that flipped the field. Once he hit that punt, you knew that Houston was not going to move the ball with a large field.
All right, so are you guys feeling queasy or confident?
I feel great about being 7-2. And I think that you could make it pretty close, comparable to the 2015 season, man. I mean, we won a lot of games like this.
I was thinking that.
We had a good record, won a lot of close, ugly games that just did not feel good.
And then Peyton would always come like late with a big play here or there or a large run, and something happened.
But like where I struggle is, like, let's talk big picture. This is unreal. I never would have thought this Broncos team would be 7-2. Scott said that this should be the type of season that you should win 13 games or so. And I actually think they will. I do. I think they're going to end up in that ballpark, 12, 13, whatever. I mean, whatever you want to call it. It should end up in that category. But that's the big picture, right? That's the macro. And then when you take it down to the micro, I can't feel good about that game. The game was ugly. The game was bad. Our offense is terrible. Bo Nix had his worst game of the season. And honestly, what he didn't do in this game, even in the second half, Bo Nix was not particularly good. So, yeah, macro, unbelievable. Micro, it's pretty stressful.
Well, let's get into the RZR. Can't wait to dig into this because it's something every week. Oh, my God, is it ever. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town.
Special Teams Player of the Month in October, was hitting from 62 this direction in pregame, and it's blocked! The kick is blocked, and it's Danico Autry with his 14th career blocked kick.
All right, let's talk about the Riz. Did you know that Dimitri Autry, before that kick, had blocked 13 kicks in his career?
I did not.
Yeah. Sean did.
That's pretty amazing, by the way, for a career. That's a heck of a stat for
That's wild.
That was number 14. The guy's got an ability. All right, I'm going to do some X's.
He didn't get untouched.
I'm going to do some
untouched.
I'm going to do some X's and O's on it, and I need Tyler's precision offensive lineman expertise here. Because on this particular play, they moved McGlinchey and Miners to the left side rather than the right side.
Right side goes to the left side. Left side goes to the right side on field goal protect.
Okay. It was a
You know why? The reason for that is because you get to stay in your natural stance.
Okay.
So when you move to the left side, you get to stay in a right-handed stance. When you move to the left side, you get to move opposite. I said that backwards, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You flip because what you're trying to do is protect the inside gap. So that keeps you in your natural formation.
The inside gap has priority.
Yeah.
Because it was a 3-on-2 situation with Autry being in the middle. Miners on the snap kind of dove low to his right. McGlinchey kind of stood up a little bit and actually took on the guy, I guess, to the left. And Autry had a pretty free run relatively up the middle. What should happen? Because when the play is over, you see Miners turn around and put his hands up, kind of like, what was that? How do you defend on a field goal block 3-on-2 like that?
Well, I don't know that I would describe it as a 3-on-2. I mean, who are you saying it was 3 on? Oh, you're saying 3. Okay, all right, I got you. Yes, correct. So the way it was set up, you got a dude that's head up over Quinn Miners, right? You got a dude that is in the gap between Quinn Miners and Mike McGlinchey.
Autry, the best field goal blocker in the NFL.
And then you've got a guy that is on the outside shoulder of Mike McGlinchey as well.
Yes.
So in this particular circumstance, Quinn Miners has got no inside threat. So there's no dude to the inside, meaning his responsibility should be head up and to the left. Quinn goes way too far down
the right.
Okay. Now that would have made sense if there was another guy inside, but there's not, right? So Quinn's got the man that's head up. Then there's a dude in the left on his left-hand shoulder. Mike McGlinchey is trying in a position where he's got to take 2 and arguably tried to take 3 if the dude that's over the tight end tries to come in that gap as well. So Quinn ends up he puts his head down, he puts 2 hands in the dirt, and he's got his right shoulder opened up. His left shoulder ends up pointed like up the field, and that creates a huge gap between him and Mike McGlinchey. Now Mike, he goes too strong on the outside guy. He probably should have been stronger on the inside guy, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
But between the combination, the two of them, Miners goes right, and McGlinchey's a little bit more heavy to the left, creates a wide open gap in the middle.
Shouldn't there be some recognition that this is the guy that does the thing? Shouldn't there be some extra attention no matter what you're doing? Like, whatever we do, let's watch this dude who's really good at this?
I mean, yes, but it really doesn't change anything of how you're going to execute it in terms of the field goal block. The biggest thing that was disappointing to me was from Quinn Miners' point of view. He didn't identify, I don't have any inside threat. And because he doesn't have any inside threat, he needs to help out a little bit more on that outside shoulder.
Okay. All right, just wondering how it's – because there seemed to be, after the play was over, some communication issue between the two of them. Kind of looked at each other, hands up, like, what's going on here? Not a great moment. And Scott, yeah, the Riz. And I'm just like, really? I mean, you gotta be kidding me. And then you realize Mims not in the game because he was supposed to be out. And I understand football happens and injuries happen all the time, but it is a twist of cruel fate that Mims were to get hurt last week on a play he shouldn't have even been in on.
He wasn't supposed to be in.
Now, whose fault that is? Again, you shrug your shoulders and you're like, but the Riz strikes again. And Bandy, and I don't think a guy who makes less than $2 million should touch a punt on a kick because I can't have a guy trying to survive for his life in that kind of responsible position. Forget it.
Because the guy who's been on practice squad is trying to make a play.
Correct.
He needs to do what he did late in the game, get out of the way.
Hunter Tyson's going to jack up as many threes as he possibly can. I don't need that either. So I'm not putting him in the game when it matters. And I don't want Bandy in there. Tyler, how does Bandy become the next choice after Mims in that situation?
Well,
sure,
you've only got a handful of guys that work it, right? And catching punts is a particular skill set that not everybody's like. It doesn't mean Cortland Sutton would be good at it just because he's a receiver, right? So you've got certain guys that train at it, and he was the next man up. He was training at it. I know what you guys are saying in terms of trying to make a play, and there's probably some truth to that, but that wasn't the problem in this situation to me. I mean, that was pretty basics, catching the football, right? So yeah.
Well, he was short on the catch, and to me, let's just get the hell out of the way, which he did, by the way, more or less the rest of the game. And he caught a nice pass and had a nice gain. And I got nothing personal against Bandy. I put that more on the coaches for putting that in that situation. Okay, I got one more for you on the Rizzler here. The 45-yard punt return by Jalen Noel that set up the 5th field goal there by Fairburn, who was 5 of 6. Guy was pretty good. Listen, guys, I don't know what the hell is going on special teams. I think it's lucky that you've got such a great defense. But these mistakes week after week after week by the Riz and company that don't seem to be his fault are getting a little annoying. Agree or disagree?
Was Riz in charge in the Indy game?
Is Riz the special teams coach?
Yeah.
Are these special teams issues?
Well, yeah.
You just tell me if well, listen, we've got an interesting back and forth here. So we start with Sean Payton defending the Riz. Listen, do we need to explain?
Yeah, Sean's getting in Dion territory here of defending Pat Shurmur. You know, it's like when Dion's like, "Oh, you guys got anything to say about Pat Shurmur now?" Sean's like, "It's not the coaching. Coaching's fantastic."
Yeah. So here's Sean Payton on Friday. We got a whole Payton Rizzer sort of combo meal here.
Miscommunication issue you had on special teams and some other issues.
Back up. Which one are you talking about?
With Marvin Sutton.
Yeah. So listen. Let's be clear. We were at that stage of the game where we were making changes. Everyone doesn't get to come out because you have 40-some players, and we're subbing. And so there was a switch there, but keep going. You were leading to another question.
I was just wondering.
What's the question?
I know Darren's experienced and accomplished, but do you?
No, we're good. We're good. We're good. Darren's been outstanding. All right, next question. Next good question.
Next good question. Did you hear that? Next good question. Okay, Sunday after the game.
Yeah, we'll look at that on film. All of that. Without watching on tape. My concern was just the late subs. It was a little bit sloppy in the kicking game. We'll get that cleaned up, or we'll find someone else that can do it.
He's not talking about the Riz. He's talking about a player who jumped onto some play late. I don't even know what play it was. I'm not sure what. I went back.
So here's the frustration. At the end of the day, yes, it lands on Riz. I got you. No argument. This is bad. There's been way too many mistakes. But here's the frustration from a coach's point of view, all right? So you've got a guy that is not paying attention to the game. So your special teams coach, what is he doing the whole game, okay? He's paying attention to the situations of the game. So first, second down, he's chilling. He gets the third down. Hey, punt alert, punt alert, punt alert, punt alert. He's running up and down the field. He's yelling punt alert, punt alert, punt alert. And at the end of the day, that's really all that he can do, because you got to understand where the players are. Special teams coaches don't get to have their hands on the players like positional coaches do, right? So they don't get to have this moment on the sideline where they've got the whole unit that's put together. No, defensive backs are talking to the DBs coaches, so on and so forth. Defensive linemen, everybody's separated on the sideline. So the best that they can do in that situation, run up and down the field, alert everybody, hey, it's third and long, punt alert, punt alert, punt alert, and then you got to count on the guys. You're a big boy. Like, you got responsibility on this football team. Your responsibility is you're on the punt team. Your responsibility is you're on the punt return team. Hey, your responsibility is you're a phase 4 teamer. You're a 4-phase teamer. You're on all of our teams, right? And if that is what your job is on the team, I actually do understand what Sean is saying there. Like, there's very little that the special teams coach can actually do other than do their job, punt alert, and trust his guys that they're going to go out there and be on the field when they're supposed to be there.
Well, that probably leads to today when Luka Evans and his name is Luka, He lives on the second floor. Luca Evans follows up with Sean on special teams today.
I just wanted to go back when you talked about the special teams issues and you were saying, yesterday we have to get that cleaned up or we'll find someone else that can do it. Are you referring to personnel there? Or are you referring to coaching? When you say
Evan, if you were paying attention, I'm referring to players that aren't on the field that need to be. All right. Coaching is outstanding. All right. We'll get that cleaned up. My point is, if there's 10 in the field and there's supposed to be 11, all right, then that player that's supposed to be out there, I'll find someone else to do his job.
I feel Sean's.
Is that crystal clear?
Yep. My name's Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect.
Wow.
Perfect.
Wow.
My name is Luke.
Wow.
I live on the second floor.
That was a little bit strong at the end.
Dan, you need to play that song real fast and just put that last sound.
My name is Luca.
Who's he with?
He's with the Denver Post. He's the beat writer for the Denver. He's a relatively new guy, and a nice guy.
Who's
young.
Evan?
His name
is Luca Evans.
So here's what happened today. This is a fun one. Sean was supposed to speak at 11 o'clock.
He sounded like he may have just woke up.
I got a notice at 8:01 that it was being moved to 8 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
Now, my email just ran slow. I talked to a couple people, and their notices came at like 7:55, 7:56. I got mine at 8:01. Get in your back in time mobile. Get back in your DeLorean. Go back a minute to when this started. Why they moved the presser up 3 hours, I've got no idea. But you have to understand this is on Zoom. So when Sean's looking at it, it says Luca Evans, or it could possibly put last name first where it says Evan Luca. And I think that's why Sean was calling him Evan. But the fact that he goes, my name is Luca. That is all. Frankly, who cares what your name is? What difference? Oh, my name is Luca. Perfect. Oh, Dan, you just got to give us that last part. That was friggin' brilliant.
Don't you think?
Oh, my God.
What if Sean should have just said, "I don't care"?
Yeah,
I know, right?
I mean, he should have just said that.
What if he just goes, whatever?
Yeah.
My name is Luca.
Is that crystal clear?
Yep. My name's Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
My name is Luca. I work for the Denver Post.
I live on the second floor.
I'm asking you about Darren Rizzi. And why does he stink the most? Something like that. So to your point, Tyler.
I get Sean's frustration.
That's what he's saying.
I also, it's funny games. Why did you try to tell the dude your name? But I legitimately feel Sean's frustration there. You have to, I know I just explained this, but special teams don't get their hands on all the players. They don't get to have all these guys for 45 seconds, for a minute before they actually run out on the field. It's chaos. They're talking to the coaches. They got DBs. They're spread out all across the field. It is your freaking responsibility as a player. You get paid a lot of freaking money to do something. And if your name is on a special teams list, your ass better be out there on the field. So I get Sean Payton's frustration on that. Now, is there stuff that Riz is responsible for? Hell yeah. Absolutely. There's stuff that he's responsible for. That one, I got a little grace for him, and I understand the frustration.
If you look at it individually, I agree with you. Players have to be responsible. But here's what's going on with the Rizzer. Tyler Scott, there's always something with special teams. Every week, there's always something.
It's never his.
And it's never really his fault.
It's never Harry Truman's fault.
It's never Harry Truman's fault. And okay, I'll go with you. I'm agreeing with you. But why is there something every single week on special teams that will drive you nuts? And I just don't want it to cost the Broncos again when it really matters if all these games are going to be this damn close, which I think they're going to be. Why? Because Sean can't really get his offense going the way he really wants to. That's part of it, right?
That's the breakdown we need next.
Yeah, I mean, you want to examine 0 for 6? And then a nice pass completion and then an interception. I mean, it was like the worst start of Bo Nix's career. Why? Why is that happening? Why are there so many moments of incompetence which naturally leads you to compare Bo Nix to Tim Tebow? Why is that happening? We all know he's a better quarterback than Tebow. So why are we having so many Tebow-like moments? But at the end of the day, it's a road win, and you take that. And obviously, the defense is special.
I will say this, and I don't want to excuse Bo because I did think he was terrible in that game. That being said, Houston, the one thing they got going too is they got a good defense.
They do. Yeah, they've got a fantastic team.
They
got a good front seven. All of it's true. And good quarterbacks got to play well against good defenses.
Yeah, and he struggled against good defenses, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Well, you got a bad defense Thursday, so here we go.
Did you see what the Raiders – I actually respect what the Raiders did at the end of the game against Jacksonville. Did you guys catch what happened? If you didn't, that's fine. There were a million games.
All I know is a guy hit a 70-yard field goal in that game.
That was Little.
Or 68.
The guy's name was Little. Yeah, set an NFL record. No, the Raiders came down, and there's no time left, and they went for a 2-point conversion at 30-29.
Good for them.
That's what I say. Because either you have one play to win the game, and you're a 2-6 football team. Like Joe Flacco said, what are we doing here? So I actually respect the fact Pete Carroll said, no, we're going to go for it. They didn't get it, and they lose the game. But, would you rather take your chances on one play from the 2-yard line or a series of plays during overtime? I would always choose, I'm going to go for it on one play. At home, by the way, too. At home. So, but that's the team that the Broncos are facing this week.
Is the Raiders' home field even more so than the Chargers, the least home field advantage in the league?
I think Chargers might be worst.
Think so?
Yeah, Raiders is up there. I get it. And that's going to be a nomadic fan base no matter what every time because teams are going to travel so well to Vegas. But I really do think the Chargers are worse.
I've never been to SoFi, but I have been to a Broncos-Raiders game in Vegas. It was maybe the least intimidating place in the world to play a football game. Really, seriously, it was like nothing.
Especially if you ever went to Oakland Alameda Coliseum.
Yeah, well, I never did see a game there. I heard, horrible. Great. I was there for an A's game, but I'll take your word for it. Yeah, it
was unbelievable.
It's too comfortable in there. It's a beautiful stadium, by the way. It's gorgeous, and it's walking distance to the Strip. It's really cool. As is, but what's funny? The Golden Knights are completely different. You go to a Golden Knights game, that is one hell of an intimidating place to play hockey. The fans are unbelievable for them. There's a lot of empty seats for Raiders games. Like it's like a show. Like, are we gonna go see
the Blue Man Group or the Raiders?
Right. That's what it feels like.
Black and Silver Man Group or the Blue Man Group?
That's the way it goes.
Yeah, my name's Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect.
Are we just going to do this all day? Okay. There's another one, right? Here it comes. Right around the corner. Okay. All right. Well, good luck doing that the rest of the day, Dan. That could be really funny. How many My Name Is songs are there? There's got to be others, right?
My name is.
Well, that's an obvious one, no doubt. We'll hear that later.
My name is Luca.
Luca Slim Shady.
So we got to find an assortment of My Name Is songs the rest of the day. My name is Luca.
Here comes Luca. Here comes Luca. Popping out Luca's lane.
Poor Luca just tried to stand up for himself.
My name is Luca. I'm going to give Luca a high five next time I see him. Go, way to stand up for yourself there, Luca.
Hey, NFL head coach. Know my name.
Yo, bro. I'm Luca.
Luca.
Yeah, if you're going to trash me, coach, use my real name. It's Luca.
Luca.
That's what he should have said.
Wouldn't it have been funny if Sean then said to him, are you a dog or a cat? Tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Keywords on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to Military Appreciation Night, which is November 11th against the Ducks on your home for Avs hockey. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avs took another overtime loss. This time
they
in San Jose.
set a record?
You know what's crazy? They're 7-1-5. So in 13 games, they've only had one regulation time loss. They're in first place. There's a couple teams behind them that have only played 12. So I don't know. Maybe they could flip-flop. But they're right there. They're right there.
19 out of 24. Is that right?
I think if, you got 5
26?
overtime losses, what if you get 2 of them? So you're only talking about 2 more points, really. Something like that. So it's really, it's not that big of a deal. But I don't know if you caught it, but how about Taylor McCarr getting called up? And for the first time ever, Taylor and Cale played on the same team at the same time.
That's fun.
That is kind of cool.
And Gary and their family got the word last minute, and they live in Calgary, so they flew to San Jose to see the game. And I'm not sure how long Taylor's going to be on the team. Yeah, they're kind of they're sort of rotating 3 or 4 dudes. So it's good to see that he's in the rotation at least. What are you laughing about?
I just saw a good suggestion.
What's that?
It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. Luca, it's me.
All right, Dan, you got your work cut out today.
Hello, Luca. You're looking for.
We got a bunch more opportunity. We got 9 more, not 9, probably 7 more bumper songs, Dan, to figure out. So we dedicate this song to Luca. Evan.
Now, we do this with all due respect to Luca, of course.
Of course.
Now, this is more on Coach. Evan.
My name is Luca.
I mean, what do you say?
I give him credit for standing up for himself a little bit, right?
Listen, what would you have done if that was you?
I wouldn't have said a damn word.
And so responds with, "Listen, McKee, we got blah 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 blah."
Fine.
Blah.
You can call me anything. I'm not going to care what you call me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that. It doesn't matter if I'm a cat or a dog. Nothing matters. I'm irrelevant. I'm asking you the question. What does it matter who I am? I'm irrelevant.
So ask me if I'm a cat or a dog.
Are you a cat or a dog?
I'm a lion, which will eat your dog's ass.
Oh, there you go, Scotty. Take that, Dion.
All right, you want to do the groove? We can do Get in the Groove. Groove's in the Heart. You got that handy, Dan? And I know it's not a Luca song.
Groove is in the Luca.
All right, it's time for the Broncos player who is in the groove. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com.
Well, he took one game hiatus, but back is the rookie of the year.
Hey.
By the way, all the rookies are starting to play good.
Yep.
Starting to make plays every game. But Crawshaw, I thought was in a game that the offense couldn't do anything. He flipped the field two or three times, and for all the worries that people had at training camp, he has been, dude. He's been outstanding. Outstanding.
You know, even R.J. Harvey, who he only got, 2 touches on the game, something like that.
2 running carries, but 5 receptions.
Yeah, that's where I was going. Even though he only got a couple carries, he's been very effective in the passing game.
Yeah.
Nice little wheel
route.
for
Matter
a
of fact,
touchdown.
he's tied with Emeka Egbuka for the most touchdowns of any rookie this year.
And
any receiving touchdowns.
And he set a Broncos record for receiving touchdowns as well. Got 4 of them.
Yeah.
He's been really good in that
I
department.
like him in that little wheel route and kick it out right there. I like him there better than running the football. You got to run him a few times because when
he
he's
needs
in
more
the
than
game,
2 touches. I know that, but 6 to 8, something like that. I'll get my in the groove to Talanoa Hufanga. He's been such a weapon for this defense. He gets 5 solo tackles, 4 assists. An absolute weapon. Drake Greenlaw, it's nice to get him back out there, and he is a thumper when he makes contact. But Talanoa Hufanga, to me, he's the real MVP of that defense.
All right.
I got another in the groove.
I got one too. Let me just throw mine in real quick.
Right.
Maybe it's the same guy. Ready? We'll say it at the same time.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Zach Allen. Okay. Zach Allen had 5 tackles, 4 solo, 1 sack, a tackle for a loss, a pass defended, 3 quarterback hits, and he got hit in the ribs or something. And
he got smashed on that play.
I'm glad he came back in, and I hope he's okay. He was as disruptive as I've seen anybody since like the Von Miller time. He was unbelievable. A game wrecker yesterday.
I'm watching him playing that game. See if you feel this way, Tyler. And I'd almost at one time forgot that it was just a regular Sunday 11 o'clock game, 11 o'clock start here, 12 Central. But I'm thinking, dude, the whole world's watching. I mean, I almost got caught up like it was a Sunday night or a Thursday game. I'm like, dude, the whole world's watching this guy because he was like, there was about 2 periods where his name was mentioned at least every single defensive set at least once.
Yeah.
He was phenomenal.
When you can bring pressure up the middle, Tyler, and only bring 4, to what degree does that help the defense? What advantage does that give you?
So, I mean, generally speaking, when you speak from like an offensive lineman's point of view, your tackles are responsible for the width of the pocket. Your guards and centers are responsible for the depth of the pocket. And there's multiple ways to collapse a pocket, but when you've got interior defensive linemen that are collapsing that depth, boy, does that make life easy for your edge rushers. Now, Zach he doesn't need to just make life easy for the edge rushers. Zach Allen is he's gonna get his own sacks. He's gonna get his own pressures. But it makes life really simple as a play caller, knowing that you could keep a full drop in zone coverage and not have to be bringing an extra body all the time.
Who else did you want to put there, Scott?
Dodgers pitcher Yamamoto.
Oh my God, dude! So after the prime presser, which was chef's kiss, there was a couple of people had computers that had the Dodgers on. We hung out in the media room after Prime left for a good half hour just watching the 9th inning. Nobody could leave. We were it was like we were transfixed. Listen, if you don't like baseball, you don't like baseball. But if you just like sports, I do not know if you could find a better hour of sports TV watching than the 9th, 10th, and 11th inning of that game. It was spectacular.
Yeah.
Spectacular. And how the Blue Jays had the winning run for the World Series on third base twice with 1 out and failed to win the World Series is an epic fail. And did you catch who gave up the home run to Rojas, who hit his only home run of the playoffs? That would be
in the first in like 2 months.
That would be ex-Rocky Jeff Hoffman. Just to sprinkle some Rocky fairy dust over Jeff Hoffman, who took personal
been
blame.
Pretty good for him this year.
He's been really good, but he went in there to pitch, and it's like, and we're sitting around, all of us Muggle cynics, and we're all like, "That's a Rocky on the mound right there, everybody," who had been pitching great. And there's a guy who doesn't hit home runs and hasn't really played in the World Series. Hits a home run, not only hits a home run, but in the bottom of the inning makes a spectacular play at second base to throw a runner out at home. That would have won the World Series for the Blue Jays. So Rojas, incredible game. And Yamamoto
Is
coming
he related
in.
to Cookie?
Yamamoto?
No,
Rojas?
Rojas.
I don't think so.
Cookie Rojas?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. But do you realize how spectacular it is for a pitcher to win 3 games of a World Series? He won 3 games. He pitched in back-to-back nights. He didn't think he was going to pitch in Game 7 at all.
They said before the game he'd probably be the only guy that was not available for this Game 7.
He got in trouble multiple times with a runner on third and less than 2 outs. It was one of the most incredible sporting events I've ever seen. It was incredible. And the Dodgers won. Are you guys bummed that the Dodgers won? Is that?
I was not, actually. I don't know.
You like the Dodgers? You like this Dodgers team?
I could have been happy with either one of those teams winning.
Yeah.
It was a phenomenal series. I was at a Halloween party watching that and couldn't take my eyes off the freaking TV.
It was amazing. And how about Dante Bichette's son, Bo Bichette, launching a 3-run homer that you thought
was going to win the series.
You thought. You gave yourself a shot. So, I mean, Bo's got his famous, home run, walk-off, course field debut, the whole thing, but they didn't win the game. But, damn, you hit a 3-run homer on a bum knee in a free agent year, by the way. You had that moment. Does that top dad? You didn't win the game, though. God, it was so sweet.
Dante never got to the World Series.
No, he did not. World Series was spectacular, and Yamamoto was unbelievable, sublime, fantastic.
Who was the MVP of the series?
Yamamoto. Deservedly. He won 3 games. He won 3 games as a pitcher.
So he's in the groove.
No doubt about it. All right, we'll get back to C.J. Stroud and diagnose the hit by Chris Abrams' drain and what the Broncos were doing on defense next.
Luca.
Evan. Evan. Evan.
Luca.
Evan.
Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect.
Well
Evan.
done. Well done.
Luca.
Evan. Evan.
The attention of the class for 1 second.
Oh, that is brilliant, Dan. Oh, we got to play that one again. That is fantastic right there. We'll recap you on what that is all about if you missed it in a little bit. But you can always go online and check things out, and on Twitch or on YouTube, whatever you need to do. On the app, we're powered by the Fricky Law Firm there in your corner. All right, let's check out the play of the game with C.J. Stroud. All right, let's talk it up a little bit. Chris Abrams drained. It looks like he played a little bit more than Jahdae Barron. Barron played the most he has all year. What did you think of that rotation, Tyler? The two of them mixing it in. And Sean did say we play, he goes, we play dime, we play nickel, we play base, we play penny.
Yep.
What is penny?
Nickel. Did you say nickel?
I did. He goes, we play
What is
base,
penny?
nickel, dime, and penny.
Dime, nickel, base, penny. I guess I'm not sure what that's referring to. But, yeah, I mean, in terms of what did I think about him, I thought they did a really good job. Look, the Houston Texans wide receivers are not necessarily world beaters. So it was a kind of a nice little warm-up game for these guys in new positions and all that. I didn't notice a whole lot of them. You know what would be interesting? And normally when I do my film breakdowns, I really focus in on the offensive side of the ball just because that's what I do. I'm an offensive side guy, and that's what I enjoy. But it would be interesting to go back and just see – play calling wise, how much man, how much zone was called, and how differently did Vance Joseph have to call this game. My gut tells me it didn't feel radically different to me.
The play of so they held their own, and on the play that C.J. Stroud was hit on, going back and watching it again this morning. Listen, I don't know what Chris Abrams' drain is supposed to do there. The quarterback goes down pretty late. And he's still running with the ball. You've got to make an effort to tackle him. And Chris Abrams' drain hit him in the chest, I guess, as they were both falling down to the degree that Stroud's arm got up. Now, still, it's a hard hit because football's a violent game. And if you hit your head in the back and whatever. But they did pick up the flag. He did not get penalized for it. They reviewed it. I felt bad for Stroud because he was knocked down. And we'll see what happens.
It's almost a good change, and obviously they sent it to New York, and New York's the one that reversed it. Because we've been clamoring that for years. Once a defensive guy goes into his position to make a play, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
And Drains was already down low, ready to kind of make the tackle low. And you're right, a late hit. Now, I love what they said in the review. Said that had he hit him in the head, he's still going to get penalized. He said, but he hits him clearly in the chest and side area. Now, I watched a different angle of the replay today. Stroud bangs the heck out of his head on the turf, and that's what caused the concussion. But wasn't necessarily that was a hit, but I mean, his neck and head whiplash back and really slammed the turf.
To be honest, I was actually really surprised they picked it up just because that's the way they protect these quarterbacks. I think with letter of the law, they probably did the right thing. I did not expect them to do the right thing. I do think it's challenging. Like when is the quarterback giving himself up? Is it at the very beginning of the process of the slide? Because technically speaking, he'd begun the slide. Like that thing was in motion by the time he got hit. Is it by the time he hits the ground? I just think NFL has done a good job of protecting the quarterbacks, and I think it's mostly a good thing. But you've got guys like Patrick Mahomes out there that play with the rules and they mess with you. Fake slides.
Yeah.
And then as a defender, you don't want to be that idiot that ends up getting duped.
He's fake slid before, and he's also fake going out of bounds and then picked up a few more yards.
Right.
Because when you're by the sideline, they don't want you to hit him either.
Here is Houston coach Miko Ryans on it.
CJ scrambled. Of course, he tried to he slid, and the guy came up and hit him. As I see, it's unnecessary roughness. He hit the quarterback when he's sliding and giving himself up. If I'm incorrect on the rule, I've seen that happen multiple times, with our guys, and we get the penalty. But for some reason, it just didn't happen there.
Wow.
You know what?
Wow. Okay.
Why did it get picked up?
because it didn't make any contact to the head
or neck.
Yeah, but you also can't hit a quarterback at all when he's sliding.
Yeah, but if it's
okay, so there's the head and neck area, then that's one deal. But there's also a defenseless runner who has given himself up, right? So I tend to agree with them. Like
Moose Johnson on the TV broadcast said Chris Abrams-Drain, these guys are phenomenal athletes. He should have gone over the top. Meaning when he saw the quarterback slide, he should have jumped over him.
Look, it's boom, boom. I'm not calling Chris dirty at all. That's definitely not what I'm trying to insinuate.
He didn't even get flagged for it.
No, it definitely not. I think playing defense in today's NFL would be really, really challenging on a number of levels. These quarterbacks is just one example of it. But I'm surprised that that's not just a defenseless runner.
Now, John Franklin Myers last week said, I'm always going to hit quarterbacks, and if I take a flag, oh, well, so be it. I'm even going to teach my kids how to do that. Is it maybe perhaps the culture of the NFL like, hey, we got a shot at the quarterback. We're going to take it, no matter what. And that's not dirty. That's just the way the NFL is.
It used to be when you got an interception, well, at least during my days, when you got an interception, the first thing that those big defensive linemen were taught to do, what do you think those big defensive linemen were taught to do? Say your team gets an interception. Those guys
blow up the quarterback.
The first thing they do is look for the quarterback.
Go find him and kill him.
That's it. Here's your opportunity to just go destroy a quarterback.
Right.
You're blocking for your runner, the dude that's already got the interception. They're headhunting for those QBs. I don't know if that's still going on, but I promise you on my teams, that was coached up.
Right call to pick it up or not?
Well, it's the right call if you're in Denver. It's a horrible call if you're in Houston.
Cost you your quarterback.
Yeah.
We would
be crying right now if that were Bo Nix.
I would feel terrible for Chris Abrams-Drain if he got some big fine off of it because I get it. I understand it. I'm also very surprised that it got picked up.
I thought once the hand sort of was in front of the helmet, when Stroud's hand was there, I thought to me that was like a defining character. Well, it can't be shoulders, can't be head. I mean, he got his arm in between the helmet.
But we all agree on that. We all agree on the head and neck area, but that's not the only issue here.
That he was hit going when he was sliding.
Correct.
That's the whole issue is he was in a slide.
Exactly.
But again.
So take the head and neck out of it, which that was clean.
How else would you coach it, though? What would you tell a defensive back to do? Jump over him? That's what they suggested on TV. Jump over him.
I don't know.
Do you know they are taught now, like, because you can't block from the blind side, right? You're taught to post up like an NBA player. You just stand there, stand in the way. I mean, is that how they should be coached? To just, you watch the slide, just stand there.
Well, if Stroud was smart, he started his slide 2 yards before the first down, and honestly, he probably would have picked the first down up if he wouldn't have slid.
Well, part of the problem is it was an awkward slide.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a super smooth baseball slide.
No.
He got his foot caught a little bit, and it just took like an extra step or two to actually get down. That's probably why the NFL is actually giving Chris a little bit of.
He got in between. Am I going to go for the first or slide? And it was like all the way down. He was not committed to either one.
Yeah.
Do you guys think with Mills in instead of Stroud? Well, to what degree do you think that changed the game in terms of favor of the Broncos?
I get what you're saying in terms of this defense is just so good. It doesn't really tend to matter who's playing quarterback. It doesn't really tend to matter how good the offense is. Our defense is just going to ball. But I do tend to think you give that ball back to Houston with 1:40 left on that clock after you just had an opportunity to go win a game, C.J. Stroud's probably good enough to go win it.
Yeah, I think if Stroud doesn't go out and your offense plays like it played, you probably lose that game.
If Stroud's there, the Broncos lose. I'll make it more simple. If Stroud plays that whole game, do the Broncos lose?
I think there's a good chance.
I don't know if they lose. It was tied, right?
At that moment, it was so early. It was,
No. I'm talking at the end of the game.
Well, yeah. It was a walk-off by But both teams had the ball a couple of times with less than 4 minutes to go. So both teams had their shot.
I think the Texans, at the very least, are able to eat up the clock and get themselves to overtime.
The Texans with C.J. Stroud, the one thing they've done, and they did it yesterday too, and they did the same thing to the 49ers, they can hold on to the ball. They've proved that. They have these long time-churning drives. They don't finish in the red zone.
Go look at time of possession first half.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
It was like 22-8 or something.
It was, but and they did lead at halftime because Bandy, I mean, oh my God. But that being said, even though they were dominating time of possession because they couldn't finish in the red zone, the Broncos did have a lead in the first half with 1 touchdown to Cortland Sutton. But you're right. They had churned up time against the Broncos, and they did it against the Niners the week before. 14-play, 7-minute drives resulting in a field goal.
Well, the first series that they scored on was 13 plays.
Correct.
And just a great red zone stop.
It's not crazy to think if Stroud was in, it's not crazy to think they would have had a much better chance of burning up time and giving them a shot for a field goal, which is kind of what they do. They don't really finish in the red zone, but they do that.
Well, isn't Fairburn the number one field goal guy as far as field goal made or something like that?
He's got to be because they can't finish in the red zone, but they get it down there all the time.
Yeah.
I think they probably lose that particular game if Stroud plays the whole game. I think they probably do. So I think the Broncos caught a little bit of a break there. I think the Broncos would have made a comeback, but I think Stroud in that game, you would have got a longer drive. You would have got a field goal with less than a minute.
Yeah.
You probably would have figured it out.
And you caught a break for that game in Washington coming up too, probably.
You sure did. I mean, they weren't looking good even with Jaden in the game, but without him.
Well, you said it last week. There's a reason guys are called backups.
Yeah.
Did you see the first half that Sam Darnold had?
I did. He was
literally perfect.
I didn't finish off the entirety, but when I had to walk away, he was 16 of 16.
Yes. The first half, the numbers are bonkers. Hold on, I got it here, I think. 16 of 16.
Oh, so that was his final numbers?
Yeah, no, I got it. First half only. First half. Yeah. 16 of 16 for 282, 4 touchdowns, no interception, and literally a perfect quarterback rating of 158.3. He literally had a perfect first half.
You want to change your opinion yet?
Boy, he looked awful good last night. I don't know. You could. The Seahawks are maybe they're not so sneaky anymore because he just. Yeah, sure. I mean, he's having an MVP type of season, and he's doing it on big stages against pretty good teams.
Dude, they were flat out whooping them.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
If
in Washington, by the way.
Do you think somewhere in Minnesota land, although they got a nice win yesterday,
they sure
too,
did.
But do you still think in Minnesota land, somebody's saying, boy, should we not keep Sam around a couple more years?
No, because they have all the advantages you have with a rookie quarterback in terms of contracts and how you can build a team.
Rookie quarterback that they don't particularly like.
Well, but they got him, and they got Justin Jefferson. They're paying him $30 million. Now, I don't think they're having any regret. No.
Really?
No, I doubt it.
They were a pretty damn good team last year.
Well,
how they doing this year?
They're pretty good. They're all right.
They're okay, I guess.
But they got a shot.
Well, they're 500, right? It changed to maybe a game above 500.
They got a shot.
4-4.
Yeah, 500.
They're whatever. Hey, but listen, Darnold. I'm not trying to argue against Darnold. Darnold's unbelievable, and what the Seahawks are doing right now is actually mind blowing. And the Colts lost yesterday. Of course they did, right? So we don't really believe in the Colts, and the Patriots are 7-2.
But there's some bad 7-2 teams.
I don't know. You know what? Let's get to that. Let's talk
Scott.
about it.
What you saying, Scott?
Let's get to that. Because what is this really all about with the Broncos, Colts, and Patriots? Your top 7-2 teams in the AFC. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. If you suffer with ED, you certainly want a good outcome. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they practice better medicine. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado. So hit up my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When the pills or herbals fail, they've got the treatments with success rates well over 90%. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. The initial visit's only $99. Get that consult with the T and PSA test thrown in there. If advised, the test dose. Hey, if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff, like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. And Nate Atkins didn't play as well. They didn't go on IR, so there's hope for them. Zach Allen got banged. Not sure what the degree is, but hopefully he's okay. Went back in the game at least. Other than that, actually, ironically, JT Gray, your special teams maven that you got a couple weeks ago, played in the game and had to come out, had a hamstring injury. So there's that. Other than that, you try to rest up the best you can. Sean did speak, Tyler and Scott, after the game that he's learned, especially with the experience with the Cowboys, that they used to do, he thought, too much too quick to get ready for the Thanksgiving game. Meaning they would come in after the Sunday game, coaches and whatever, and kill themselves to start game planning and start right away. And he said it just didn't work. So his theory is rest. We'll see you on Monday. We'll walk through tomorrow, and we'll just really kind of take it easy and do the best we can. What do you think the most effective way is to just make sure guys are good to go when you have such a short week?
Well, Kyle Shanahan kind of started a different way for us, and we actually ended up getting. So we would go true walkthrough mode, and I mean like Saturday walkthrough. I don't mean like Friday. I don't mean like a slower tempo. I mean like walkthrough. Like there is a defense over there only in bodies, but you are not making contact with anybody. And what we would do is we actually were out there on the field for quite a long time, and we ended up getting in like 3 times as many mental reps as you would in a normal practice because we got so many more plays in, but it was in absolute walkthrough mode. So, I think that's the model that most guys have gone to at this point. You get in the building. The first thing is your previous game becomes ghost film. So sometimes you're like, I had a bad game. Thank God that's ghost film. We don't have to watch that at all. Maybe you'll watch the first half. Maybe the coaches will string together fix-it plays that you gotta work on and fix the mental mistakes. But you're not going to spend a lot of time focusing on the previous week.
Yeah, the whole thing for me is body. I told you this week scares me because you got a major emotional game coming up the following week, and then you got a team that's 2-6 or whatever they are. A game. Let's be honest, you should easily win. Are you ready? So I would make this week mentally get right and physically stay healthy.
Well, we'll just start.
Listen, Zach Allen got back in the game. You ain't gonna tell me he ain't sore from that hit he took?
Gotta be.
Ooh.
But it's not like the Raiders didn't go through. By the way, I was, mile long, 3 inches deep. That 2-point conversion, that was at the end of overtime. Like, they had a choice. Either we're going to tie this game or we're going to go for a win. That was already in overtime. So just the premise is relatively the same. Do you go for the win or go for the tie, right? And literally they would have had a tie. So I do like the fact, I always like the fact you go for the win. Because what's a tie going to do for you? So. But they had a good emotional game there too. They're struggling there with the Raiders. I haven't really looked at them all that much. I just sort of follow week to week. What's your feeling on the Raiders these days?
Not a good team. Yeah, you've got a stretch of football here that's been pretty awesome for the Broncos. You should be 8 wins. You're going into the Chiefs game feeling on top of the world. You should have some rest going into the Chiefs game, which is nice. We can't overlook the Raiders at all. They just came down to the wire with the Jags, who I think is a very respectable team. Jags aren't a great team, but they're respectable. They're a tough win.
They're on the docket for the Broncos later.
Yeah, but I mean, the storyline out of Vegas right now is chaos. That's the real storyline going on there. Max Crosby's talking after the game. He's just sick and tired of it.
Yeah,
they can't figure out how to get a win.
But Geno Smith in that game. 29 of 39, 284, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception.
You lose.
And you lose. Trevor Lawrence goes 23 of 34, 220 yards, no touchdowns, 1 pick. And they win.
The Broncos were -2 yesterday. Giveaway, takeaway.
Yep.
-2, and they still won. The Chiefs are not winning their close games this year. They won every close game last year. I think I heard Brett Kane say this morning in one-score games they're 0-4 this year.
Where last year they were undefeated.
Yeah, they were ridiculous. They couldn't lose a close game. And this year they can't win a close game. How about that, by the way? So that's your next 2 games. You got the Raiders, who are kind of stinky, and you get the Chiefs, who this year at least are struggling in close games.
So Jacksonville Raiders, how many punts total you think between the 2 teams in that game?
Well, it was a pretty high-scoring game, so I wouldn't say a lot. I mean, it was 30-29. I don't know, 14?
2 by the Jaguars, 1 by the Raiders.
3. That was it. Yeah, sorry, 14. That's terrible. Yeah.
We had that in one quarter.
Yeah, Crawshaw's different. Mike Sanford said his Valor High School team hasn't punted since September.
Shut up.
That's what he said.
Jeez. I called the Creek game on Friday night.
How was that?
They did have to punt in the second half. And I said something to Mark Johnson, who I was calling the game with, which was a real treat. But I said, something's telling me this punter hasn't punted a whole lot this year. He had like 6 punts on the entire season.
The playoffs are coming out for football, and the top 5 teams are Creek, Ralston Valley, Mountain Vista, Legend, and Valor.
We've had all those teams on the radio.
Oh, no doubt about it. And it's kind of like the bangers. And we'll see what happens. First week of the playoffs, and all those teams have buys and stuff. But, wish them the best. How was the game itself? How was Creek won, I assume?
Terrible. It was a terrible game. I mean,
was it really?
It was an absolute butt whipping.
Really?
Cherry Creek was up like 38-7 with like 5 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Oh, wow.
And, but they go into halftime, and Mark and I were rooting for a running clock at this point, because if you get up by 40 points, you get a running clock. And they started pulling their starters out at halftime. And Grandview actually, they did their best to play better in the second half. But, I mean, that Creek team, it's terrible. We did not look like that when I was at Cherry Creek. Just going to say that. I mean, the offensive line, they're all 290, 315, just absolute monsters. Speed on every freaking position. Backups coming in, and you're like, that's a backup? That's a backup running back right there? That dude doesn't play? Yeah, that team is stupid good.
Okay, well, we'll see what goes on, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Valor lost to Mountain Vista and Ralston. They do not play. I don't know if any of those teams played Creek. I don't know if anybody played each other.
Well, they didn't, because they're undefeated. There's a couple of undefeated teams. So.
Okay. Well, I don't know how bad that butt kicking was, but I was up in Boulder on Saturday night, boys, and
woo! That was a game. Did we have on that calendar? That was one of them games that you could win. Arizona,
that's right. They had 2 winnable games in a row.
That was a winnable game, wasn't it?
Oh my God!
Let me just give an observation from afar, and not having spent a lot of time watching that game, but what I saw. That team quit on Prime.
I agree. And I was watching it.
You were there.
I was there. It was...
it's back-to-back weeks of giving up 50 points, boys.
Yeah.
I mean, they've given up 105 points in 2 games. 2 football games, they've given up 105 points.
It could have been worse, too.
Somewhere,
it feels like that stupid frittata, whatever, quarterback has been... He's been beaten up on the bus for like a decade.
He's not the biggest guy, but he's mobile. He's got a strong arm.
I look at him and I'm like, you should suck. But why do you always crush the Buffs?
He is really good. But what crushed the Buffs, Tyler, is when you hand the ball off to a running back and he just runs for 50 straight yards, which happens now all the time.
Yeah, somewhere Jay Norvell's going, huh?
Dude, the team did quit. The fans quit. I'm up in the press box. It's halftime. I said, maybe I'll go see my son. He's a student. He's down there. I call him. He goes, I'm home. I go, why are you home? He goes, well, if I'm going to go out tonight, I have to get a nap. So he valued going out more so than just staying at the game.
Yeah.
That's where things are.
Isn't he like a 28-year-old senior?
He's 23, and I think he's a second semester junior.
Oh.
But what I have learned, by the way, he ain't the only one. There's a lot of guys taking their time through college, as it turns out. I thought he was the only one. He's got plenty of company. And apparently the Friday night on Pearl Street and on the campus on Halloween, which was Friday night, was, from what I'm told, the most epic going out night of all time.
Oh, Halloween in Boulder is something. That is something.
It does make me wonder how focused are these players about anything. But
on Halloween night up in Boulder, it's like all the hoes in Hoville looking for Horton. Isn't that Dr. Seuss book?
It's very close. The hose.
Horton.
No. I think it is Dr. Seuss, The Hose in Hoville.
Yeah, it's Horton. Here's a hoe.
Sure. Tyler. Yeah. Why would you play Juju Lewis at all if you weren't going to start him? Which is what they did when the game got truly pathetic.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a fair question. I mean, listen, I think you do turn to Juju at this point. I think you let him play. So he's already played in 2 games now, which means he's got 3 left.
Nope, he has 2 left.
I thought you played 5.
Nope, 4. This was a much discussed topic.
Okay, so he's got 2 games left. I would ride him. I would go ahead and play him the next 2 games, see how it goes. If something magical happens and you're able to beat West Virginia, you're able to beat Arizona State, then maybe you burn the red shirt, you play him in the Kansas State game as well. But go ahead. There's no point of not giving him experience at this point.
Yeah, that's what it felt like in the second half. Like, this is a preseason game. We might as well get reps for Juju. By the way, West Virginia, who sucks, beat Houston in Houston, 45-35. The team we thought was going to be terrible blew out a team that crushed CU in Houston. Oh, and Arizona State, who now doesn't have Sam Leavitt as a starting quarterback with Jeff Sims. Remember how awful he was at Nebraska? Well, apparently not now. As they they beat soundly Iowa State. So your next 2 games, you don't really catch a break. You do get a bye week in there, and Kansas State was, kind of tough against Texas Tech.
Here's a big question on the bye week: does anybody come back
for the Arizona State game?
Yeah, seriously.
Okay, so it's the post game, and I don't know if you caught it, but a group of students like an amoeba gathered in the end zone, which was empty, but all got together and took their shirts off and started going ole, 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 like a soccer game. I mean, like a big clump of maybe like 1,000 students. But it was funny because you looked around them, it was just empty seats. So everybody sort of migrated to this one area in the student section, took their shirts off and was waving it around. You know how insulting that really is? First of all, that there's that many empty seats, and that it's like a Bronx cheer, right? It's like this phony enthusiasm. That happened. It was as they quit on the team, people left, you had the Bronx cheer, and afterwards, Prime comes out at the press conference. We're not putting any players up here. This is all on me. Okay. Well, I'm just sitting back here. I don't know. I don't know from these press conferences, right, with Prime. First time I've ever been in front of Prime. First time I've ever been in front of Prime. And then he goes on and on about, I know what the answer is, but I'm not going to tell you. This is on me, not anybody else. Don't blame the coordinators. Don't blame the students. If you're going to come after me, come after anybody. Come after me. It was very much like, I'm a man, I'm 40. It was kind of like that sort of thing. And he's going on and on and on. And it's November, and I don't know when you did your recruiting trip, Tyler, to CU, but I saw a dozen recruits, maybe more. I don't know. November, that's probably a pretty good time to come for a visit, right, with your parents. So if you're going to do this, guys, how the hell are you going to do it? What would you possibly tell, like, a recruit and their family after just seeing what they saw in person? I mean, how much would that influence you, Tyler, about coming or not coming to see you?
A lot, for sure it would. I mean, if there's one anomaly game, you toss it out, but unfortunately it's not an anomaly. You got back-to-back butt whippings of giving up 50 points per game. So this is going to make life really, really difficult. Prime does not – the good news, though – all right. In my day, I think it would have a huge effect. I think it still has an effect. But the good news is the world is so freaking different, and it really isn't that complex. Why do free agents go sign with the Browns?
The money.
Why do free agents go sign with terrible football teams? Money, right? So if you could find a way, now the real challenge for Dion is actually, believe it or not, it's not sitting in these kids' living rooms recruiting them. The real challenge is re-recruiting your boosters. The real challenge is keeping the money flowing in.
Right.
That's where you got to spend your time and energy now. Because if you got the money, you can still buy these kids.
That's a good line.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
Anyways.
That's a good line.
Yeah.
I'm in there.
Re-recruiting your boosters.
So I'm seeing the CU thing up close and personal.
Yeah.
You go. Like, just, we're picking who we're asking questions.
Yeah, no one's firing up a question.
I got my hand up the whole time.
A lot of confidence from the questionnaires.
Come on. Listen, they dance around things. Like, Matt Smith did ask about Juju, and Brian Howell did ask, like, do you have a plan? I mean, there's some, but it's all very, very gentle. So they go last two, and it's, Tim and John or whoever. I'm like, well, I guess I'm not going to ask a question. But Prime's looking right at me, and he goes, no. Everybody gets to ask a question, like, I'm going to put it all to bed. So Curtis Snyder is a good guy. The PR people were great up there, to me. But I think he knew, I don't know if we want DMac to be asking a question.
he knew there might be a history.
So here we go.
Coach, what is the confidence level you have in yourself to do this job?
I never doubt me. I don't doubt me. Let's get that straight. I don't doubt me. So the next question. The confidence level of me doing this job,
Yes.
I'm built for this. I don't doubt me.
How do you explain the past couple of weeks to recruits and their parents?
I don't have to explain it. They saw it. See, you got to understand, if you're a dog, you want to come here and right the wrong. If you're a cat, you look at the scoreboard and you run. Which one are you, a dog or a cat? Exactly. Let's go.
I think he assumed you were a cat.
So I said, what are you doing in here, little kitty cat?
That was him directly asking you?
Yes.
Yeah.
That exactly. When he did that, he just assumed you were a kitty cat.
That's what coaches do when they really don't know what to say anymore. They go back at the person asking them the question.
I don't know what I would say.
Well,
I really don't.
In my experience, you say nothing because the story isn't me.
No, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about if I was Dion. Like you're saying that's what coaches do when they don't know what to say. I don't know what I would say. What would you say, Scott?
I would say, you know what? I'd tell him right there. I'll go out there and talk to him in seconds. And we need help. That's why we need you. You see this right here? This stops. This stops this year if you come.
Yeah.
Still say, he said, what are you? Dog or cat? I go, I'm a lion.
To me, listen, you're a lion. I wasn't going to say, I was kind of prepared that he might come back, but I think it's a legitimate question based on how you build this team up, Tyler. Like, what are you going to do? I understand if you just have a bag of money, but great point by you. How are you going to convince everybody to give you the bag of money to go get them when the program looks like this? And you've got to explain it one way or the other, and it's super that you feel confident in yourself. I don't know what that's based on. And I do feel bad for him with the health issues. I do. The buyout of Deion Sanders, guys, is $33 million. If he wants out early, he has to pay them back $12 million. What do you think is going to happen?
Nothing.
He ain't gonna want to go
No,
out.
I mean, absolutely nothing's going to happen. I mean, what's going to happen? There's going to be fall guys. People are going to get fired. You probably fire both your coordinators. You might have a few Hall of Famers that decide, this wasn't as fun as I thought it was going to be. They might step aside. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. I'm not implying they're not good coaches, but not just because you're a Hall of Famer doesn't mean that you're a great coach. But there will not. I mean, nothing is happening with Deion Sanders. Somebody tagged me on Twitter. They're like, "Why aren't you guys calling for heads of Boulder?" Because I'm not dumb, and there's no way to call for heads to roll at Boulder. It's a literal impossibility.
33 million reasons why you're not calling for heads.
Correct.
He's still a moneymaker. He still brings money in. He still brings impressions. He still brings everything that you're looking for from those perspectives. He's untouchable. So Deion Sanders will have to fire his coaches and have fall guys.
And here was my big takeaway from being up there after experiencing all of it. We suspected it. We were right. Everybody up there, guys, is completely intimidated by this guy. They are scared of him. The media is scared of him. The people that work with him are scared of him. The players are clearly scared of him. The coaches are scared of him. Everybody is scared and intimidated by this guy.
Wow.
Period. It is the ultimate, the emperor has no clothes. So for somebody to question...
What makes you say the players are scared of him? That's the only one I would fight. I might fight you on. I would agree on the rest of it, but the one thing I'll give him credit for in the middle of a game, that dude in tough situations, I feel like he loves on those kids. I do. I feel like he pulls them to side. He's giving them heart-to-hearts. He's not dog-cussing them. He's not yelling at them. I truly believe that's probably the most redemptive quality that he has. Now, everybody else I could buy. I'm not sure I buy that the players are scared of him.
Maybe scared is the wrong word, but I'll say this. I think they're highly intimidated by him, and I think they want to please him to a degree, but they're not playing free. They're not playing loose. They're playing scared. They're playing like they don't have any kind of confidence whatsoever. And as Sean talked about confidence being demonstrated ability, what demonstrated ability do you have aside from competing good against like Georgia Tech and BYU and beating Iowa State, which was awesome?
You stormed the field 3 weeks ago.
I got you, and it feels like that was the end of the season.
I just thought you missed a prime opportunity to talk about Ross and Rachel.
My cats, my own cats. Am I a dog or a cat?
Yeah.
There is a twist of irony. You realize who they lost to, right? The Arizona Wild.
Cats.
So when he's questioning
well-
dogs and cats, he literally got his ass kicked by a group of cats.
Well, if you were really smart and thinking at the time and didn't want to make it about me, hey, play that question again. You just said a wildcat.
I wasn't trying to be a jerkhole, but I am disappointed that more people that are regularly up there are so intimidated.
The last person that got up in his chili got banned for life, and everybody let it. All the cowards
Right.
around him didn't get. All those people that worked. What was the guy's name?
Sean Keeler.
Sean Keeler.
Yep.
Once he got banned, and he's a different kind of cat. We all know that.
Yep.
Sean gets banned. Where was DNVR and Boulder Daily Cameron and then
Yep.
saying, "Good, we ain't coming to presser either."
You're right, Scott. You're absolutely right.
They should have all banned.
They should have
together
walked out.
and walked out.
If you're not going to let him ask questions, we're not going to be here. You're right. You're right about that.
And
You're
do that 2 or
absolutely
3
right.
weeks in a row, and let's see.
That you're absolutely 1,000% right. It's another weak moment by the local media up there, and nobody's holding this guy accountable. And you see what the result is. He says he's accountable, but he's not. He's not.
Who's he accountable to?
Nobody.
I can tell you one thing I heard, but I don't want to break confidence, so I ain't going to.
You don't need to. And I've heard other people say that too. By the way, guess what happens behind the scenes? Everybody talks crap about Prime. Not one or two people. I must have run into 30 people. Everybody, from security people to media to students to whatever. It's crazy. But nobody's got the courage to stand up and tell them the truth. But everybody behind the scenes is ripping on this dude. So if you've heard stuff, that wouldn't surprise me. That would be consistent with my experience up there. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, is it time for you to get a new vehicle? If so, go check out the best car dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best inventory, and the best customer service. It's my friends at Phil Long Ford. It's one-stop shopping when you go check out Phil Long. You don't have to drive all over the state because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices. Don't have to haggle. Don't have to worry about it. You're going to have a great experience. I think relationships matter. That's why I've been going over to Phil Long Ford since my rookie year, the only dealership that I ever need to deal with. And that's why I send all my family and friends over to Phil Long Ford as well. Guys, Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys, over the weekend, Halloween. Oh, I ended up doing something on Halloween real quick. No dumb question.
Did you have more than 9?
I don't know because I at the end of the day, the World Series was on, and I just put a sign, said take one, and put the whole bucket out there. 2 hours later, I went back and it was empty. Is that bad Halloweening?
That's a horrible Halloweening.
If you're home, yeah, that's bad.
Oh, I was home.
Yeah.
You know what's even worse? I ordered DoorDash and it came in the middle of it, so I went to get the DoorDash when it could have been a trick or treater. Bad, right?
That's horrible.
Yeah. But I didn't tell my wife. I mean, I guess I am right now, but she's working.
She's not listening.
No, and she won't go back for this. So that's bad.
That's beyond bad. That's beyond bad.
That's pretty bad, huh?
Oh,
the
it's
World
horrible.
Series. I didn't want to miss the World Series.
Pause.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pause.
I said, please take one. Made a nice little sign. They were all gone. There were like 9 of them. So how many kids came? 9.
No, the 20.
That could have been 1.
The 27. That could have been 1 or 35.
You know what? I'm going to say it was 9 because everybody was really respectful.
That's that. If you really did,
I really did that. Is that bad?
Tyler, you said it a few weeks. He don't like kids.
He hates kids.
I certainly didn't care about him that night.
I dressed up for the first time in years.
As?
Went to a grandma and grandpa party.
I don't know what that is.
It means I had to dress up as a grandpa. Yeah.
Oh, everybody was dressed up as a grandma or grandpa?
It was a themed party that everybody, yeah.
Wow, people really try hard sometimes.
Yeah. It was actually really fun.
Did you dress up like me?
Yeah, exactly.
Did you wear a scally cap and a Colonel Sanders beard?
I stopped by my dad's house, see if I could find us some old New Balances. I got some New Balances, but I got cool ones.
You got cool ones,
yeah.
Not those big white ones, those big solid white ones with the blue in on the side. Yeah.
Good party?
It was fun. It was a lot of fun. I was out late.
In Fort Collins?
I was appreciative. What? Oh, I did go to Fort Collins on Sunday. That was my daughter has this like weird memory of the best mac and cheese she's ever had in her life, and it was in Fort Collins at like some bar.
Wow!
And so for her birthday, like creating a little bit of an activity, I took her up to Fort Collins to go get that mac and cheese, and it was phenomenal mac and cheese.
Damn!
Did a little stop at Shields. That's an adventure. You guys ever done Shields?
Yeah.
Oh, Shields is awesome.
It's equipment store.
Like that's a full-on adventure.
Oh,
yeah. They got little candlestick pending it. We were gonna do Buc-ee's, didn't end up doing it, but
they got
next
a good
time.
pulled pork sandwich in Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's big truck stop, right?
Kind of, whatever, something like that.
Shields Sporting Goods store, based up like the North Dakota area, I believe, something like that.
Yeah,
but it's up north, right?
I never knew I had a thing for so many grandmas until I went to a grandma Halloween party.
Yeah, well, they're actually faux.
They look really different,
but they're faux. Yeah. Now we got the whole grandma.
That's right.
Hey, we're back to that.
I didn't know my grandma had this much cleavage with a mini skirt and fishnets.
No dumb question. Is Bo Nix's trajectory comparable to Josh Allen?
No.
Josh Allen was 58% completion percentage, 10-6 in his second year. His accuracy was in question, but then he got it together. So no, why not?
Bo's exceeding it. He's look at his completion. Look at his completion percentage. His completion percentage.
Josh could only dream.
Dream.
What is Bo's trajectory in your opinion right now?
I don't know.
That's a good question. What's the trajectory of this entire draft class? That on one hand we were 3 weeks ago ready to say.
Well, think about where you thought Jaden Daniels was last year, right? And this year obviously he's fought some injuries, but even without the injuries, he didn't look like he did last year.
Well, would you say Bo looks like he did last year?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah, I think it's pretty similar.
So is this it?
I don't know, man.
No, I don't think it means it's it.
All right, well, let's get into it. Let's get into it with the big question of the day, because that seems everybody's hemming and hawing a little bit. Because on one hand, you should be really excited. Your team's in first place and they're 7-2, and then there's this hesitation right here. We'll get to it coming up next. Finish this sentence, kind of the big question goes to this degree. I feel blank about the Denver Broncos.
Oh, that's a good question. Leery, happy, confused.
Can you ask me in like two different ways? It would be so much easier because I'm conflicted. Maybe that's the answer?
Say conflicted.
Maybe that's the answer. I feel conflicted.
All right.
But I mean, like if you asked it in two separate ways, and I just looked at this holistically, I take a step back. Let's take the 5,000-foot view and look at this thing. You got a 7-2 team, dude. Like that's BA. Like that's an incredible season. Those are seasons that you dream of. We are 7-2 right now with a very good opportunity to be a 13-win football team. That's nuts.
If you'd asked all of us in August, early August, Broncos going to be 7-2. What do you feel? What's blank about the Broncos? Everybody would say ecstatic, fired up. It'd be all positive. But I'm telling you, in pro sports, and it's supposed to be like this, your expectations change with wins.
Yeah.
And so the expectations now, you wanted to win the first round of the playoffs.
I had him 11-win team and winning in the first round, having him winning a wild card.
And get to the second round.
Yes, and I'm still going to hold by that, by the way.
Okay, that's fine. But you know what your expectation should be now? You need to get a bye in the first round.
Well, there's only one bye. You have to finish first in the AFC.
Are you not right up there?
You're tied with the Patriots and the Colts for first place, yes. So you don't control your own destiny, unfortunately, because you lost to the Colts. So if you stayed tied with the Colts, you would be the second team if they were the first. So you don't control your own destiny in terms of that. You do.
Because you got rizzed.
That's right.
First Riz
That's
game.
right. You do control your destiny, however, in the AFC West. You do control that.
Yeah. Micro, so that's the macro, right? That's the 5,000-foot view. But if I dial it in, my real response to that game was, well, somebody had to win. I'm glad it was the Broncos. It was really like that. Like that did not really feel like a win. That didn't feel like we got to win.
That's Mike Malone. I'd rather win ugly and try to fix something than to lose pretty.
There's a lot to be concerned with. If you want to go the other direction, like, can we sustain this? There's a lot of evidence that'd be like, oh, I don't know how sustainable that is. People would say that about my team in 2015 too, and I get it.
They did. I was on the air, and people kept calling in.
Yep.
They ain't going to be able to sustain this defense. No way. Well, they did.
Yeah, but if you guys are being honest, as you guys are talking about the team in the middle of the year, did you have concerns?
No doubt about it. I did. At 4-0, I asked Gary Kubiak, has he considered playing Brock Osweiler because Manning was playing so poorly? No. Not permanently, but like mixing him in. No, I was definitely concerned, Tyler, because the year before, Peyton Manning could barely move, if you remember that Colts playoff game at home that they lost.
Right.
And we knew in 2015 you guys were going to make the playoffs. That wasn't a doubt. The question at that point, because the bar had been raised so high, how can you not have a season like you had the year before, losing in the first round to the Colts? That was the bigger question. No, there were a lot of concerns at this time. And if you remember, timing-wise, we are right on the anniversary, close to it, of Peyton Manning getting booed off the field against the Chiefs down 20-0 at halftime, where Brock came in right before Thanksgiving, and you guys kind of went on a really fun run there until Peyton came back in against the Chargers.
I had no concerns, and here's why.
Are you kidding? You had no concerns in that year?
No.
Oh, my. Wow.
I'm going to tell you why. One, I thought that defense was sustainable. It's been done before. History already showed the great defense can sustain it for an entire year and win Super Bowls.
But, DeMarcus wasn't playing like all the time and not playing all that great all the time at this time in November of that year.
Yeah, they were great. Anyway.
Okay.
And Peyton Manning had paper behind him.
Yeah, I get that.
He had history behind him. And my thought was, so like right now, it could be the same thing. They're winning despite Bo kind of playing iffy at times. They're still winning games. But Bo ain't got no paper behind him. Peyton Manning had 15 previous years of just kicking everybody's butt, and you're like, well, dude, he's not playing good, but you know what? He still made that one pass in Kansas City. He still made that one throw in Cleveland. He still made that throw in the Detroit game. And you're like, he's not playing great, and they're still winning. And it was like, he's going to turn it around and start playing great. Never really played great. maybe the one Chargers game, when he came back in, played pretty good. But there was paper behind him. Bo ain't got no paper. And so I don't feel as good about this as I did that 15 team because I thought, the 15-team defense is sustainable. I'm at the point now that, you know what? We got to see it now. We got 2 more big weeks for the break.
How do you feel about I feel blank about the Broncos.
I think great about the Broncos defense. I think Broncos defense is sustainable. I am leery of the Broncos offense.
So you feel great and leery about the Broncos.
Yeah. So here's the optimistic side, though. With as good as this defense is, if this offense could just become mediocre.
Yep. Brett Kane said that this morning.
Dude, like now we're talking, right? We don't even have to be elite. We don't even have to be great. Just be middle of the road and everything.
Wasn't that the same in 2015 too?
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't. You know what it was in 15? Don't turn it over. Don't turn it over, and you're going to win all the games because the defense was so good. Mediocre. What is that? Mediocre is because I'll say this too. And here's my optimism. There's something to be said about coming back and being able to win games and never in it. Go ask John Elway's Broncos of the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Crap through 3 quarters, and all of a sudden here comes Elway on his white horse, and it built him a reputation on fourth quarter comebacks. I think when he left the league, he was the leading fourth quarter and overtime comeback quarterback ever.
And Bo has 4 of them this season.
That was the 80s John Elway. So maybe I should be hopeful for that right there. But there's just...
They have a plus 53 fourth quarter point differential, which if that were to sustain would be the best by far in NFL history.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. Means you're losing a lot of games. But Tyler said something at the beginning of the show that I thought we should get into also. Something is off between play call and quarterback. Why is that and what is that?
I don't know the answer.
But what you said it, so you kind of believe it, right?
Yeah, I do. I don't know the answer. My gut tells me Sean is actually doing the opposite of what a lot of people think. I think a lot of people think that Sean Payton is calling an offense and just expecting Bo Nix to fit in. I disagree. I think he's just trying to call plays that he thinks Bo Nix can be successful at. And really, when we get into the second half and we got to press and we got to open things up, all of a sudden it just clicks a little bit more. I don't know if Bo's actually earned the right to open this thing all the way up or not, but I think you don't have a choice as a play caller now. You got to stop managing him. Stop managing your quarterback and just open up the offense and let's go.
I'm okay with that. I will say this. Bo's biggest plays, in my opinion, last game. Now, first of all, that 2-point conversion, that throw, phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
The one touchdown pass to somebody, they had to wait on it, and he had enough time, he got there. That 2-point conversion throw, that's major league NFL quarterback throw. That was spectacular throw. But his legs won the game.
How about that, by the way?
It wasn't him passing.
How about that?
He didn't run all game, but it was his legs who won the game for you.
Ain't no doubt about it. 25 yards when they needed the most.
Yep, and then picked up another 13 later on to get him even closer.
How about that? Should he be doing that more often?
Well, if our first texter threw in there and said, well, is he on the Josh Allen path? Well, Josh Allen said he wanted to stop running as much this year. But you know what Josh Allen was doing his year too? He's running his ass off.
There's no doubt about it. Until Josh Allen became a more proficient passer, he made up for it by running a lot.
Maybe Bo.
Okay. Sure, why not? Because at the end of the day, you still want to win. And whatever you need to do mechanically to get better, perhaps that just takes time and work and film and the whole lot of it. Experience, confidence, the whole thing. But in the meantime, let's still win the games, right? So maybe that is the right thing because you don't want to maybe open up with it, Tyler. But let's win the game at the end of the day. Unless you do say we want to run around, but C.J. Stroud want to run around. How's he doing this morning? Maybe you don't run around unless you really have to. unless you
Well,
want to be
that
more
was
creative.
that was a have-to play by Stroud.
There's
too.
no doubt about it.
He's
Listen,
about ready to get blitzed.
the Texans were in complete desperation mode. You realize that, right? Like, they needed that game badly.
That puts them behind the 8 ball.
And if I'm a Texans fan, their inability to score in the red zone would be driving me absolutely nuts. Dan, do you have a comparison of Peyton Manning through 9 games in 2015 and Bo Nix through 9 games here in 2025?
Well, yeah, it was easy for Peyton because, he played 9 games, got benched in the Kansas City game, and then he had 69 passing yards, no touchdowns, no picks in his final game against the Chargers the last week of the season. So Peyton, through 9 games in 2015, just under 2,200 passing yards, 9 passing touchdowns, 17 interceptions, and just under a 60% completion percentage back in 2015 for Peyton Manning.
Do you have interceptions too?
He had 17 interceptions.
Oh, I'm sorry. How many? 9 touchdowns?
9 touchdowns.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my
he threw
God.
4 in the
Didn't he have
KC
one
game.
He had 4 picks.
That was the Kansas City
was
game.
that Cleveland game? He had 4 picks or something like that.
So 59% completion percentage, 2,200 yards, throwing 9 touchdowns to 17 interceptions.
That's right.
Wow. Well, what's Bo?
Bo's at just under 2,000 passing yards.
1,700.
2,000. Just under 2,000. 61.2% completion percentage. 17 passing touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
All right. By comparable metrics, then, Bo Nix is having a much better year than Peyton Manning did in 2015.
Yeah, but I don't think that's surprising to anybody.
I think what it shows is
Bo's 25 and Peyton was 35.
I got you.
No, Peyton was 30.
I
Peyton
got you.
was 39.
39.
I don't know.
And by the way, we're not throwing in the rest of the season, which were basically Brock Osweiler stats.
Hey, by the way,
but those numbers compared to Peyton are mind-blowingly better.
How about our old school Mercedes in his first play? Had a pretty good block, didn't he?
He
did.
He got Will Anderson on the edge.
He had 6 total snaps.
He had
that was
6.
That was a good one.
How funny is it? It was 6 snaps that we were talking about. Like, how would you be for 6 snaps?
That first one was a nice run around the edge. You got to help seal the edge.
Yeah.
You could have done that.
I could have done that.
You could have done that.
Yeah, I could have done that.
Just
would you be walking today and be able to play Thursday?
I'd be walking great if I was getting the kind of money that he's getting.
6 snaps, you could have done that and you'd been fine. I mean, it was cool.
It was a good block.
I was looking at it. I swear to God, Tyler, I'm like, Tyler could have done that.
You would not
You know what?
believe-
How about when Troutman made those 2 catches where you saw it?
Oh, I don't know about
You would
that.
not believe the amount of random people I met this weekend at Halloween party, at Fort Collins, wherever.
Yeah.
The amount of people that came up to me and asked me if I'm really coming back to play tight end. It was astonishing. It was kind of cool. Like, there's a lot of people who listen to the show, but it was literally astonishing how many people asked me if I'm being serious.
Well, on the TV broadcast, did you catch it? They were, he keeps in great shape. He's just, this workout thing, whatever. And I'm like, for a short guy, I'm thinking of you. I swear to God. I'm like, well, Tyler, I mean, I don't know. And you're younger than him.
Hats off to him, dude.
Really?
20 seasons. That's just insane.
He is stealing a paycheck. 6 snaps on the edge. I mean, you just got to get in the way for a little
That
bit.
kind of sounds like John A. Barron's numbers.
Yeah, right.
Well, he was
in
way.
the first week.
He was way. Yeah, in the first week, but he was way up this week. He had like 35 snaps, something like that. Actually, I have the
He
exact
made
number.
a good play. He had a pass defense.
No, he was a pretty important dude out there. He had come on now, Barron. 34 snaps, 47% of the time. Chris Abrams had 43, so 9 more. So Barron played. Barron really played. And they used a rotation. And by the way, I was told penny coverage, Tyler, is 7 DBs and 1 linebacker for whatever that means.
I don't see him in that all too often.
Got me. But Sean Payton was the one. We played base, we played dime, we played nickel, we played penny.
Are we talking about like a Hail Mary situation?
I have no idea what the hell Sean Payton was talking about. By the way, Sean was definitely on the swagger tip. He was definitely on the swagger tip.
This morning or after the game?
Well, he was kind of on the defensive thing after the game, but he was like, what's our record? I forgot what it was, like being sarcastic. He was like, there can't be halfway of the season because there's 9 games. Sean was definitely like kind of on his high horse after the game. Like, run to pass, Leggy asked him, run to pass mixture. whatever, I don't care. What was the score? It was like that. That's how Sean was after the game. I'll play it right now. This morning, though, and that's why we're playing these Luka songs if you don't know, he had this interaction with Luka Evans, who is a beat writer for the Denver Post.
I just wanted to go back when you talked about the special teams issues and you were saying, yesterday we have to get that cleaned up or we'll find someone else that can do it. Are you referring to personnel there or are you referring to coaching? When you say
Evan,
if you were paying attention, I'm referring to players that aren't on the field that need to be. All right. Coaching is outstanding. All right. We'll get that cleaned up. My point is, if there's 10 in the field and there's supposed to be 11, all right, then that player that's supposed to be out there, I'll find someone else to do his job. Is that crystal clear?
Yep. My name's Luka. Also.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
Which we'll have another Luka song coming up here, Dan.
Yes, we will.
Hey, do you have the Slim Shady one right there? Just play it because it's so good. It was your best one yet.
My name is
Luka.
My name is
Evan.
My name is
Evan.
My name is
Luka.
My name is
Evan.
My name is
Luka. Also.
Okay, perfect.
My name is
Evan.
Excuse me.
Luka.
My name is
Evan.
Someone suggested, Danny, are you okay? Luka, are you okay? Are you okay?
Are you okay?
Luka?
Are you okay, Luka? Luka, are you okay?
Congratulations to Noah Galdez of Grandview. He is our Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. And way to go, Brady Vodka. Maybe.
Vodka.
Thank you, of Cherry Creek. He's our athlete. Oh, I got that. I'm sorry. I should get that right. My bad. He is our Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Shanker. Backus and Shanker love Brady's passion, and their passion is justice. Let's football go. Dan Bud Squid Standard next. All right, thank you to Mountain High Appliance. They are the best. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com. Trade deadline, by the way, guys, tomorrow. Right, probably right around this time tomorrow would be the deadline, is my guess. But we'll see if Dan gets to that. Let's football go. Dan Bud Squints Tanner.
All right, fellas, let's start with Sean Payton from his post-game press conference yesterday in Houston. Thought this was kind of interesting. We haven't gotten to this one yet, but he was asked by a reporter, I'm not sure who, otherwise I'd give him credit, but he was asked, do you ever talk with Bo Nix about when or when not to use his legs? Sean Payton's answer is pretty interesting because it goes into kind of the psychology between head coach and quarterback.
Listen, we don't talk about that. In other words, his eyes are within the progression, but you got to be careful you don't tell that player too much when it comes to something like that. You know what I mean? Do you inhale or exhale when you backswing in golf? I don't want anyone to ask me that question. All right, but I think there are certainly design runs you saw. Again, we got to keep working with his clock because it gets quick. There's someone open, and there's some throws he's going to want, to correct. But that's a good problem to have. He doesn't take sacks.
So you heard it at the very end there. Sean's favorite thing about that is Bo doesn't take sacks. So just thoughts on that. And do you guys feel like Bo Nix should be utilizing his legs more, or should they try to keep getting him going from the pocket in the passing game?
There was something interesting in that answer, and I'm not positive what he meant by it. I think I know what he meant by it. He said we got to work out his clock. There's some guys that are open, and we got to get to him. Well, he was saying that in response to Bo Nix running, which might feel like it was like, hey, he's taking off and running. I think what he's really saying is, hey, man, stop throwing the ball so quickly. Stop just trying to force it into the first guy that you see. Take some time here. Trust your clock and that you've got time to go through your progression and find the open wide receiver. It could be either way. I don't know, but that's the way that I took it.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's 100%. And there was times. I mean, there's times he about got Dobbins killed.
Yeah, he almost got Cortland killed, and he almost got Evan Ingram killed.
Yeah.
He had 3 hospital balls.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that was just about getting rid of it. If you got to get rid of it, like one special the Dobbins, just throw it on the ground. Don't throw it. I mean, he got hammered. I don't know if I don't know what's going on. It seems like there's times he's nervous, his feet are nervous, he's scared, he's overthrowing, he's had wide open touchdowns. I know he doesn't have the greatest downfield. In fact, a couple weeks ago, he's the worst percentage-wise over 30-yard passer in the league, right? Or something like that.
Well, you realize the Broncos are the number 1 screen team in the NFL.
Well, yeah.
But he's the same guy, hospital ball, that's pretty funny, that overthrew Ingram. That was a clear touchdown if he just laid it in there. He was wide open.
That's a touchdown.
But on the next play or a couple plays later, he throws just an absolute dream pass to Cortland Sutton in almost the same exact spot for a touchdown. There's that side of it too. So
yeah. There was also a great opportunity to Troy Franklin on a deep ball that he underthrew. He was all over the place. He wasn't consistent with the deep ball mistakes. He was deep, he was short, he dropped one in the bucket. He did all of it. It would be easier to fix if it was I always overthrow, I always underthrow. But it was all over the place.
And then they're desperate, and he runs for 25 yards, which essentially wins him the game.
Which was a great play.
I mean, there's a lot of
that was read proper. He stayed in the pocket. He stepped up, and everybody, because he's looking right, the linebacker fades to the right, and he just goes to the left untouched.
And you can make the argument that was wide open because he wasn't giving away the cookies and running all game, meaning it wasn't a for sure thing. If that was Tebow, there would have been linebacker as a spy, and that probably would not have been available. Now, whether you can beat the linebacker, I suppose, is a different conversation. But that is set up because Bo wasn't running, actually. He wasn't. They weren't afraid of that and not acconing for it. But he's certainly capable of doing it.
They called, one design run for him.
It was early in the game.
It didn't go anywhere.
It did not go anywhere. I remember when they did it, I was like, oh, okay. Maybe we're going to see something a little different here. No. Next story, Dan.
All right, one more here from the Broncos game. Here's Bo Nix on what's the number one thing he's learned or he feels he's learned progression from high school to now his second year in the NFL.
A different kind of patience as I've grown. In high school, I was not very patient. It was like an every drive thing, and if I got off the field, we had to punt. It was like the end of the world. And in college, it was learning how to, win certain battles and field position, and just getting completions and checking it down and moving to the next play. And you just have to eventually learn as a quarterback how important that next play really is. And if you can just get it to it in a better situation than you were the play prior, then you did your job. And so I've just learned how to get to the next play better. I've learned a little bit more patience as I've gotten older and more mature and experienced in the game of football. And each level, I just feel like I've been able to learn a lot and grow a lot. And I'm definitely not the same as I was this time last year, much less when I was in high school. So
okay, so let me ask you guys this: do you guys feel like Bo Nix's patience is helping or hurting him right now?
Does he have patience? Is that what Sean Payton was actually saying he wants more of?
Well, Bo's saying he has more patience. He's saying it about himself.
Okay, but I'm asking the reality.
Prime said he knows how to fix it too. So just because he said it, do we believe him?
It's not necessarily true.
Yeah, just because someone says something don't mean that's the truth.
And by the way, is Bo a dog or a cat?
Oh.
He's Maverick.
He's a wildcat.
He's Brad Pitt.
He's a duck.
He's a
duck.
he's a tiger.
Quack, 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 Bo.
He's a tiger.
Yeah, Bo's a little confounding right now, but it's awesome at the end of the day. At the end of the day, you win.
Oh, I get so confused on how to feel about Bo Nix. I do. I love it. Like the one thing he's got that you can't coach, the dude ain't afraid when the game's on the line.
That is true. That is very true.
And you cannot coach it. It's there's nothing you can do. Either that's your DNA or it's not.
Mm-hmm.
He's got it. I love it, and I want to lean towards that aspect of it. But gosh, there's 3 quarters of football in every single game that just drives me insane.
It feels like his heartbeat slows down by the fourth quarter.
How do we get him there in the first
Well, let me
quarter?
ask this, and we'd have to go back and look at old tape, or maybe there's some old Bronco fans that are listening. Was Elway the same way? I mean, seriously, in the 80s, he had more fourth quarter comebacks than any quarterback in the history of the NFL. What was that John Elway early in his career too?
You tell me. I
crazy,
don't know.
crazy.
Well, I'll tell you who it frustrated was Dan Reeves. That's who it frustrated.
Old Bronco fans blame Dan Reeves. They say Dan Reeves is 3 yards to the left, 3 yards to the right, 3 yards up the middle, punt until the fourth quarter, and they're down 14. They go, hey,
go win the game,
John. Go win the game.
So what's the difference between that and now?
Sean won't run it.
Well, okay. But you have a coach who wants to do things one way until you're desperate. Now go win the game, quarterback. That sounds like the same story to me.
It might be.
It sounds pretty similar right now.
It might be. Maybe.
And how did things eventually go with Reeves and Elway? Eventually.
So maybe we ought to look at he's more like an early Elway than he is an early Tebow.
See, the only problem with that comparison is no doubt that John had this unbelievable arm.
Well, that's true.
And everybody knew that from the get-go.
John Elway would have had about 4 touchdown passes yesterday.
If he could be accurate. I don't remember John in his second. I'll have to go back and look at stuff from his second year. My memories of Elway kind of just go back to the later parts of his career, in all honesty.
Well, he was drafted in 83, and weren't they in Super Bowls in 85 and 86?
It was something like that. It's right along that line. And listen, if you look at this Broncos team and whatever they do this year, certainly will include the playoffs. That would be stunning if it wasn't the playoffs this year. How are we not going to go into next year with Super Bowl expectations?
Looks like we're going in that direction.
Right? I mean, I'm not trying to put the horse in front of the cart. But if we were sitting at training camp next year, if it's next August, aren't we all saying this is the year?
Assuming the season continues? Sure.
Well, theoretically, you're bringing back your entire defense. I don't know if there's any guys who are free agents. Theoretically, you're going to upgrade at tight end. Theoretically. The offensive line, I believe, Tyler, is all tied up. I don't think those guys are going anywhere. I don't think. By the way, Palchowski was sick as a dog. Sick as a dog. he was taking sips out of his water bottle. They were putting a cap on it and labeling it so nobody would drink the water bottle by accident.
Yeah.
That's how bad he was. He played every snap yesterday. I know you're breaking film down a little bit later today, but in general, how is he doing at left guard?
Well, he's not getting noticed. That's the biggest compliment you could give is he's not getting noticed. I already broke down the first half. I'll break down the second half tonight, but the dude deserves a lot of credit, man. I mean, he hasn't played on the left side in a long time. The average fan probably hears that. They're like, oh, what's the big deal? Go to the right side. It's a huge deal. I mean, you ever tried to wipe your butt with your left hand? It's a big deal.
Is that another book in Hoville, or what were you saying?
Horton hears a hoe in Hoseville.
Did Cindy Lou wipe her butt with her left hand?
Cindy Lou Ho-Ho.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys. Trade deadline coming up tomorrow. The Eagles have acquired edge rusher Jalen Phillips from the Miami Dolphins for a third-round pick from the Dolphins. Phillips will be a free agent in the offseason. Phillips was the 18th overall pick in the 2021 draft, and the Eagles got him for a third. Now, again, he will be a free agent, so they'll have to try and re-sign him. But the Eagles have now acquired Jair Alexander and Michael Carter, both cornerbacks, and Jalen Phillips. So it looks like Howie Roseman is really trying to round this Eagles team out for another Super Bowl run. Do you guys think after 9 weeks through the season with the Broncos, do you think they need to make a trade to beef up this roster?
I don't think they need to. I think they've got a good team. I wouldn't mind seeing an upgrade at the receiver position if there's a 6th round tight end out there, somebody you can get for a 6th or 7th round. I'm down for it. There's not a particular hole on this team that you're like, oh man, we can't win the Super Bowl unless we fix that problem.
I would take some veteran depth at punt receiving. If there's a vet out there that just is going nowhere with his team that has just done that job for a long time.
You don't need to trade for that.
Well, that's a weak point for me right now. I don't trust Bandy. I can't believe he was the second choice. And I know he's been around all year practicing punts.
He was great except for one play.
Okay.
He had a nice reception.
He had one nice catch. But I can't get over the muff, guys. I can't get over that decision making. By the way, there was another play, too, in special teams we didn't even bring up. Bidet, if you're going to be back that far, just be in the end zone and catch the ball. Instead of having your foot on the end line and you cost your team 15 yards. You got to know where you are. You got to have some sort of presence here. His toe made a 15-yard difference. You guys realize that, right? Yeah, so, again. And by the way, what is with Bidet over Jaleel McLaughlin at this point? What is it? Has he got film on Sean Payton or something? I mean, what am I missing here?
What was little Jordan Humphrey's deal over Vele for most of the year last year?
I don't know. Is Bidet special? Is he any good? Is Jaleel? I mean, Jaleel is in the doghouse.
He can't get on the field.
He can't. No.
He can't get on the roster.
I mean, we're talking about. I mean, how many plays did Bidet even have? I mean, not many. Just tell me, Tyler, is Bidet that much better than McLaughlin? What am I missing?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I think the answer would be third downs if you're looking for a literal answer.
14 snaps.
That's a lot, actually.
20 special team snaps.
14's not, that's not totally insignificant for a third-team running back.
Yeah, so 14 offensive snaps and 20 special team snaps, so maybe that's it. Maybe it's just a combo meal. He's just better.
McLaughlin probably going to play 20 special team snaps.
All right, David Adelman had one of the funniest, driest. So I can't wait for the David Adelman show tomorrow.
Ooh.
Hopefully we have that tomorrow. Because we're going to talk about coaching, point of coaching emphasis. That, who knew? But we all found out it's okay to bear hug another player. Didn't know it from behind, by the way. You can wrap your arms around another player from behind, and that is a good play in the NBA. We'll hear Adelman's comments on that next. Oh, let me play it here real quick. So you know what we're talking about.
I just wanted to go back when you talked about the special teams issues and you were saying, yesterday we have to get that cleaned up or we'll find someone else that can do it. Are you referring to personnel there or are you referring to coaching? When you say
Evan, if you were paying attention, I'm referring to players that aren't on the field that need to be. All right. Coaching is outstanding. All right. We'll get that cleaned up. My point is, if there's 10 in the field and there's supposed to be 11, all right, then that player that's supposed to be out there, I'll find someone else to do his job. Is that crystal clear?
Yep. My name's Luca.
Okay, perfect.
Do you want to hit the other songs just for fun before we get out of here? One more in there. What else you got? One more.
Hi.
My name is Luca.
What?
Evan.
Who?
Evan.
My name is Luca. My name is
Evan.
My name is Luca.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, great.
Evan.
Excuse me. Luca. My name is
Evan.
I don't care what your name is.
That's so good. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood 1. Catch Cardinals and Cowboys tonight, 6:15 on AM 950. Why? Because we have the Nuggets. We're going to get to the Nuggets in just a second. Nuggets and Russell Westbrook. But first, yesterday at practice, do you want to play it or do you want me to play it? You got it? Okay. So, Scott, can you describe the jump ball situation? Was the game tied, by the way, at this time? Or
Yeah, they may have tied it up.
Like this, if the Nuggets hit the free throws here, if it's not a jump ball, they probably win the game.
Yeah, they not a jump ball, then it's probably, if you hit two, they're going to have 3.5 seconds to.
You probably win.
Yeah, you got a better chance.
Way better chance than a jump ball. So what was the play? Describe what the play was that led to the jump ball.
Well, I have no idea what the play was. Anyway, it got down to Joker. There was a bobble. In fact, it might have been an out-of-bounds play. They threw it, and Kamara, who had 5 fouls, comes from behind, reaches around the waist of a 290-pound Nikola Jokic, and tries to grab the ball, has arm, body, leg, everything else. Joker actually, you see him kind of like takes his hands off the ball, so there's no jump because I don't have the ball. Look, he's fouling me. And the number one official calls it a jump, which I've never seen a jump ball called from behind a guy. And then to the embarrassment, in my opinion, of the league. See, look, right there's a foul before the ball gets in. Look at
this. Look at this.
He didn't even have the ball. He's got his arm in.
Have you ever seen anything more ridiculous in your life not called?
No.
He's like hugging Joker.
He never even had his hand on the ball yet.
It's like he's in a romantic moment looking up at the moon from Inspiration Point.
And I don't know if it's because of all the betting scandal or whatever that has come on and it started happening, that the 2-minute report comes out and says, yeah, correct call.
You got to be kidding me.
No.
All right, here's Adelman.
But I think that's to protect the officials from any question.
This is a world-class rip of the officiating without directly ripping the officiating from David yesterday.
You have to learn from what they say was legal. So, I thought Drew, when he made contact, the game, the 2 free throws, they said we were sliding. I thought it was minimal contact. If that is considered a foul, we have to teach guys to do that. If you're allowed to wrap someone from behind with two arms, as long as you touch the ball, it's a jump ball. That's a fundamental I have to teach and practice. So we will definitely do that.
Solid passive aggressiveness.
How great is that?
I got to start teaching that.
How great is that?
The block that he's called on Christian that they actually reviewed, that tied the game up. And that was a guy trying to create his own contact, went down, and there might have been a brushing of legs, minimal at best. And they called that a foul. The funny thing is there was a drive the very next play to cause the out-of-bounds play, as I remember. The same thing, which there was a lot of bumping on, and no call. So it was inconsistent at best on both the contacts.
Okay. Well, we'll have hopefully the David Adelman show tomorrow, and we'll ask him how he's coaching that up. What a ridiculous way to lose, by the way.
Stupid.
But they did put themselves in that situation, guys. To be fair, Scott, Tyler, right? I mean, you blew a lead. I think you got a raw deal at the end, but You didn't have to put yourself
executing late. Your 2 losses is because of lack of execution in the last 2 minutes of the game.
Hey, is CB okay?
Yeah, well,
because he's shooting 19% from 3.
Yeah, I've told you he turned some down. I thought in even that home game, which he probably had his best game, was that home game. He had 17. I don't know. I think he's a guy that will always fight his confidence here and there, and probably just needs to get in the gym and hit shots, and then see a couple go in early. Here's the problem. I was talking to somebody the other day about that. When you get up and down the floor, CB's in his element. The key is now when it becomes a half-court game, you still need that defensive presence at times, but you really lose a little creativity, and if he's not willing to take the shots and losing confidence or whatever, then he becomes a liability on your offensive side. So what's the answer? Well, and this is, remember, David just last year, he said 10 days, or 10 games, we got to try to figure each other out and what does this and what does that. Well, you've added 2 guys in Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. now that can fit in there that might be a little freer with the ball offensively as far as the ability to score.
Tonight, it's the Kings, who are not a very good team right off the bat. Russell Westbrook comes.
Good players, though.
Okay. Is there a video tribute to Russell Westbrook tonight, fellas, in the first time out?
I say yes, there is.
Why?
Just because he made an impact on the team, and I think overall it was more positive as far as wins and losses than negative.
Tyler?
Is there no longevity requirement for a video tribute?
No, it's him. Well, Bruce Brown got one when he came back that first year.
Yeah, they had won a championship.
But he was only there 1 year.
You know what? That's a good point. But also a good point, he won a championship.
Yeah.
So, Tyler, tribute or not?
He's such a emotional figure.
Don't forget, for like 15, 16 years, he was enemy number 1.
You didn't want me to answer?
No, I know, but I'm trying to frame things like, not only was he was here 1 year, but for 15 or whatever years, he was the enemy.
I think because he's such an emotional figure, there actually is a video tribute.
Hey, you want to chime in on this? You want a video tribute there to our guy, Russell Westbrook?
I do want a video tribute, but with one caveat. They have to include the foul on Nickeil Alexander-Walker in the Minnesota game in the corner on the 3. Just like that highlight has to be included. I believe it's necessary to tell the complete story.
Including the missed layup in front of that?
It's funny you say that. Do you know half the highlights to the DJ tribute video were just him on the bench? True story. It's like a minute long, and half of them were just him being from the bench and being all excited. So we're going to go over your best memorable moments. Scotty, what do you think in the game tonight? What do you like?
Well, I like Denver to win.
4-game homestand. What do you like in the homestand? Cooking.
I'd like you to go 4-0 because you followed the 4-game homestand with 3 on the road, including, I think, another trip to Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken. So I would like a 4-game homestand in winning, and then you got, I think, 3 on the road, right? Don't we?
Yep. Then you turn around. Is it 3 or 2? I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think it's 3.
But it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday this week
like
with the Nuggets.
It's like a back-to-back with the Clippers. Somebody and then the Clippers, right? And then you go to Minnesota, and then you get 2 days off, then you play Minnesota.
You know who's got kind of a crazy easy week this week is actually the Avalanche, who
they have an odd game.
They got a game on Tuesday, but they don't have a game until Saturday after that. And they played Saturday, Sunday, Monday off, Tuesday play, Lightning, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off before they go to the road to like Edmonton or something. So kind of a good week to just chill if you're an Avalanche player.
Denver has that rare back-to-back home game Friday, Saturday.
The Nuggets do, yeah.
Or the Nuggets, I mean.
All right, it's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Tyler, as we get into Nate, Andy, coach, you're here. The big thought on the Nuggets or the Broncos game is?
We're freaking 7-2.
Yeah.
Kind of a bottom line?
Yeah, that's the bottom line. You got a 7-2 football team with a chance to do something really, really special this year and win 13-ish games, right? That's kind of where I want to leave it, even though there's a huge part of me that wants to dive into the micro and all the concerns, and I want to dive into why is Bo Nix so bad for 3 quarters? Well, he's got killer DNA at the end of the game. I know that. I I am concerned when I dial it in, when I zoom it in, I am concerned. But big picture, man, you got a 7-2 football team, and you don't have to explain it.
Well, it's spoken like a true football player, Tyler, because film session is not going to be kind.
Right.
This week to the Broncos, but you're absolutely right about this. I highlighted 3 huge reasons why this was a really good win for the Broncos. Number one, you won a game, you finished -2 in the turnover department.
Yeah, it's not easy to do.
That's working largely against you, and you still won that game. You won on a day with Bad Bo Nix.
Yeah.
And that's
worst game of the season for Bo?
It's by passer rating second lowest.
What was the lowest?
4th lowest QBR. I believe
Titans?
I believe the Jets game, actually.
The Titans was gross, too.
But listen to this. Of his 4 lowest, and I'm just looking at QBR, the old 0 to 100, of his 4 lowest QBR games this year, that's Tennessee, the Chargers, the Jets, and yesterday against the Texans. You're 3-1. Like, you got to win game. They are finding ways to win when their quarterback is not playing well, and that's huge. And then lastly, you won a game without Surtain.
Yeah.
Every victory that they get in this little window of games where they don't have Surtain, and I'll include Thursday against the dog butt Raiders, even though offensively they actually played okay yesterday against Jacksonville, but still, every game you win without Patrick Surtain is a massive victory. I don't care who the opponent is. That was a football game yesterday that looked a lot like I thought it was going to look. And the Broncos walked out of there with a field goal victory.
So what you're telling me is that a team that is 3-1 when their second-year quarterback is having his worst games of the year, sounds like old school vintage Virginia Tech football, Beamer ball, if you will, from Frank Beamer, that you would just play elite on special teams.
I was going to say the difference is Beamer ball was good special teams.
Oh, so you're not doing that right now.
No.
Okay, I wanted to double check to make sure that you weren't implying that the Denver Broncos are playing Beamer ball.
No, they in fact doesn't share many of the qualities of Beamer ball, Sandman. I wouldn't say they're doing it with an unbelievable defense. And the defense was fantastic again yesterday, and they stepped up big in every spot that they had to. And did Houston put together 5 field goal drives and miss another field goal in the game? Sure, they did, but also there was typically a large chunk play that happened in those drives, and they managed to get a field goal. But when it was goal-to-go situations, the Broncos didn't blink. In fact, they absolutely just arched up and weren't about to let Houston in there. Are there issues to clean up from that game? I don't think there's any doubt about it. A road victory against one of the very best defenses in the entire NFL, and again, in a game in which you didn't have your best player on the field, that qualifies as 100% an awesome, good, fantastic victory in a week in which you stay ahead of the Chargers, who won, and ahead of the Chiefs, who lost.
Listen, this is 2015 all over again in a lot of ways. The only difference is, and you lived through it like I did, I know Coach probably not as familiar with it, but would we have less questions? I guess my question is this, and you and I did a lot of talk radio during that year.
Your question about the questions is?
What's the question?
What's the question? Did we give more of that offense in 2015 a pass because it was quarterbacked by Peyton Manning?
I don't think so. No, that offense got shredded all year long because it was a terrible offense.
But didn't you believe, I still had, you and I weren't doing radio together,
right,
and we were frankly on at different times.
And you know me, Andy, I'm not a big believe guy.
No, I get it.
I'm like yesterday, naturally they come back and they win that game, and it's just fourth quarter magic, man. And it's like, no, that was not fourth quarter magic. That was a defense that every single time they had to get off the field finally frickin' did, because they were fantastic in that game yesterday, and they are why you won that football game. Like, Nix made one great play with his legs on the 25-yard scramble when you absolutely needed it, but you punted the ball back to them with a minute to go in that game, and you got the ball back. That's your defense winning you a football game. There's nothing magical about that. You're just bludgeoning them over the head with one of the best defensive lines that I have ever seen the Denver Broncos have.
Yeah, it's a great point. I said to you in the car, I'm not sure. I'm not sure with many other teams, and maybe even with C.J. Stroud in there, you get 2 chances at the game-winning field goal drive.
Right.
So that's part of it. The other thing, look, I do want to – I get a little defensive about this. Maybe I don't need to care, right? Who cares? But I did grow up watching the John Elway years. And it keeps – like, to even add the graphic with the Elway thing drove me nuts yesterday. It was a different time in football, okay?
Yeah.
Of course, any modern quarterback's going to have more than the guys in the 80s. Yep. Because you talk to the receivers from the 80s, and I knew one. I worked with one for a while. Ask Dave Logan about the punch in the mouth he would take. Like, again, what they were doing to get off the line of scrimmage to each other was frankly criminal. It was assault.
Sport. It was a different
the whole way
sport.
as they ran around. It was
a different sport.
And I'm not trying to sound like the old head. I enjoy modern football. I really do.
Of course.
It's better this way because we get to watch some offense. That said, because even Rod Smith, I remember Wade Phillips showed the 2015 defense, the highlights from the 98 defense or whatever. And I guess those guys, Chris Harris and Talib, they're like, can we defend that way? Can we mug a guy like that? Can I come over and just knock the guy silly?
You can. It's just a penalty.
So it was a different game. But the other thing I want to point out when I keep hearing some of these comments about the Bo Nix, John Elway thing. Listen, John Elway got the reason why they'd come back is because Dan Reeves got the hell out of the way and would actually let John Elway throw the football instead of calling 9 handoffs to Sammy Winder. What's different here is
what's different now is I wish they would call 9 handoffs.
That's my point. This is what's different now is what got him going yesterday.
Yeah.
The run game.
Yes.
Even Moose Johnson was pointing out the run game's going. Please. Let J.K. Dobbins get in a lather. I'm not saying don't ever let Bo Nix throw. Let them complement each other. And I don't know why Sean fights it. That's what I think is wild.
Your first half numbers, J.K. Dobbins averaged 6 yards a carry.
On how many touches?
On 4.
That's so dumb.
4. And there were
That's so stupid.
And Nix was 6 of 17. And the opening drive of the game, they came out running the football and they went right down the field. They got the field goal blocked, but they went right down the field. Like they came out aggressively in that game on the ground, and it was working. And then from then on out, Sean Payton just seemed to forget about it. And that was going up against a Houston defense with so much friggin' speed in that secondary. Shout out to Cortland Sutton for beating Derek Stingley in a one-on-one. Like, that's one of those of like that's a Cortland Sutton, like, saved that football.
That made no sense also.
Stingley,
his eyes were in the backfield in man coverage.
Yeah, and
which is crazy to me.
Sutton burned him, and then he stumbled because I think Cortland blew by him, and Derek Stingley didn't expect that.
Well, Derek Stingley's eyes were truly in the backfield.
Wrong.
They were. If you're playing any type of man coverage, it doesn't make a crap bit of difference what happens in the backfield.
Mm-hmm.
You are supposed to be locked on the hip of the receiver that you're responsible with covering. He's looking in the backfield. He's an amazing player.
Yeah.
It just makes no
Do you
sense
think
whatsoever.
he thought Nix was going to run? What do you think he was looking at?
But
What
even
drew
when
his
you're
eyes there?
even when you're playing man, honestly, just bad discipline. Bad discipline. I mean,
do you think he was guessing something?
I have no idea why he would do it. I just sometimes athletes do crazy things in crazy moments, and it just happened to be a moment that kept the Broncos afloat, frankly, because offensively, minus that drive and that play, there was not much to even keep you in the ball game.
To your point, I saw what you saw, and I just think Stingley thought he could recover.
Yeah,
okay.
That's
didn't respect the speed.
That's really what it was.
That makes some sense.
Because when he turns around, like it's so funny. Players like Stingley and Surtain,
they're cheaters.
They're huge cheaters, and you very rarely see them sweat out there, you know? Like, they make it look
Heart
easy.
rate's at 87 the whole game.
And Stingley had that moment. As soon as he turned around and he saw 14 booking it down that sideline, you could tell a little bit of poop came out.
Yeah.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Yeah, he got roasted on there. Because he even, he lost his footing. He lost his cool and he lost his footing. And Cortland he burned him.
You bring
good
up
throw by Bo, man.
You bring up a good question about was he thinking that Bo was running? I think he was thinking that maybe a slant was coming.
Yeah.
Maybe a 5-step glance post was coming. And so he's looking at the backfield to see if it might be an RPO. Okay, now I can drive it and go get a cheap pick.
Bo had just missed badly to Ingram the throw prior to that.
Oh, my gosh.
Dude, even Ingram was shaking his head. Were you surprised a little bit about the Ingram got up. They kept the camera on Ingram a minute. That was some interesting.
He wasn't fired up.
Body language out of a new guy.
He doesn't get to be that open very often.
That
you
is
know?
true. Well,
that's one where he's like, really?
And it was actually a great route.
Yeah.
It was really good expression to sell the quick out.
Yeah.
And
Any NFL pass catcher has that much space around him, and the pass is that errant, they're going to be really annoyed.
Moose Johnson called it out in the moment. He said, you spent all game, and you could speak to this, setting that up, and then you get it, and it's wide open, and you absolutely can't miss it. And so Moose Johnson goes in kind of hard on Bo, and then what does Bo do? There's a beauty to Cortland Sutton.
Is that
not the life with Bo?
That just summarizes it brilliant.
All of it.
It does. Because
don't tweet anything because he's going to make you look foolish in the next play or
This
two.
is what's so funny about him, too, is, guys, that the throw to Franklin on the 2-point conversion.
Oh, gorgeous.
I will put that's one of the best throws of his pro career.
Yeah.
That throw
moving to his left.
That's a
awkward
hard
body throw
to make, and he layered it in.
It didn't look open
so perfectly.
When it left his hand, did it look open to you?
No.
Well, but he had another one on the first down later in the game. There was another one where he stopped. This is when Moose said it. Moose had like 3 or 4 great points. After loving him all the first half, you could feel Moose changing. It was like he was a Bronco fan. Oh, I love it. Oh, I'm not so sure about that. Oh, wait a minute. But he had said that listen, you got a couple of jinglers hanging down there if you're going to make that throw. Okay? But it happens in time and in rhythm. And again, Moose said at one point, he goes, if he would just be consistent with the set feet and the proper mechanics, he's going to be hard to stop.
Well, he's also, guys, you remember, we all stood and watched training camp together. He's pretty good in the red zone.
Very good.
He generally is. Good. Like, it's one of his strong suits is the red zone.
It's why they keep coming back. He doesn't blow possessions when they need it down there.
And I just think I don't know if it's just the truncated amount of space, less time. His footwork just tends to be better. He's more decisive with the football, usually in the red zone. He's just better in that part of the field.
Well, you know what I think it is? And I'm not, look, man, text away because I know we're going to hear it. He's not worried about, am I going to have to make the throw that's maybe a little out of it? When you know what he is? He's like a great chipper and putter, okay?
Short game.
You get him into the red zone. Yeah. There ain't a throw in there. He knows he can make every throw he's going to need to in there, right?
Yeah.
He's not worried about it. There's not going to be the go route where do I have to run up and give the old chuck again so I can get enough space to get it to him? Everything in the red zone, he knows he's got in his bag.
It's a good point. Yeah,
I'll never forget because you guys all know that I was absolutely enamored with Michael Penix Jr. and the arm talent because I coached against him. Coached against him. I coached against Bo Nix. I coached against Caleb Williams. Cam Rising, when he was healthy, was actually a dog. He was a really good player. And I went out to the Senior Bowl. It was like when I was basically just didn't know what I was doing with my life, right? So I went out to the Senior Bowl, and it was time of my life. I loved it. But I watched the first day, open field, first and second down. Bo Nix, no bueno. Second day, third down, Michael Penix Jr., good. Bo Nix, I was like, dude, I ain't feeling to this guy. Third day, red zone day. Bo Nix came alive.
Mm-hmm.
Accurate. Awesome in the one-on-ones. Understood where ball placement should be. Threw the back shoulder ball perfectly. Great slant thrower. On-body completions. And I was like, and I actually asked Bo Nix the question at the combine in the media scrum. I said, what is it about the red zone that makes you come alive? And it's really cool because he lit up like a Christmas tree. It's almost like, I like the red zone. It's really fun down there. And you can see it. Yeah. You can see it now. Even now, you can tell like the wheel route that he threw to R.J. Harvey. I know it wasn't technically the red zone. The NFL defines the red zone at the 20-yard line.
It's 27-yard.
It was a 27-yard throw, but I always consider the red zone like the fringe is the 40 going to the 26, and then I think about the true red zone where throws and coverage changes is really at the 25. Bo Nix is on time. He plays with great base. And if you watch that wheel route, his eyes were in the perfect spot. He went through a pure progression. And the wheel route, frankly, was number 3 in his progression. And he went through 1, no, I don't love it. 2, no, don't love it. 3, my feet are anchored, and I'm playing on the balls of my feet. And he threw an absolute seed.
All right, can I ask you a question based off that answer right there? First off, I want to say the wheel route, guys, from the moment, from his first snaps of OTAs, the wheel route he's been able to throw. He's always been great at. Those have been his highlights every time we've watched him.
You know why?
I don't know why.
You want to know something about the wheel throw? What is the thing that Bo Nix and R.J. Harvey have in common in terms of their collegiate experience and play callers?
I don't know. Fill us in.
You guys know it. Who is this? Who recruited him to Auburn?
Oh,
it's Gus Malzahn.
There you go.
Gus Malzahn. Think about back in the Cam Newton era.
Uh-huh.
QB-driven run game with the tailback as a blocker and then the fake quarterback counter and the wheel route that's always open. Remember it against the CU Buffs last year? UCF when CU went to play at Central Florida. It was RJ Harvey on the wheel route with Gus Malzahn as his play caller at UCF. That's a huge part of that offense. And that's what Bo Nix was brought in to do, was to be able to run the quarterback run game. He was the number 1 dual threat quarterback in America in his recruiting class. And then 2, off the play action, he threw beautiful wheel routes. Why don't we just see a little bit more of that?
I don't know. We've all been asking for it. By the way, I got other questions about progressions, this sort of thing. There's a great Sean Payton answer. We'll have to pull it up later. You know, I know our guy here didn't make it too long to the CU game because he was up there, weren't you? Were you at the CU game?
No.
I thought you went to the CU game.
I wanted to. Couldn't make
You
it.
had some tweets that made it sound like you were up there.
No. I mean, I hope I wasn't pretending like I was. I was watching I watched every single second of it.
How much did you make of that game?
You mean how much of it
did
did
you
I
watch it?
I
How
watched
much did you watch?
Every single second.
You
of
made
that
it to
game.
the end?
Every second
How
of that
long
game.
did you make it?
Oh,
did you even get past kickoff?
No, no.
First pitch of the World Series, were you done?
No, once the baseball game started, I flipped back in commercial breaks just to chuckle at the score, but that was it. That was all I was doing. Yeah, no, I watched every single pitch of that baseball game is what I did.
Did you do a butthead laugher? And then you went back to the baseball game.
It's all I would do is flip over and just go, good God. All right. I'm going to go back to the baseball game now. Whew.
See, it was so funny because you bring up the wheel route last year as like, oh, the one time they didn't cover, and now I'm like, when have they covered? You realize we had a couple of touchdowns where I don't think a guy got touched? Not touched. Coach Barnett's doing a breakdown beginning of the game, and he goes, oh, you know what? I'll tell you what. They've got these great receivers, and what they like to do is throw short routes, and they break tackles, and they go and Coach Barnett also mentioned the tackling to me a couple of times. So we do this segment of what are you watching for? And so Mark comes to me. I'm like, well, now I'm watching to see if we can tackle anybody. And sure enough, like third play, nope, miss, goodbye.
Yeah.
And of course, one of their best tacklers, Tafik Bard, is wearing a huge club on his hand. I'm like, well, they're like, I don't know why I didn't tackle him. I can tell you why. He's got literally the club.
But he had an interception with that club a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
Speaking of which, I love this. There was a penalty for brandishing a weapon
Yeah,
on an
did you hear
offensive
that?
lineman. So that was the offensive lineman that had a club on as well.
But he
did
did
you guys see him? Well, you can't do it. There's no air gun with the club.
You know, it was
so was the brandished weapon actually a bazooka?
That was good. Yeah.
Well, no, it was funny.
Armed bazooka, like he's RoboCop.
Dude, Barnett had a great line. He goes, if they'd have had that call when I was coaching, Major Applewhite would have been out of the game because all he did was brandish his weapons at me about 4 or 5 times down the field that game.
Hey, the Broncos won 18-15 in a punt fest yesterday down in Houston. We smack rears when we come back. Who deserves it after a Denver victory to move to 7-2 on the year? That's Mike Sanford. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. It's Altitude Sports Radio on a Broncos win Monday on a Rally House Victory Monday. Keep it here.
was going to be obviously a different type of game than we played a week ago. And look, we did just enough things to come out of here with a win. They're very good on defense. We, despite being -2 in the turnovers, got the W, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, -2 in the turnover differential. We had a Bo Nix interception by Kamari Lassiter, and then more special teams issues as Michael Bandy tried to field a punt on the short hop. I would not advise you do that, and it went back to Houston, and they got a free field goal out of it. The Broncos, for a while there, they were doing their best to keep Davis Mills in that football game. It didn't work in the end. I said this to Danny before, by the way. Game effort by Davis Mills. He was trying. He hit a couple of throws. He largely stayed on his feet. He didn't really do anything that destroyed his team.
He's not good, though.
Well, no. He's a backup NFL quarterback. What do you want him to do?
He also, his name sounds like he's an outlet mall.
Because you live by Colorado Mills. Davis Mills to me sounds like either an attorney or a banker.
I think he sounds like an outlet mall.
Davis Mills has turned down my loan application.
I grew up going to the Gurney Mills.
Gurney Mills.
Yeah,
that was in
Gurney Mill Mall in Gurney, Illinois.
Yes.
Yes.
Western suburbs or further
further
south?
north, kind of up the shore a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Great America, Six Flags Great America was in Gurney. Mm-hmm. Home of the American Eagle.
Not that far from Kenosha.
It's right up the coast, my friend.
Yep.
Oh yeah, lovely part of the country for you right
Love
there.
The Nosh.
Yeah, Davis Mills, backup quarterback.
He'll soon be a pro golfer.
He came. That's another
Also
one.
sounds pretty good.
He came to the game and he didn't lose the game for his team. He certainly did not win the game for his team, but he did not lose the game for his team, which is really all you can ask out of your backup quarterback.
I'll give you this. For that defense, to not turn the ball over and be the reason for the game-winning score, probably good job by him.
Yeah.
Right?
I would say.
But again,
an elite punting matchup yesterday, fellas.
Dude, Crawshaw. Both punters had the commentators just like, good night. They both had audible responses to like 3 straight punts.
So Crawshaw had the 76-yarder. And then Tommy Townsend answer with the 73. Now, they both went for touchbacks, but still, that's net of plus 50 yards, which, again, you'll take that basically any time. I'll tell you another sneaky big play in that game was the punt by Townsend that Houston thought they had downed at the 1.
Yes.
But the dude, our old buddy Tremon Smith flipped the ball over his shoulder, and then dude got his toe on the goal line. That was kind of big there.
Oh, it was massive.
Pushed it out to the 20 and then allowed Denver to be able to flip field position again. Because that's really all that fourth quarter was that was just pure field position football.
Denver actually got to use its offensive playbook versus we're just going to have to try to run it off the half-yard line
and
here.
hope we don't take a safety right here.
So,
which that could have been a stupid way to lose that game yesterday. So that worked out pretty well for the Broncos. Hey, you want to give a slap on the rear? The Broncos won. You want to give somebody a hearty smack on the behind? 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. That's the Champ Mazda text line. This is a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Fellas, I want to start on the defensive line, and I want to give a hearty smack on the rear to the supple and ample behind of one John Franklin Myers.
You're going to need to start talking contract with this guy?
That ship might have sailed on the Broncos because that dude...
Because now he's like, I'm going to go get paid.
Yeah, that value has gone up consistently all year long. He's a freaking game wrecker out there. Like both he and Zach Allen, tremendous. Zach Allen is a guy, by the way, right now, fellas. I don't know how he's doing it. He's like a football Frankenstein. It looks like his body is held together by Scotch tape.
It does. He has so many bionic elbows.
He does. And yet he's just out there destroying
Such
plays.
a good player, man.
He is tremendous, and yeah, he's just like he's held together by bubble gum and Scotch tape.
You wanna smack those white cakes too? While
You
you're
know
at it?
I do. 99 and 98 are
those
both
things?
getting them.
Those tasty cakes out of Philly.
You think that Zach Allen's still a jockstrap guy?
He should be. He's old school.
Bionic elbow being held together by tape. Definitely a jockstrap guy.
Why is nobody a jockstrap guy? That should be your question.
Zach Allen is.
Yeah.
Everybody should be.
Yep. And you know what? Nate Kreckman just peeled the football pants down enough to give
Don't ruin
those
the
tasty
segment.
white
Zip
cakes.
We're not on the verge of sexual harassment. It's the old attaboy. It's the old attaboy, Sanford. That's all.
That's how you give
your
the
coach
attaboy
used to
in
give
a
it to
real
you.
locker room environment right there.
Holy cow!
Well,
man.
keep me out of a real locker room environment.
Yeah,
in that case.
apparently never been to Boise, Idaho.
Good
have
night,
you?
man.
Haven't ever been in the Boise State locker room.
And can I suggest to you to stay out of the courtroom, my friend? I don't think you should be doing that either.
Yeah,
okay?
let's just go ahead. You know why I want to go? I'm telling you, he's becoming one of my favorite players on this team, and I'd almost probably go jersey for him, but I hate the number.
Hufanga?
Yes.
Yeah, he was great again.
How
Yesterday.
awesome is this guy?
Niner.
He is awesome.
What's wrong with 9?
I don't like a DB wearing a backup quarterback or field goal kicker's number. Can I get the guy in the 20s or a 30?
You're thinking Riley Dixon, aren't you?
I'm thinking Dave Treadwell. I'm thinking Brady Quinn with the Broncos. How much did he play? Let me tell you, nada.
I'm thinking Rodney Pete.
Whatever. I'm not thinking Drew Brees. I can tell you that.
Hufanga
But I'm
was
just
great
saying,
yesterday.
I love Hufanga. I just hate the 9. The 9 ain't working. It doesn't look good. Yeah, I got to get the guy a better number. But I love the player. He's awesome.
He had a huge stop on Nick Chubb down on the goal line. Him and Greenlaw were there to be able to make that stop. He had plays in coverage. He almost had at least one interception in that game yesterday. God, I could even probably count 2 of them that he probably should have come up with yesterday.
Oh, yeah. He's got to start making some picks. But, man, he's a great player.
He is just...
What a player.
Absolutely everywhere. He drew that hold on Xavier Hutchinson in that game yesterday. The guy he does everything. 3rd and 3. Remember, Davis Mills finds a Goombawale out in the flat, and Hufanga just flies up, makes the tackle, and gets off the field. What an excellent, excellent player that he is. I completely agree with you. I also care to smack his rear.
Dre Greenlaw coming in on the text line. You like that? Dre Greenlaw on the 4th down stand.
Dre Greenlaw in a goal line stand.
Yeah.
Is there anybody who gives up fewer inches of leakiness when he strikes somebody than what we see with Dre
Greenlaw?
Greenlaw?
You're done running when he gets to you.
Dude, it's over.
He's old school linebacker. He's Singletary. He's pick your favorite guy.
By the
really.
way, the moment that Houston handed the ball off to their fullback 2 times in a row, I needed them to lose that game. That's not okay with me.
That is the strongest Nate Kreckman take I've heard in a while.
From that moment on, I was like, I hate this team, and I want them to lose. They deserve to lose. They gave the ball to a guy named British Brooks 2 times in a row. And believe it or not, British Brooks did not score, and my God, did they ever deserve it. Then they false started on a 4th and goal and had to kick a field goal. Kaimi Fairbairn with the chip shot right there. But yeah, that just awful play calling, but also like the Texans' offensive line wasn't great.
They stink.
Then they suffered a bunch of injuries during the game and got even worse. And the biggest, and this is, Andy, this was where I based my prediction on this game on, was the greatest mismatch was the Denver defensive line against the Houston offensive line. And that's the reason, to me, that's the biggest reason the Broncos won that game. They just destroyed those guys yesterday. They owned them.
Yeah, again, I did an interview in Houston. They pretty much told us expect that. Apparently, the 2 left guards are so bad.
Yeah.
That they rotate both of them to figure out who's the least stinky on each play. And I don't know even how you get a
extra stinky.
We found out that the old adage is true.
Yeah.
You got 2 guards.
You got none.
You got none?
Yeah.
Well, how's the Royal Guard make it work? They got multiple guards, don't they?
Would it be acceptable for me to smack the rear of a Fighting Illini alum?
Well, he deserves it.
Patrick Bryant.
Yeah.
You want to talk about an elite edge blocker and also just an energy boost that this team needed.
Listen, and
when
he's a good receiver, man.
I love
He
the
makes
player.
some clutch catches. They got that one right.
He's further proof to me who always says trust the film, don't always solely trust the stopwatch.
Sure.
because he is a productive player. He plays strong off his insteps, creates separation. When he stretched that ball out to convert that third down,
3rd and
on the
7,
slant, that to me felt like a turning point in the game from an energy standpoint.
He got wrapped by Jalen Smith at the 40. Line to gain was the 38. And he kept his feet. He's a big physical football player. Like you talk about, that thing that makes him such a damn good blocker on the outside also just makes him hard to take down with the football in his hands. He also converted a 3rd and 11. Now, the Broncos ultimately punted on that drive because let's not forget, guys, they punted on almost every drive yesterday. But on that, again, that was another one where you kept the drive alive. You converted a 3rd and long to Pat Bryant. But no, he's just turning into a really good, dependable NFL player. I don't miss Devon Vele with Pat Bryant out there, essentially making those kind of possession receiver catches that you have to make while also being as good of a friggin' blocker as he is.
And how about Troy Franklin? It got to be Troy Franklin's day.
Game.
How about we give him a little credit?
He had a
Because
good
I'll
game.
tell you what, not only did Bo make a nails throw on that 2-point conversion, I thought Franklin had a hell of an adjustment to make sure he could catch that thing.
Yeah.
Frankly.
Yeah.
As I'm learning the rules of,
How come
smacks
I
in the
want
rear.
a smack? Let me hear the smack.
Yeah, come on.
It's not as good if it just sits there quiet.
Am I allowed to give smacks on the rear on behalf of someone else?
Why do you have so many questions about it? It feels like this is a pretty easy
who's the
concept. You
commissioner?
walk around and smack people. What do you
Who's
not
the commissioner?
know?
Why is this so layered, man?
Yes.
But who's the commissioner
Who
of
else
smack
you
in the
looking to
rear?
smack? No, listen, you're not physically touching anybody,
All right,
to be clear.
okay.
I don't want you walking out of here and doing everybody on the office on the way out. That ain't the way it works. That's how we get a meeting. Don't ruin smacks on the rear there,
Okay.
Sanford. Just pick a few players, smack a few butts, let them play the soundbite. We go on about our day.
I am going to physically enter the body of disgraced
See again, the
New
way
Orleans.
you talk about this, there's none of this. Just simply say how do to Palczewski, to Garrett Bowles.
Also,
disgraced former New Orleans defensive coordinator Greg Williams
Greg
is
is good.
going to
Yeah,
give
say
a
it his
good,
way.
hearty smack on the rear to Chris Abrams' drain.
Headhunting, little bounty action.
All right, let's get into that. How do you feel about that as the offensive coordinator?
It was
as
completely,
a guy that's been an OC.
it was a clean hit. It was the right hit. And if I'm coaching CJ Stroud, I say, hey, man,
slide earlier, dummy.
You got caught between an S and a fart.
Yeah,
You did.
he did.
And as a result, that's why the flag was waved. That's why you have no protection. When that happens, you don't get protection.
Do they need to go back to, because I did watch this, I go back far enough where one of Shanahan's coaches had the QBs practice the slide. I remember hearing one time they brought in a baseball coach to get you to slide properly so you wouldn't screw your ankle up or something on a proper slide. Do they need to go back to that?
No, in Stroud's case, it was all timing. I mean, it wasn't a pretty slide, but that's almost immaterial. It was just he slid so friggin' late. His body was up too high. Abrams' drain was already committed to coming to make the hit. It's a clean play. It's a clean football play. I'll tell you what I was stunned about, guys. I can't believe they picked up the flag.
I'm with you.
I couldn't
In
believe
the modern
they
NFL?
did. It was the right thing to do.
But the optics weren't great.
Exactly.
Listen, I understand why Houston fans are losing their mind. You're not going to look at if we were Bronco fans and that was Bo Nix getting popped like that, we'd probably be griping about it.
I would have said the exact same thing.
I'm
That's
sure
why
you
the-
would have. You're
That's
a coach,
why the
but I'm
NFL
saying
waved
the
the flag.
the fans would have been upset about it.
It was like a profile. It was a profile slide. It was a 3/4 slide.
Well, and Abrams' drain pretty much twisted himself as best he could, so they went basically rib cage to rib
And he didn't
cage.
hit him in the head.
He wanted to make sure they didn't go head to head.
Yeah, no, Abrams' drain is trying to play good, hard, physical football, which is what he is paid to do. And C.J. Stroud is trying to make a play, which he is also paid to do. But C.J. Stroud's got to know better of just like, I'm not going to – it's third down. I'm scrambling. I'm not going to get there. I need to just give up my body. We'll punt the football away, and I need to win this game with my defense.
Are double fighting on Illini rear smacks able to be given out in this game?
Why you got a lot of questions?
Alex
U5?
Palczewski.
I feel like
smacked him in the rear. Spring, give him 2. There you go.
Now you got both cheeks.
Alex Palczewski has been awesome. He was sick. He was fighting some type
Who
of
knows?
bacterial infection, and he's played every snap healthy, dominant. I absolutely love Alex Palczewski. We are becoming Illini North.
All right, here's what I need you to do.
Talk
Check
to
your
me.
phone.
Uh-oh. Am I in
Elite
trouble?
move by the PD.
Uh-oh.
You just got a meeting. Now we got to have a meeting about the smacks. You're off the show, Sanford. What are you doing? This thing has existed for 7 years at Kreckman and Lindahl, and now we got a meeting.
I didn't get the text. Must be really bad.
It's not a text. It's a calendar invite. HR's involved. Way to go. This is on official company business stuff.
Great.
Don't ask any more questions about the smacks. Just pick your guy, quick smack, let's go on. The longer you talk about it, the more it becomes an issue.
Is that because Mike Sanford said, and I made sure to make note of this, and I quote, I'd like to physically enter the body of.
Well, there's part of that, and then you're also talking about rolling the backside pants. Ain't nobody rolling any pants down there, Sanford. Nobody's getting paddled. This isn't from your childhood.
We're just trying to say
Still
who
get
had a
put
good
over a
football
knee
game.
and
Still trying to figure out if
corrected.
this is real. Did I get
Holy
an
cow.
invitation to the
We're-
program directors?
We're just trying to say who had a good football game
That's
is all.
all we're trying. We're just trying to add a little radio color to the simple who do you like
It
from
went
the
really
game
south
the
when
day
I talked
before.
about the
Said,
the fluffy
yeah,
white cakes
You're
of
bringing
Zach
up
Allen.
some stuff from Boise State none of us want to know. No one's on a couch. There's not a therapist. I mean, holy cow.
Red
Let's
asses
just-
on a
yeah.
blue football field,
Yeah,
everybody.
I don't know
It's
what's
really
going
weird.
on. All of a sudden, there's some Valor stuff now getting looked into. What have you done?
By the way, what happened to your Boise State Broncos this weekend?
They stink. They're a bad
Now,
football
hold on.
team.
What did you say? You said they had never been blown out on the blue turf. What was your tweet about that?
30
They
to
lost
7?
30-7 in the Boise State
Was that
Broncos.
like legitimately a first time?
No, I was wrong. AI lied to me. Imagine that.
Okay.
Chat GPT was a flat liar. It said the last time Boise State lost a game on the blue turf in Boise was in 2015, and when indeed Fresno State had beaten them in the 2023 Mountain West Championship game on the blue in Boise.
What, they win by like 3 scores in that game?
Yeah, this one was different though. 30-7.
Yeah, 30 to 7, not competitive.
This is a team that went to the college football playoffs a year ago.
Yeah.
They've scored 7 points total
Hardy fall
in 3 games.
Not good.
Not good.
Not
Your
good.
phone ringing?
CSU didn't play, by the way, but everybody else on the front range lost.
Well, I think maybe they got the best of the weekend because everybody else in college did not enjoy their
It
weekend.
was a weird college
Should I
football
retweet the dude
Saturday.
I ended up hanging out with in the fourth quarter? How you like that?
Should. Yes, you should.
Do you like that Midwestern gut? Holy
That's-
cow.
Woo, man.
That's where, hey, Nate, you and your hot dog obsession, that's where it gets you.
Uh-huh. That's for that guy. That's hot dogs. That's bratwursts. That's Polish.
That's everything. That's everything fried.
Every piece of tubed meat.
I had said one point during the broadcast because what had happened was we got a vibe wave going. Remember that? It was the same thing at Oklahoma State where one kid took his shirt off and started waving it, and a bunch of kids went up and joined him.
Yeah.
Well, that happened fourth quarter at CU. I don't know why. The student section, which was leaving, saw these like 5 guys swinging their shirts, so they all went. A few young ladies went and joined in too, and then Chip got his off. Chip was not as hairy as that dude I was stuck next to.
At one point I flipped back from the baseball game and it was like, like they're coming out of the commercial on FS1 and it's the overhead shot of the stadium.
No, it felt like the spring game from a few
It was
years ago.
stunning how empty it was.
Oh,
Stunning.
trust me, a lot. There was not a lot of return from the halftime snack grab.
Wouldn't think so.
When did this flash mob of bad football games and student sections growing with their shirts off waving, when did that start?
I think it was like a month ago, literally.
Okay.
Do we know
Oklahoma
where
State. It was an Oklahoma State game.
That's how we got there?
That was the first
just
guy
frat
to do
guys,
it.
frat
and then
guys
a
in
bunch of guys,
Stillwater?
yeah. One dude just did it, and then a couple. But it was Oklahoma, and it was warm. It was not warm the other night. Not warm at all.
Do you
and then
guys
these
remember?
dudes went the whole quarter.
Do you remember just a mere 365 days ago, we were having the discussion of better college football player Ashton Genty,
yeah,
or Travis Hunter?
And
Both
now-
teams. You realize that there was a flash mob at the Boise State Fresno game and the CU on the same day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neither home.
It can go bad quickly. Very
Just
quickly.
1 year.
College football.
It's a cold-hearted sport, folks. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Hey, congratulations to Noah Galdes of Grandview, our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Guys, the Broncos are on a 6-game winning streak. I have got some numbers inside 6 wins in a row that I want to share with you that are strange. That's coming up next.
Oh, he walks in just in time for the men's commercial, so come on over. I'll tell you what, I don't even know how to segue into this. Listen, if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, as many do, I don't even know. Just get on down to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't listen to the first hour of this show, that's for sure. But you got to get on down to, matter of fact, if you're going to hear about the smacks on the backside, go to the men's clinic. You'll miss the whole conversation. Get on in there and have a conversation with the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have got multiple treatment options for you. It's not just a one-size-fits-all form of therapy for you if you'd like to. If you've tried herbals and pills and they've not gone well for you, again, they have options for you over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And they've been serving the good folks of Colorado for nearly a decade. So they've been at it a long time. They know what they're talking about. And they hopefully will have a solution for you. So it's real easy. If you want to go in and have a conversation about your erectile dysfunction, it's just you make an appointment at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and you'll stop on by. And when you get in there, you'll be able to talk to the good folks there. They'll give you a test. And if they decide after your team PSA test that you need to maybe give one of their treatments a try, they'll let you give that a try. And if it's not working in the office, well, guess what? Your visit's free. So there you go. It's $99 otherwise, and hopefully you'll find a solution to your problems for ED. So as the holiday season approaches, and this is sometimes where folks get involved and maybe search for a little romance, don't be shying away from it because of ED. They have 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, Fort Collins, and the Springs included. They've got a great revamped location in Castle Rock. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Kreckman and Lindahl, we got some breaking news here on a Monday afternoon.
Can I do it to you? Break it.
Break it.
Hey, let's get some slaps in while Johnson's out. Or not Johnson, Sanford. He doesn't know the rules.
This is 19 minutes ago, Andy. Give a hearty smack on the rear to former Regis Jesuit head coach / Rockies manager, now new manager of the Atlanta Braves, Walt Weiss.
How about that? Good for Walt.
Congratulations to Walt.
I always liked Walt. I don't know. Walt was another one of those guys where I was like, what do you think he's managing?
A gentleman.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I was doing this over at the other place during his time, and everyone's, man, he's a high school coach. He's a high school guy. He barely has a high school roster. You kidding me?
Yeah, he's fine.
Who's he going to the bullpen for?
He's doing great. By the way.
He is doing great.
He now gets to manage the Braves. He gets to manage an actual trying major league organization. Speaking of others.
How's our trying going?
Here's the report from today. Britt Caroli reporting this in The Athletic. Rockies move on from finalists for top baseball operations job. So we reported this last week, Andy. Remember they had two finalists. Emil Saadai from the Arizona Diamondbacks, assistant GM, and Guardians assistant GM Matt Foreman. Okay, they had two finalists. Again, these are finalists. I assume that meant one of these two men will be hired to run the Rockies front office. According to sources telling The Athletic, they are no longer in the running for the position.
How?
Emil Saadai was at Coors Field for his final interview last Monday, was believed to be the favorite. It's unclear how close the sides came to having him preside over a Rockies team that went 43 and 119 in 2025 in a National League West division he's very familiar with. Foreman was in Colorado the week before for his final in-person interview. So they had two final interviews, neither of whom got the gig. We don't even know if an offer was made. No idea what's going on. But that's the latest. By the way, the World Series is over. The offseason is here.
Sure.
You need somebody to do these things.
You need someone in charge.
You do. You require that.
So is Warren Schefter just like, what's he doing?
Great question.
Huh?
I don't know.
You're not officially the manager, right? But you're not officially fired either. Is he just hanging out?
So according to
Coming
other
up
reports,
with plans?
Adam Ottavino has spoken with the Rockies owner Dick Monfort about the team's head of baseball operations opening. Ottavino, a Northeastern alum who turns 40 this month, pitched in the majors as recently as April with the Yankees. He was a Rocky from 2012 to 2018. Patrick Saunders adding, following up, I'm told that Ottavino and Dick Monfort had informal discussions before, but there is a chance the two could talk again given the state of the Rockies search. I'll tell you what, Andy, you know the big box he checks, though. Familiar with baseball at altitude.
He knows the struggle. He's lived the struggle. Look, I have no problem if you want to bring Otto in some capacity, but to run the whole enchilada, we're not even talking about a manager. We're talking about president.
Yeah, it feels early for that.
Feels like a first big step.
Yeah.
Hey, Nate, you know what? You're going to go call that baseball game. Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put you next to Joe Garagiola and call the World Series.
As long as I don't have to work with John Smoltz, I'm fine with it, okay?
Would it be bad? Is it possible for me to put my name into consideration for the president of baseball operations?
You might as
job?
well try.
You're up.
How would I do?
You know what? You've lived at altitude, so that helps.
Couldn't do worse than Bill Schmidt. Couldn't do worse. They literally were outscored by over 400 runs this year. I promise you couldn't do worse.
Is this a job posting that's available on LinkedIn?
I would say go to the LinkedIn page, give it a look.
Look into it. I got a question about this Broncos win streak right now for you guys. I saw this. Mike Sando had this in the Athletic.